country song. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. Tonight, let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. Got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me, yeah, you know. I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour bus. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me a liar. Sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You turn me on, how could I turn you down? I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You got me spinning around, spinning
I think I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. Broken letters, woven, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Storm days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're on this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. till it's over. I think I'll sleep 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 till it's over.
Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Under lock, under key, and I'm doing time. Someone to save me, turn on the light. I don't know what is wrong, but it just feels right. Won't you break me out? Won't you break me out? Like a bad dream, but I can't sleep. Seems like I just can't get past me. Oh, 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 oh. Won't you break me out? You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out? Wanna wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are.
Now I know how it feels to hold pure solid gold. Sleep in the arms of my only minute tiny world. And right here in our arms you'll stay until you can find your own way. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your love, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your love, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. The day you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカねゴー赤いリボンで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねゴー通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ピールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカねゴー赤いリボンで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねゴー通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah. But my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
different energies I bring. Only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab mic and a chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy. No matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy. No matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy. No matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy. No matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
So I got my education in the old school, surfing on a wave and playing by my own rules. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with the Cali sun and give me good vibration. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. You don't wanna kill my vibe with the wrong beat. If you wanna feel alive, you gotta move your feet. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with a little Supremes and give in to temptation. Do you feel what I feel? 'Cause I'm feeling alive. I'll be real deal. 'Cause
supercars or sparkly diamond rings. I don't really care about them platinum studded boys that run around the whole damn town just showing off the toys. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance.
don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me.
Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There goes another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt train, show me your name. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the waiting on why? Oh my, you better run now, run before you hit the end of your line. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know they're gonna know they're gonna know my name. Head down, I'm almost fading. I walk on with tired feet. No time for hesitating. The world's coming after me. But I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know they're gonna know they're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. See, my days were tasting sour, and my goals were out of reach. When it rained, I felt no power, the world watching over me. But I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know they're gonna know they're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. But I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know they're gonna know they're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know they're gonna know they're gonna know my name.
Oh, I do surrender. I'm down on my knees, praying for forgiveness. Won't you pray with me? We had that fight last night. It didn't mean much to me, but I'm still paying for it. Won't you let me be? I don't wanna fight tonight. 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 Oh God, it's just as boring as it has ever been. But I will still adore you. It's what you mean to me. Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? I'm here waiting for you. I'm lay across our bed. I'm still spinning out all
It's in my blood to lift it up and hang my halo on a miracle. And you don't see the scars in me. I defeated the demons of recovery. Every inch I was resting in the rubble. Never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero, a diamond in my own mind.
找到老南，告诉他，我想吃鱼。哦不，我想看观赛指南了。亲爱的观众朋友们 ，S12一别，好久不见。这不，阿南我回来了。不是敦煌来的，就没那么多壁画。让我们看看这个周末都有哪些大咖。周六的第一场焦点比赛来自巴黎人与仁川人之间的交锋。尽管两队早已物是人非，但小凤凰这边依旧有乡长们留守。至于另一支队伍，历经几年的辗转，却仍旧故意的保留了原本的一部分味道。如今 IG 正统在 IG， 这一切都源于他们的新上单 YSKM。无论面对想要给他上课的胡西哥，还是赛前信心满满的阿乐，根本难不倒他。亮眼的发挥令他直接在首秀之后就让主持人为他打开了通往采访的大门。依旧是本周六，人员焕然一新的 WBG 将面对全面升级的 JDG。JDG 这边，你永远可以信任常规赛的 Net， 再加上 Ruler 接连上演，本以为抓个小贼，没想到捅了老窝。任何邪恶、中枪、绳之以法等名场面，听说下路很难做事儿。走的时候把你 AD 后面那个司给我砸了，什么档次，叫我跟我一样。微博这边，帅哥的队友阵容从3个亚军换成了3个冠军。咦，怎么 MSI 冠军不算冠军吗？从前2周的比赛看 ，Light 与松宝的下路组合表现可圈可点。雷达哥在新赛季状态依旧神勇，而中路原创进口的宝虎，丢6分钟不到就来看看上路。也是，对于帅哥来说，爱情和事业都可以晚点来，中单不行。相反，曾经的豪门 RNG 则在新赛季遇上了麻烦。胡西哥在首轮秀了一把肱2投机之后，队伍一度连败，排名垫底。反观 RNG 本周末的对手 WE， 则在新赛季看到了一些转机。毕竟有着上赛季的珠玉在前，今年已经没有了下降空间。没错，真在今年。本周的最后一场比赛将由 EDG 与 BLG 带来。遥想1年前组建的银河战舰，上赛季才加盟的兵哥可能不会料到，本以为是一场普普通通的躺赢局，没想到半年后资历最老的竟是我自己。也罢，反观 EDG， 韩元双 C 出走后 ，EDG 时隔多年再次迎来了全华班阵容。可对于曾经的世界冠军来说，现在的成绩还是远远不能令他们和粉丝满意的。总之，不论未来的走向如何，观赛指南将会始终陪伴观众朋友们冲在玩梗摆烂的第一线。千万不要把锅都甩给阿南，是你，我的朋友，你乐子人，你们才是真正的英雄。
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. I am Just Soshi, and I am joined by the notorious Nymera as we jump into another fantastic day. Yeah, I like to get. So this is a weird thing that I like to do. I like to take the first letter of every co-caster's name and add an adjective. I love to do it. The luxurious lyric, the jubilant Jamada, the notorious Nymera. I also like to keep it fresh and change it up, but. Welcome. It's so good to be back with you. We've actually been casting. We're going to be the second time in a row now. Second time in a week.
Yeah, I know. We have a couple more bags in at some point. I'm getting used to this now a little bit, getting to get some of those juices flowing that we started last year. And like we've got a couple of good games to kind of go through with this as well. Hopefully keep the momentum rolling a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can go before we get into the games that we're going to cast, we can talk about yesterday's results because we had a couple of pretty damn quick games in the latter half of the day. JDG honestly rolling RNG as EDG did find their feet against Ninjas in Pajamas, who are struggling at 1-4 at the moment.
Yeah, I think, you know, you have in this first match the two teams which are moving past an era with certain mid laners that they had. EG no longer with Scout, NIP formerly V5 no longer with Rookie. So they're kind of finding their feet, and NIP have kind of slipped and stumbled. They've had a number of fairly high profile losses at this point, even just 5 series into the split. And then even with the return of Angel for RNG, they didn't really find their own way into this split either so far. I know it was just his first game, came in for that second game of that series. And I also know it's against JDG, the only remaining team besides LNG that is undefeated. But those are two matchups where you could definitely see some teams which maybe people predicted more of not quite hitting the mark so far.
Yeah, and we are starting to see, as you look at the table now, just a little bit of a formulation coming on. You know, the teams who we were kind of saying, okay, you seem to be consistently going in. Team WE, of course, picking up that win against BLG was a massive win for them. So they're keeping themselves nicely up in that top half of the table. And, of course, a couple of big names, obviously, down the bottom, RNG, and specifically down the bottom, AL will be playing today 0 and 5. I don't like to call it too early, but today has to be a must-win.
And it's going to be difficult because we're out on the other side. You look at 2-2 and you think, okay, mid-table, despite them starting with that 2-0. Would like people to remember that they have lost to, like, you know, LNG and a couple of these big teams, right? Top Esports and LNG, the two teams which they lost to in those series. I don't think you can really take that as an, like, not all series scores are equal. When you have a league as large as the LPL, when you're playing as very top table teams for like a week, a couple of weeks, and then sometimes playing against struggling teams the week after, these series scores can fluctuate very, very quickly. So this first series, as much as it might not seem as tilted as maybe the second series of the day would be, it's still going to be very difficult for anyone's legend to overcome.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing now is that coming into this one here, I think AL are still the underdogs. They are still considered to be the less likely of the two teams to be able to pick up the win. And for Rare Adam, they've been doing very well for themselves. Yes, they did lose their last series, but I think when we look at this team and we kind of like weigh them up in terms of what they've been able to do, they just had a fairly rough run of schedule. They were 2-0, then they lost 2 games in a row. It was against Top Esports and LNG. I would argue two of our probably top, two of our top 5, maybe even top 4 teams in the league at the moment, as we now see them kind of coming out onto stage. So this is an opportunity for them to kind of say, look, we're very happy with where we're at. We know where we're going to be going. Sorry, I love the little nervous kind of like, I waved, I gotta run.
I am fast.
Yeah, I am the fast. I'm just waiting for one of them to never
Like,
run
I'm
away.
trained to play League of Legends, not to stand in front of a crowd.
Hey, you gotta roll with the punches. Sometimes that's how it is. Oh yeah, stretch out the neck, get the muscles ready. But I think that's the big thing today is that if RA can come out with a clean 2-0 over AL, that's when we start to kind of bring them into the conversation of like, yes, they are one of our top 10 teams. These are a team that are going to be fighting for a playoff spot, if not in the playoffs themselves, and how they're able to kind of push forward. Because we were talking a little bit before we went live, and how you were kind of saying that like in their last series, they just didn't play to what has been their successes throughout this split so far.
Yeah, I mean, the LNG series was... So they had Top Esports and then they had LNG. Top Esports was a series where they tried to play towards hyper early game aggressiveness. Don't do that against top guys. They're really, really good. And they just kind of got blasted from playing away from their style, which they brought back for LNG, where they tried to last into the mid and late game and outscale and out team fight, and LNG just outplayed them at that, which was kind of a difficult situation in both those series. One, which was playing away from their style, getting punished for it, and then they played back into their style and were just not as good as LNG. AL on the other side, seeing them coming out on stage, I don't know where to start with this team. It really does feel like you have Betty try to pull out some big punches. It is the Betty and the Sword Art reunion as you see them walk out onto stage, but it's not been going well, Asheen. Not much positive things to say about this team. They really got to find something different to play around because it is all warning signs glowing very brightly now. They even lost to LGD, which is one of our other teams which have been struggling quite a lot. And those kind of wins really stick when you're trying to just slip into a playoffs. Even if you make a late run of form, it's going to be a very difficult day for them today if they lose.
Yeah, I think the big thing that we're looking at right now is like, what can they bring to the table as you say, like, it's just not really working out. Betty and Sword Art not having the same level of consistency that, in years gone, shall we say. ZDZ's been kind of exposed, in my opinion, just being able to not being able to really deal with a lot of the pressures that are coming into the top side. They're giving them priority picks, they're giving them a lot of resources through Xiaohao, but it's just not. It's not really turning into anything legitimate and turning into anything tangible for the side of AL. So really want to see them try and turn around. Because again, like I said, 0-5 is pretty desperate. 0-6 is almost impossible because then you're going to have to go into a run of form of, maybe win 8 of your next 10 games, basically. And that's
which
when
includes JDG and
yes.
Top. And
that's what I was going to say. Like, it's just harder when you look at the games they've actually played so far as well. Like, they've already played Ultra Prime. They've already played LGD. Like, these are the teams that you're kind of thinking, well, these are roughly around your level. Like, if you're not winning against them, you're probably not going to be winning many more.
Yeah, and today I really like that you mentioned kind of the struggles in top lane for this team as well, because I'd argue that the strength of Rare Atom has been Cube. Cube has been, right from the start of the split, and even in their lost series as well, a real force to be reckoned with on stuff like the Cassante, on stuff like Renekton and Gwen has been a real force. And now suddenly I'm looking at ZDZ and I'm like, well, you know, buddy, you've been exposed before, and now you're going up against real top lane. Kind of like, I would say actually Cube's been one of the better LPL top laners. I'd put him maybe even top 5. And you're looking at ZDZ, who's arguably at the opposite end of the scale there. What the heck do you do now as anyone's legend to overcome a mismatch in that lane, which is going to be very difficult to deal with?
Yeah, I completely agree. I think it is, as you say, a mismatch as we jump in straight into picks and bans. And straight away, we can see that top lane focus coming out from both sides, the Fiora and the Jax. Fiora for ZDZ has just been one of those things where it's like you just don't want to have him on comfort because, like we said, when he's been on everything else, he's been lackluster, shall we say. So curious to see what RA do prioritize with the Lucian now banned away. Maokai's still on the board. Remember, we're still on 13.1. And if you watched LNG last time, Tarzan almost 1v5 with that champion. So he is still busted.
Turns out you could do like 9,000 damage in a team fight with that champion. That sounds fair and balanced. All right, so let's go through what's left up. Rise, big pick as well. Both these teams have played it sparingly, played a couple of games of it when it has been available. Very high ban rate. You've already mentioned the Maokai. Lian has been very successful on that pick, and I believe they... I say he's very successful. I think that actually the only time that Lian has actually played that was in one of their losses to LNG, but he still managed to look pretty okay in that game. But it's just been a very successful pick in general. One of the things which Rare Atom have done very well, though, outside of that, has been having a very, very solid bot lane with stuff like the Varus they've just picked up for Asum to be just a rock in this bot lane to say, we will reach mid-game, we will be able to team fight because you can't exploit a bot lane like a Varus and the pairings that they put alongside it.
Yeah, you just can't let that one go through. We have seen a lot less of the Heimerdinger coming out, and honestly, that's just been kind of a global feature, I feel like, because of one, bans, and two, I agree that it's good, but it's it just feels like people have found answers to it. A lot more creativity coming out in that bot side. Of course, Keria bringing in the ADCs and saying, like, you know, what's better than one ADC? 2 ADCs. And you know what? Sometimes with Jace, 3 ADCs or Tristana in the mid lane. So we'll see how this draft ends up kind of formulating right now. It is a bit of a flex pick, can go mid or into top lane. So RA in an opportunity here to try and maybe just solidify their bot side and their jungle, and then wait until those next round of bans come through to see where they want to try and throw into those solo lanes.
Okay, so we've got the most played AD carry and the most played jungler for both these players on Rare Atom. Lian has been a very good clutch initiator. And now having stable bot side clutch initiator, I really like this because, again, a little bit earlier, I got to bring out the whole disappointed Nightmare because Rare Atom were kind of playing away from their strengths, and I think it really showed against top Esports that they tried to go towards hyper early game where they tried to flip lanes and stuff like Draven Nautilus, and Lian was you know, on a couple of other picks besides that Vi. And now going back to this comfort, I look at anyone's legend now across the rift, and I'm like, if you're playing Rare Atom who are just going back to basics for themselves, they have shown they're very successful with that. Whereas, you know, where have you even started with on this roster? They're going to get themselves that Maokai at the end of it. They have themselves a flex pick of this Jace between mid and top lane, but if it does go to ZDZ, I'm a little bit worried for what has shown to be normal for them, basics for them, which hasn't worked so far, which is ZDZ not really having the time of his life in that top lane.
Yeah, he's struggled, to say the least. We have brought that up plenty of times, and I'm sure we'll bring it up plenty more depending on how this one goes. I will say, though, with the Maokai locked in, it does keep that flex for that Jace into the mid lane, so I do like AL's drafting style at the moment. They're kind of saying, look, we're getting ourselves plenty on the board. Even the Ashe, to an extent, can be flexed into the ADC instead of support, so figuring out where they want to try and take that particular setup.
I love the way that you have to phrase that, because like, oh, the Ashe can be flexed to AD carry. We are so used, we've been conditioned to Ashe support that we just accept it as normal. What has League of Legends become? It's like, you go back to Season 6 with the Misfortune support space, I was like, wow, mind-blowing stuff. No, this is many years later, and things have changed a little bit. What hasn't changed is that we have a couple of these bans in the second round, which we are seeing a fair bit, particularly that Rise. The Silas more so as well once you get around to later picks. It's less of a blind pick nowadays, but very good on kind of the 4 or 5 pick bans to stop some of the creativity coming out of that top side as well.
Speaking of creativity, something that has many ways of making a 1v1 seem fair and unfair at the same time. The Cassante being banned away, and now you will have your first pick. I imagine this to be the support, so you will lock in your bot lane. You already know you're going into a Varus Karma in that lane, so we'll see if this is going to be the Heimerdinger now locked in here with an Ashe Heimerdinger versus a Varus Karma. That's a hell of a lot of pushing power. It feels like whoever gets the first foot forward is going to have such an edge in that bot side. As AL just going to say, yeah, we're going full arms race. We're going to look for this and try and make this as potent and volatile as possible.
I'm not going to lie. Sorta has played a lot of the Heimerdinger. This will be the 4th game on that champion, and it hasn't impressed me so far. Betty and Sorta, they have managed to get some lane control through picks like this. Even against something like a Varus Karma, they can sometimes struggle to clear the turrets at level 1, because if you go into lane as Heimerdinger, put down 3 turrets, and then and they get cleared, you still have time when the wave gets you to put down more turrets at that point. So even Varus Karma can struggle on that front, and this cast has now completely changed the sheet. Because we have an Ahri.
Nightmare.
Strive has the Ahri. Now, for those of you that have not been inducted into my shrine of Ahri, I play this champion an awful lot. I have over 1 million master points in this champion. So now this will be just judging how Strive builds and plays this champion alongside Leanne's Vi. You have the Ahri and the Vi, which can be a real burst combo, and there is only one person on anyone's legend that can potentially survive and engage by those two. And that's going to be Zhao Hao on the Maokai that can maybe double you out of something, maybe get some tankiness built up on their items as well. But this is a really good kind of aggressive mid-jungle from Rare At, which we've seen less of. They've played more towards stuff like the Rise, which we see in Banned Away, which can kind of take things a bit slower. It's a little faster pace in the mid-jungle than we're used to them, but it's kind of still got that solid laning foundation across the board for them.
Yeah, it does feel like it's I will say it feels like whoever gets ahead in any of these matchups wins. It feels like in any, kind of setup right now that the Gangplank gets ahead, if the Renekton, either way, that you can just play so much. You can really punish the either side of these, matchups if you are able to just kind of find that one mistake and capitalize on it. So with both teams picking very heavy laning priority, in my opinion, and yes, you do have a bit of scaling either side, but it feels like we're going to have a lot of early action just because you need to get these champions rolling. If they fall behind, they're going to be in such dire straits.
And I think particularly for AL, if this does devolve into a 1-3-1 where you are constantly afraid of where Luyan turns up on the map on the Vi to combo up with a Renekton in a side lane, with an Ahri in a side lane, things are going to get very, very difficult actually, because if you fall behind, things get very difficult, and it's easy to fall behind against that kind of engaged combo. AL, it feels like they're going to be on the reactive side of things, casting a Gangplank ult onto a side lane, a Maokai ult to bail someone out of trouble, or something like an Ashe to kind of joining the fray with a Hawkshot or an ult. But AL, playing reactively against this comp is still going to be very difficult. I don't think they have many tools to, well, they have the tools, it's just the timing has to be immaculate for them to get away with things.
Really, really does, but we're going to jump straight onto the Rift. Game 1 of this best of 3, RA 2-2, AL 0-5. They need to have a win come out here from the side of AL, and already you can see them getting that early priority into the brushes. They get the early Heimerdinger turrets down. We normally see teams against the Heimerdinger try and hard aggress into that, but looks like RA were just opting out of that, saying, look, we'd rather have the priority somewhere else on the map.
Yeah, and as I was kind of saying before, because the problem with Heimerdinger is that you can literally go down level 1 and clear his turrets, and he still has turrets for the first wave coming in, because if you go very early into the lane and place them as they have in those bushes, you get the kind of the charge oh, they don't get that ward, that's really annoying. You see the emote come out for that. So, track jungle path for Zhao Hao. Lian gonna have a bit more information. ZDZ has the W start, but ooh, actually does land it.
Some nice barrel combinations going, and kind of speaks true to what we were talking about a little bit earlier there in draft, is that both teams going to be looking for that early priority. Both teams going to be looking to try and get an advantage as whatever they can, really, alongside anything really that's happening. Oh, unfortunate there with the barrel combo. Not able to make that one connect.
Yeah. The thing about the W start for Gangplank is that his passive relies on exploding barrels, or rather it comes up cooldown. So if you walk into melee range of a Gangplank level 1 who's W started, you can actually get burst out fairly, fairly quickly. So again, This kind of tech to make the most out of this laning phase. You called it out, we talked about it. Laning phase can be pretty important in this game. We do see that Lian going for a full bot side clear, hitting that level 3 quickly. And for me, it really is looking at how Lian goes about looking to impact these lanes first, as we were going to talk about as well. The Maokai is playing reactively, these lanes are playing reactively. You don't have CC in that top lane, you don't have CC in that mid lane. Bot lane, you have to wait until that level 6. So Xiao Hao feels like he has to be on, really on call for the rest of his lanes, on emergency response, because Lian has many more options to play with early. It does mean that Rare have to play through that. They have an obligation to, I feel like, to keep themselves ahead before they'll have ways to kind of overcome that. But still, I think it's much easier for them to do so than Annual's Legend, as we were saying before, to really respond to it.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing that we're looking at right now is obviously, you know, you had first priority in terms of jungle picks for RA. They went for the Vi. The Maokai was picked into that one. And that's, you know, it's something we've seen a lot throughout this patch is that the Vi's, you know, one, her build path, and two, just her straight up early game advantages that she has to be able to get that, you know, Vault Breaker out, to be able to try and put pressure on should you be able to combo up with the, as you say, the kind of combo CC with a laner. It just becomes a much bigger issue for teams earlier on in the game, but nothing's happened just yet. The Heimerdinger getting some priority here as Southwind and Assum trying to keep themselves within a decent setup, but
looking towards mid, Lian's maybe looking for something, flash charm potential. Not sure it's enough for a kill.
Oh, Strife does not land the charm, and we shall go a-wanting for anything more as AL are dealing with the pressure so far. And like I said, you know, there is a lot.
Back off cooldown, friend. Don't think you ought to go up to that rush.
It's
a shame that we don't have the RASU in yet. That's actually only released yesterday. I got a load of games in on that. It feels a little weird, you know, when you played a champion for a very long time and visually something's changed. You know it's exactly the same because there's actually no changes to the kit, but there's still something just a little bit off. It's going to take a little while to get used to that stride. On the old one, bot lane trading a little harder.
They are trading very hard right now, and Betty took a harassment of his own. And topside, it's EDZ. All of a sudden, these teams, especially RA, they're getting a little bit antsy, a little bit more impatient, saying to themselves, all right, look, we need to try and start killing off these people. We need to start getting these advantages going because we let this Gangplank and Heimerdinger go super late. That's going to be a problem for us.
Yeah, so we were kind of talking about how like you were saying, I really wanted to kind of get things moving. Hasn't really started in earnest just yet. We're getting to the point where level 6 on solo laners will be coming through next couple of waves. Maybe we can see things go around a Herald fight. Maybe that's where Anion's Legend, maybe if they have themselves an Ashe ult, if they manage to delay the Herald being fought over for a little bit, and then something like those Maokai and Gangplank ults can come into the equation. That could be where they look to really start things off on themselves. Just tracking who is getting ahead in this game. It's been very even so far, even across the lanes, despite seeing Summoner take away from that bot side. So we've got a couple of minutes yet to really see where the big hammer blow first falls.
No real advantages being garnered, but with junglers and supports joining into the mid lane, both sides looking to try and make this one advantageous for their team, but neither are going to be able to get anything from it. Those pinks shall be pretty much taken away, no problems whatsoever. Everyone starts to just get a little bit more anxious, a little bit more impatient as they wait to try and find some kind of advantage. One misstep in these moments can be the world of hurt for either team.
Yeah, level 6 hit on the Ahri, not hit on the junglers just yet. When we get that Viol, things get even more spooky. First Dragon is alive, which is why things were getting a little bit tense around that mid lane. Maybe trying to get mid into Dragon. Normally you see this start from bot lane push goes into early Dragon, but it felt like everyone rode up to the mid lane because that's where the playmaking tools were with Shock Blast and Charms available. Quickly kind of tapping into this item build as well from the Ahri, because something that I really like to see from Ahri's is this first item, Dark Seal on your first back. It's a small thing, but suddenly it's like, if you're trying to get ahead of the game, you're trying to play around a burst combo of something like an Ahri and that Vi, the ability to stack up on a Dark Seal and maybe build in something like a Medjai's a little later on can actually be very, very important from the early game. So good to see that picked up in Strife, so it shows the Ignite as well. So picked up that Dark Seal, has the Ignite, almost has that Viol in the back pocket from his jungler as well. So watch around this mid-jungle 2v2 to see where Lian chooses to pull that trigger and whether there's an extra little benefit for the mid laner of Greyhampton.
spotted though. They know that he is invading on this top side, so CDZ's got to be careful. He's not got a huge amount of mana to work with. Still full health bar, but with level 6 hit by Leyen, having that cease and desist can be very, very dangerous. But Xiaohao very smartly kind of saying, look, you decide to go for top side, no Rift Herald to be taken just yet, so I'm going to take away the dragon. That's just going to be an early objective here for AL, and very slow start to what we expected, and Asum misses the Chain of Corruption. Got to be careful of the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, though, on the other side of it. You do have a cleanse on Asum, but you do not want to have to burn that all willy-nilly. Won't just pull the trigger on it just yet. But yeah, very slow start. Feels like both teams happy to just trade back. They want to overcommit on either side. And
that's the big thing. Yeah. Because if you overcommit into the Maokai even early on, Maokai's not the best at aggressively going forward as a jungler when compared to a Vi or something similar to it. But it does feel like Anyone's Legend, they were on the response side of this early game. But they don't have anyone in place to see this strike dive top side.
Yeah, flashes away. Can you get the cleanse off? I don't think it really matters, because the flash is good from Cube, and the first blood goes over to the Ahri, utilizing now, getting a stack on that Dark Seal.
Got 2 of them, gets the kill. So 2 stacks on the Dark Seal, uses that Ignite, which we saw picked up from that spell book, and it isn't involved with Lian, which means, importantly, you still have that Vial to be used somewhere else. This could be pretty important, because you don't necessarily expect the Ahri to do a solo dive on that top side. Normally you expect someone like Lian to be there as well. Maybe that caught AL a little bit off guard, because they knew that Lian was likely going to be on that Herald, has that inventory too, so it's come a little bit later, but Rare Adam, they've found something to play towards in this early game, and a little bit of golden pocket.
A little bit of gold, a little bit of plates on the bot side as well. You can see Southwind getting a fair amount of stacks off of Spell Thieves as well, so not bad whatsoever. Wow, Asum just cannot hit these Chain of Corruptions. It just really feels like he's
call
just...
out like that, Asheen. Wow.
I mean, I'm a spade a spade, like, you know, like, I'm not trying to get down on him, but that's 2 in a row we've been on bot side. He's just, like, sailed it off to the left of the champion he's been aiming for.
Remember the days when Varasalt was like 100 units wide? Literally the hitbox was the size of a Teemo, one of the smallest ones in the game. It was notorious as the most missed skill shot in League of Legends. We're not at that time anymore, but we're getting a little glimpse into it.
I remember those days. There's a lot to remember as well. You ever like look back on like ridiculous things in League of Legends that used to exist?
You know, some of them are more soon. Some of them I feel like are very recent, but they're still a long time ago. Like, I remember Release Zoe, and I remember that was a more recent thing. That's like 5 years ago now. That was Season 8. Same with Akali and Aurelia. That was a season. Season 8 was a pretty crazy time for those things, in fairness. But Release Jinzhao, I wasn't playing back then, but like PBE, like Alpha Test, Twisted Fate, where his global teleport was a regular ability. Regular gank in this top side, Lian, not pulling the ult just yet.
Nope, but he's gonna pull it now, and Cube ticks up a kill onto ZDZ. Exactly like you talked about, they didn't use that ultimate in the first gank, and they're able to use it there. Swordar, that's a lot of, that's a spicy bit of damage to be taken underneath the turret, and that's 3v2, and this is the power of the Varus that we talk about so often, why we see it first picked, if not banned, because it's just that one bit of serrated Dirk damage just does so much in those first few levels.
It's just really annoying to deal with. Like, closing the distance to the Varus when you dive into him, it gives him a lot of free skill shots, it gives him a lot of early damage to kind of throw at you, and now, suddenly, with ZDZ once again struggling, and this Renekton, Cube's Renekton being ahead, that's a worry. We already talked about how the Vi later on into the game as well will be pretty free to just kind of run at someone in the side lane. This kind of play working out early for Rare, it's rough if you're Anyone's Legend. This is actually really rough, because that wave state was just not at a good point. You are cross-mapping in bot lane. You cannot afford to walk up to the wave and topside that. It is very likely that someone is going to be on that side of the map responding to you because your jungler has shown bot side. So, another bit of gold going up to the Renekton, another bit of snowball building up behind Rare Atom, and now when we have a minute towards this next dragon, and of course Herald spawning the next couple of minutes as well, I'm getting really worried, even though it is just 12 minutes in, that you are going to not be able to stop Rarab's next couple of plays. You're about to get that vital off the cooldown. You have the Spirit Rush back. And speaking of that, Z misses the charm, but or rather dodges out the charm, but still, no mana, not able to contest it.
See the Rift Herald drop down as well, so that's going to be a bit of plate gold going over to Strive. He's going to need to throw in 1 or 2 auto attacks just to make sure he gets that second one, so nicely done. And we move now towards the Dragon in 30 seconds. It looks like AL want to try and contest it, but they are down about just under 3,000 gold. TP is available for ZDZ and for Cube, not unleashed yet. As ZDZ, yeah, Core Drinker is just going to be far more powerful in these situations. The Gangplank ult comes out to clear the wave.
There's the
But
dominance.
it's to clear the wave!
It's to clear the wave because he understands that if he doesn't get that wave, he's literally going to die on the tower. But it means you don't have it for the fight.
That's what I was about to say. Now you don't have it for Xiaohao, who has to flash away. There's a good crystal arrow, though, straight onto the Vice. There's actually a bit of a turnaround here. As Xiaohao goes in, Strive goes golden. Needs to get himself over the wall. Will fuse himself. Oh, the cleanse is good from Betty. And there's 2 quick kills there from AL. They didn't need the Gangplank gold. They've got themselves plenty right now. We will see Assum looking for one more. Oh, Assum! He's going to try and get another one. Not quite able to finish it off. Ting Z will get himself that kill. The Dragon will be started. The Dragon will be claimed by AL. But oh my lord. They played on the edge of a knife and they just come out on top.
How the hell did AL win that fight? They had no right winning this. They didn't have the GP ult to commit to this. You had an Ahri Vi combo onto a load of squishy members towards this bot side. It really felt like this Maokai ult got a lot more value than it should have done. You do get the charm, you get an awful lot of damage coming through onto Zhao, but this turnaround Maokai ult is huge. And gotta call this out as well. You have a stopwatch on the aura, you have another charge of that ultimate, the Spirit Rush, and the flash. Strive should absolutely not die at that point. I feel like he overestimates his own HP bar, underestimates the damage coming through, and now you've lost that stopwatch, you've lost your flash, you've lost your ult, and you've lost this fight. Raraton, in what should have been a very clean win towards the bot side, give AL a bit of a freebie with overestimation on that play.
Yeah, and even things like the Eclipse coming out for Ping Z, the item completions being available for AL just made it so much more difficult, and the little small moments like that can be the difference maker. That was pre-Immortal Shield Bow, I will say, for Betty, so didn't have that particular safety net, didn't necessarily need it as he was going to go off and kill Strife, but now with the Rift Herald being started on the top side, this game's gotten an awful lot more even.
Yes.
And everything's going a little bit more AL favored.
It has, because we were talking about how AL, you know, they were getting snowballed on. That bot lane fight looked like it was going to be very difficult, but suddenly, King Z, who is, of course, coming in to replace Harder on the lineup, they subbed out Harder a couple of series into the split, is very powerful on this Jace. And Jace, if they're ahead, maybe can do some damage to someone on the side lane. It's not going to be difficult against something like this. Renekton or the Vi team, Renekton, Ahri, and the Vi kind of teaming up in side lanes, but it's a lot more than what we were talking about for AL just a little bit earlier, and now you're right, they are hitting breakpoints. They have got these first items. Now, Strive looking for these opportunistic picks, but even then, Strive has pet peeve of mine, gone for the Evercross of the Ahri and lost those Dark Seal stacks by dying in that last fight. The snowball, which could have come out of this mid-jungle, has been stalled pretty well from AL, and alright, they're going to have to find themselves another aggressive play, but that next Viol maybe won't have nearly as much impact as the last one.
Well, the Everfrost coming in there, pretty damn clutch if I do say so myself. Strive misses the charm, but he does get the CC, and now they can keep moving forward. They're going to jump straight in onto the Jace and just try and take him out. The Gangplank ultimate tells you nothing. Cube can honest, don't even go near him. He is so big on this Renekton. Strive's got a couple more moves. Sword Out gets caught out. They've still got the Rift Herald in mid lane. They're getting more and more resets for Strive with this Spirit Rush, and Sword Art just not able to be in position in time, gets caught out, and that's going to be RA just taking everything in that mid lane.
Okay, fair play. Rare Apple, they find the play. It is through the Ahri, the CC lock coming through, and even with the Maokai ult being fired out, the last Maokai ult that we saw was on top of stacked members for AL, where they could turn things around for it a bit of damage. That is absolutely not the case here. See that Zhao just trying to secure some mid lane vision. Charm misses, Everfrost hits, and the team manages to follow up with it. But it feels like AL, if you're looking for a play like this, you have to be way more prepared to stack, be able to return the damage very, very quickly. You just weren't in position for it. Now, looking at the implications for this, the next time you take a play like this, you won't have a mid lane tower, you're not going to have any vision around your mid lane as well. That's going to be having cleared out. It's not going to be very easy to protect this, the entirety of your jungle at this point. And the pick combo that comes out of Rare Atom is going to be that more threatening because you don't have as much ability to play through the mid lane and then spread out to the rest of the map.
The big thing, as you mentioned, not only just the vision, but summoner spells, flashes, these things are important when you're trying to stack Dragon as your win condition. It is an Ocean Soul coming in here for AL, but now with a hell of a lot of towers going down around that Dragon, that's just so much. One, standing gold, and two, just control, like you mentioned, for the side of Rare Atom, and this is kind of why we expected to see them kind of use that early advantage. Yes, it did get turned around for them, great from AL, but this is why we were so aware, I think is the best way to put it. Scales, keep him alive, but Strive will be forced to use the Spirit Rush of his own as the Maokai ultimate will come out. Now, important to recognize, you don't have the arrow, and you won't have the ultimate from the Maokai either. We move towards this Dragon.
Moving towards it, but, you know, using a couple of his ultimates, not having that Maokai ult fight, not having that Blum's Braille. I think we're just about back. Well, I can see it for now if you can't. You can see it set up for the Dragon coming through. Romero play by play, what a world that we are living in. Even without that Maokai ult, they do have those saplings. They have got to the objective first. The ability to play around that range and a 3-man shot blast starting off the post very, very well. I do feel like Anyo's Legend doing a good job of controlling this Dragon area so far. It means that particularly not facing into that Varus ultimate, which is taken away, not facing into the Spirit Rush as well. A lot of tools which they would be worried about not on the table, despite being 5,000 gold behind. Find themselves an advantage in this play. Cube looking for one of their last remaining options to make this team fight a little more interesting. Looking for a flank, but of course these Sap be with them the other day on the full AP Maokai variant. It's a little early into the game to have the same amount of damage as he did, but Enron's Legend doing the correct thing, taking it slowly, stopping around and getting easy engagement, but Ultimate's now back available, but Ultimate thrown out by Enron's Legend. GP, Maokai comboing up, lots of CC, lots of damage. There's a Dragon, it's a kill, and Rare Atom, they have just overstayed. They've just stayed too long without the right amount of cooldowns, without those ultimates to bring to bear, and despite Rare Atom being in the lead, they approach that fight wrong, and they get punished for it. Sheen, how you doing over there, buddy? You seeing anything yet? Wonderful. You enjoying the radio-like effect here? Maybe I can like try and describe to you in perfect detail what's happening on the Rift. That's very true. You know, I'd actually forgotten to call that out, despite being able to see it on my screen. So that tells me that some people are more aware of some things than others. And we're going back into... We've reset after the Dragon at this point, coming back onto the map. And this is where I really feel like Rare Atom need to stick to what their composition is meant to be doing. You have a Vi, it's very powerful. You couldn't find engages in that last team fight, partly due to not having the ultimate cooldowns on both that Vi, particularly the Spirit Rush of the Ahri as well. But
I'm back.
once you're going out, you're back. Well, we're going out back into this wider map, going back out into side lanes. Dragon has spawned. Maybe Rare Atom can look to dive this GP again. Maybe try and force the death out of Pingzi on the side lane too. That would be something very powerful for them to work towards. But Anyo's Legend, they've kind of just been chilling for the last few minutes. They've not had to worry about much.
No, they have not. I will say, I am back. My connection did go a little bit haywire. I don't know if stream could hear me or not, but we are here. Complications of an online broadcast. We are fixing them as quickly as we can. But as you mentioned, sole point, you've got AL kind of chilling for the moment, really, just kind of happy to take things going. ZDZ, there's the Everfrost. They're going to be able to try and just completely CC ZDZ down. The Ash Arrow shell do nothing. And that's going to be a nice little side lane pick. They are really putting the hurt onto ZDZ now on the side lanes.
Yeah, I mean, it's using the build for what it's supposed to be, realizing that you have a Zhonya's, you've got a lot of cooldown, you have that Everfrost. You are the one that is supposed to be starting the player's stride. It means that actually Luyan doesn't have to be the only go button. Getting a kill on the side lane, that is pretty much the bare minimum of what they need to do at this point in time. At least they're going to have their ultimates back up before the next big fight. Potentially around that Soul, 2 minutes 30 to go on that. It means that Reraton, with that kill under that bot lane turret, they can just stop that vision from Anyone's Legend being built up around the bot side of the map, around that dragon. But that's only half the job. You need to be able to capitalize into something else. You need to stop Anyone's Legend reaching that objective first like they did that last time and making things so hellish for you on the dragon approach.
Yeah, you can see those two little saplings in the brush there to the left. Gonna be a bit annoying for anyone to really kind of walk up and deal with. But outside of that, it is still RA in the advantage. They are still 5,000 gold up. They are still in control of the Baron pit, and honestly, the majority of the vision around most of these kind of Crazy River onwards. So they are the ones that should be coming out on top. Shoulda, woulda, coulda is definitely a way you can kind of look at this one here.
Yeah, the thing is, like, you need to be able to leverage that gold, right? So, it's one of my pet peeves in League of Legends when we talk about gold leads in games where the gold lead is actually really hard to use. Because in a game like this, Reraton, yes, they have burst combos, doesn't really work when you're engaging into 5 people when it's a Maokai ult and GP ult layered on top of each other, because your gold just dies at that point. It is gone. It's away from the board. Someone like a Varus always has the ability to throw out that poke, but Anyone's Legend, they have plenty of range to play with themselves. They have themselves Flash Volleys, they have themselves Flash Arrows.
Yeah, they do, but then you have a cleanse on the other side as Asum keeps himself alive and healthy. They're going to go straight in on top of Sword Art. They're going to use the charm here on the Xiao Hao, and they're trying to burst out the jungler, and they will get him now with no Gangplank ultimate. Plenty of low health bars here for the side of RA, but no Maokai means they should have priority over this Dragon Pit. I will say it's a little early because the Dragon's not spawned just yet.
And that is a huge point to bring up, because we're talking about that side lane pick being bare minimum. Getting a kill into the jungler, being able to roll forward into multiple picks in a row with that side lane and then into that mid lane. That's better, but it's still not job done. It's still only half that job, because as soon as that dragon spawns, you are still going to have the ability for Maokai to come through. Bigger thing from this, no Maokai ult, no GP ult, and I don't think Anyone's Legend can stall to a point where they'll get those cooldowns back, so I'm assuming now that this dragon is going to go over to Reraton. I think they've managed to earn themselves that. They managed to earn themselves a bit more gold in pocket as well. But that's kind of, it's weird to think about Reraton stalling despite being, you know, 6k ahead or whatever it's totaled up to at this point. They are denying things away from Anyone's Legend rather than getting themselves into a position to win the game themselves, which is why they're looking for more picks.
Yeah, Xiao Hao does have to use his stopwatch. That's now broken. Takes about a quarter of his HP from a pierced arrow with some lighted quivers stacked. Know that the dragon's been started. Yeah, the Maokai ult should be available now in about 2 seconds. The charm just shy of hitting its mark. There we go. The vines creeping forward as they try and make this one work. Xiao Hao finds himself on the backside of the pit. Still has flash, still has the blast going. He's in the back of it. They know he's there, but he doesn't get the spike down. The Vi shall follow him up the roll as they now get themselves in a little bit more of a separated skirmish. Flash from Betty keeps himself alive, but these health bars are exceptionally low now from the side of AL. Flash forward, Strive finds himself the kill. Xiao Hao does go down with the dragon secured and the jungler dead. We might see a rotation towards this Baron.
So, very close to steal from Anyone's Legend, but not close enough. They don't get themselves that soul, and now you have to imagine that Reraton, once again, having killed off the jungler, can head towards this Baron. And that will be a game-breaking advantage if they didn't have one already. Starting it up, how much poke can Anyone's Legend do to try and dissuade them from killing this?
Yeah, you're going to have to land a couple of accelerated shock blasts, a few barrels to say the least. 7,000 HP now on the Baron as they look to try and make this one work. There's the Gangplank ultimate. Chain of Corruption still available as they look to try and secure this one down. It misses off to the side. ZDC down to about a third of his HP, which means they can no longer contest. Baron secured. 26 minutes into the game. You have a 7,000 gold lead. RA are in prime position. They just need to try and make it stick.
Yeah, and the Baron spawn being away from that dragon as well means that they can reset, get back out onto the map without worry of anything like a soul being claimed for AL before they get into complete control of the map. Go back into this replay. I mean, it's kind of worrying that AL gets so close to sealing this. They weren't denied from the river. Xiao still finds his way back a bit. We saw the Cassidy spike the other day. And that was a particularly crazy one in a similar situation, but alright, they're at least doing their best to dive forward, find picks around where they can, and the Charm Flash, cancel that animation, comes through as a good kill onto the Maokai. Xiao Hao despite being a big factor in these team fights, has often died for being the first person into the fray as well. And AL, as soon as that Maokai's down, find it very hard to peel back and keep themselves in an area of the map.
I will say AL are kind of unlucky to not get that dragon. The smite did not come out from Leanne, so definitely a weird setup right there, as the Renekton was the one to secure that particular objective. Charles, the cannon minion, now pushing in towards this mid lane.
Is that the name? Have you named him?
I have named him Charles. Any Baron up cannon minion is Charles, in my opinion.
Was there a reason for this? Just felt like it, or
you know
what was your
what?
inspiration?
My inspiration was I kind of missed Banner.
No,
not in a
no,
I,
don't
no, no, no,
say
no,
that.
hang on,
Please,
hang on.
no.
Not
It's-
not in a gameplay sense, but I just really liked a large minion. I thought it was cute. I thought it was cute.
Do you remember when
I was just
Hullbreaker
like,
used to give the pirate hats to the minions as well on PvE? It wasn't there for very
So
long. We used to have
good.
we used to have pirate hat minions for the Hullbreaker. That was
that's what I'm saying, man. We're losing
know,
the fun out of the game. You know,
I
like fair enough. Like you know
personally-
what? Build it back up and just give me no stats. If it's a Baron minion, then give him like, you know, I don't know, a pirate hat and make him 3 times the size. I don't know.
I personally would have called the minion Thomas, you know, like visit my Thomas the Tank Engine days. I was a big fan. Used to have the Birdie Bus. Birdie Bus was a favorite character of mine. You know what? Maybe I do that next. Maybe this one can be Birdie, this kind of minion. In memory of those beloved characters from my
There you
childhood.
go. See, have a bit of fun.
Get
Have a
into
bit
it.
of fun
That's
with
the
it.
most
yeah.
valuable thing we could be talking about right now. All right, they are using the Baron Buff pretty well. They have taken every turret outside of the base. They have a huge gold lead, done a lot of items. They go for the gauge.
Yep, absolutely. And the Heimerdinger shall not survive. The Vi is probably going to fall away the same way, as you do see a hell of a lot thrown in on top of that Heimerdinger's grave. So now in a 4v4, we will see Ping Z getting himself caught out with the charm, going golden, flashes away. There is a flash on Q, but he doesn't want to overcommit for it. So more and more summoners being burned, more and more advantages being garnered here. ZDZ, he's on nearly 3 items. I think he actually just hit 3 items with his Prowler's Claw, so he's almost there. But again, it just feels like it's too little too late now at this point. But now we got to be careful here as RA. You don't want to be recalling too lackadaisically and get yourself caught out. They're going to back themselves up. But yeah, AL are just, again, it's the same issues we've been seeing pretty much all split from them. ZDZ getting hard focused, not really being able to deal with it. He is still scaling as a Gangplank should, but it does feel like it's kind of coming down to you need a mistake from RA rather than a stroke of brilliance from AL.
Yeah, and like, we kind of knew this from the start, right? AL were going to have to be the team responding more often than not. They don't have very aggressive tools. Yes, you have an Ash Arrow, but there's a Mikhail's in place. There's a Cleanse in place. And you can see that RA, they're feeling it. They have the Medjai's on Strive, my favorite item in the game. Great on RA, great for snowballing, and this team has snowballed. Oh my god, where is Southwood gone? Where did he
That
go?
damage was insane right there. Southwind was not expecting the barrel, but you are a Karma with 0 armor. 0 armor on him right now. They're going to go forward on top of this, but the Vi's already dead. This looks like it's going to be a solo unless they can kill off Xiao how they can. And they've killed the Gangplank. Cube on the backside of this fight is a raid boss. Cube is ridiculously big. This is what an LPL Renekton can do. And they will pick up the ace. It looks like AL has found their opportunity, but Cube slammed the door on their foot.
Rare items show that they like their vegetables cubed, not sliced. They slice, dice, and absolutely destroy that last team fight. After 1 barrel gave a little bit of false hope, was not nearly enough to deal with the Renekton on the backline. So it took a little while to get involved in those big team fights. Ends the game 6-0 on 5 though. Had a lot of resources put into him, given to him a little bit through ZDZ's mistakes, but more than enough to see Rare out and through to a game 1 victory.
That is how you solo Renekton. That is why we see so many top laners prioritize him regardless of meta, because he just gives you so much. And if you're able to play it and pilot it well, you can do things like that where you effectively 1v5. That was so damn good from Cube on that top side, and it really just highlighted why we thought this guy has been the catalyst of everything good from RA so far this split.
Yeah, I really want to highlight Leanne as well. Did a really good job in bits of that early game to punish CDC. Of course, it was the Strive roam up first, which kind of was the first death. The ult from the Vi kind of following up after that point. It didn't really show all of that reward very early on, but it did end up becoming just this unkillable Renekton in that backline. But I mean, this is the kind of game which I was a little bit worried about for AL, where actually the draft is like, it is an okay draft, but the way that you have been playing so far, it's very difficult to start things off well when you're only playing reactively, particularly when you have only a single target CC from something like that Ashe Arrow to really start things off, and you know there's going to be a cleanse into you, and the Mikhails is built up first by Southwind as well. Like, it felt like they really were just waiting for RA to make a mistake, and credit to them, the area where RA has typically not made many mistakes has been team fighting, just on like an identity kind of level, trying to take that style of composition into RA. They're 2-2, but their 2 losses were to 2 awesome team fighting, skirmishing teams in top esports and LNG. That is not the same as losing to 2 mid to bottom tier table teams. And I mean, I'm looking now at anyone's legend, and I feel like stylistically, philosophically, it's the wrong approach to take into this match.
Yeah, and it does feel like, again and again, it just feels like small little things are just not really going their way, and it does end up hurting them in the long run. ZDZ falling behind, that allows Cube to get up to that 3-4 item point, that allows the priority to kind of come away where you're not able to play actively. And I will say, like, in terms of engage, like hard engage, it's Ashe Arrow or bust. There's not really a lot else for the side of AL that's going to be really beneficial or even consistent at setting up a pick. And one cleanse, one, Spirit Rush, plenty of mobility from the side of Southwind as well with that Mantra W, but lots to be able to kind of get out of the way of it. It just feels like, yes, you've got a lot of powerful champions, but as they work together, you can see that there's not really a lot of cohesiveness between the composition.
Yeah, it's like having the Infinity Gauntlet, but it's just like a little bit of like pebbles you picked up off the beach. It's like, oh, that's a nice champion. That's a nice champion. It's kind of like, it's all nice stuff, but it's not really working towards a kind of a coherent whole at that point. But yeah, Rare Adam, again, a lot of the usual suspects stepping up and doing very well for themselves. We've seen Strive had a couple of good snowball skirmishing mid games. He had a couple of Silas games I remember being pretty good. Yeah, in fact, sent Dream on NIP 0-9 in Silas versus the Renekton matchup. That was a particular high point for that player. Then, of course, Layout and Cube we talked about so much as being big team fight initiators. So Rare Adam, I mean, for me, this is just so business as usual. We don't really have to talk too much about that. We said it an awful lot for a team that's only played now coming into their 5th series. We're getting to know this team pretty well, and they've just done what we know that they do really well.
Yeah.
That's it.
I mean,
what do you want to say?
It is just kind of how it is. RA will take a 1-0 advantage in this best of 3. We're going to send it to a quick break, and when we return, picks and bans for game number 2.
And neither does TT's hopes, it feels like, in this game. The first Nexus Tower falls, the second closely after. As Huanfeng Yucal, you gotta make something happen here. Here goes Yucal, here comes Beishwan. They don't got the engage there. It goes golden, big shock blast from TT, and Yucal's come to town. They find Hung, they find a Quadra. Can you get a Penta? No! Shanks denies the Penta, denies TT!
They're going all the way in here. Qingtian trying to get the engaged Glacial Prison, matched by Nature's Grasp back. Invincible is going back forward. Qingtian onto the back line. Big counter strike. Invincible blasted over the wall. It's chaos. Baruki has found the backline. Show has Invincible. Who's gonna carry her? And it's looking like Invincible can do it. He's taking him out. Invincible. He's just that.
Each one has to use the repel. He's going to be caught. No flash this time around. Low on HP and should be taken down by Dove. Hoyan cannot protect his jungler this time around. We need some of those miracle shock blasts to come on out. While SKM closes the gap. Triple stun on the Aurelia. The resets come through in the Blade Surge. As Yucal forced away. Double for You Should Know Me. And Dove isn't done just yet. He wants Yucal as well. The Emperor's Divide stops the Jace getting his damage out.
Versus 3 to deal with. He hasn't realized it just yet as he goes in onto Cube. Hextech Ultimatum will keep him in the play. Is the healing there? The ultimate guillotine comes into play. Qingtian! TS3! 3 big one!
It is a win, but it's not going to be something like JDG that they can snowball into anything much more.
dash comes on through as well as Ruler is actually going to die for this one, but Charlotte out there to body block. It doesn't matter. The damage is insane. This is a 2v4. Ruler is on another level as he burns through that bomb straw going down. Jumps over the wall for the triple. And here's Ganami to finish the play. Ruler is insane.
Gonna get this party started. Oh yeah. The week is done. We've been stepping out. Gonna get this party started. Only just begun. Baby, there's no doubt. See you at the after party. Gonna get dressed up and act just like the royalty. Let me hear you say, let's get this party started. Turn your beat up now. You know I like the sound. Dance like no one's around. Get this party started. We're going underground. Oh yeah, we bring the crowd. We're gonna shut it down. Stars in our eyes, that's how we roll. Ripping up the dance floor, flying high, out of control. And all we want is more. Gonna get dressed up and act just like the royalty. Let me hear you say, let's get this party started. Turn your beat up now. You know I like your sound. Dance like no one's around. Get this party started. We're going underground. Oh yeah, we bring the crowd. We're gonna shut it down. You know I like this sound. Shut it down.
I would fight for the motherland. Be all I could, I would make a stand. I'd walk through the fire till the body falls. Don't fall, I would protect you. All that I've got to do now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. Yeah. You make something worth fighting for, and nobody gets to choose everything. All that I've got, it couldn't be enough. Without your love, and I would protect you. I would do anything now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. Yeah.
目前我们队伍的状态还不是特别的稳定吧。我们现在团队的配合还有运营方面做的有时候还是不太果断吧，需要去进步。对于一个老将来说，更希望是能得到大家的认可，觉得大家这位老人还是可以接着在赛场上接着打，所以说我是更需要迫切的去证明给大家看。小心点吧，同为老将，我可不会心慈手软的。
No mercy indeed. I love that little bit as well. We're saying we need to be more decisive. We need to be able to make decisions a lot more cleanly and cohesively. And that's exactly what happened because RA go in now to the next game 1-0 up. And it was all off the back of our MVP, Cube, who had just a monstrous game on this Renekton. Came ahead in the laning phase and made a count in the team fights.
Now, the fun thing about rare atoms is that normally they're actually quite unstable. That's the reason that they're rare. But they can decay into something that is more stable and more solid. And that is something which Cube has been. He's like a little bit further down the atom chain. And he has really been the rock for this team in terms of great laning phase and great kind of mid to late game impact as well. He's had a very wide champion pool. He's been one of the best Jaxes in the LPL. He's had some great Gwen games. And his Renekton has been absolutely awesome. So Rare Atom, it really does feel like if they're going to have a good game, most of the time you can tell it from the stats which Cube has, and those are good stats.
Yeah, they are exceptional stats to look into it, and just really, again, just kind of creating the advantages that his team was able to kind of go for and really kind of build towards his team. And I personally think that this is why we see so many LPL top laners just prioritize this Renekton regardless of meta, because it can do things like this, regardless if you get a quote-unquote counter pick into it or not. You just don't have the same level of power that you do with this champion.
Yeah, and there have been metas in the past where Renekton didn't have the mobility or the staying power or the tankiness to stay in fights. As you can see from clips like this, we are not currently in one of those metas. Cube does way too much work in this fight, and the ability to have a resetting Ahri, a Vi with a second Q coming up in the fight as well, means that if Cube is taking up space in that front line, there is going to be someone behind him. And those two players on this team, in Luyan and Strife, have done pretty well on that in regards to this as well. And it's not just the Renekton that does that. Like we said, there are other champions like Jax or Gwen that can do similar roles where you kind of just make a mess and disrupt that team fight very, very well. But the fact that Cube can do that so consistently, very important for this team. Like we are saying, this team is not a bad team. Even though they're 2-2 in series score, the 2 losses they had were against really good teams, and they weren't even completely blasted by them either.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's definitely a conversation to be had about where the ceiling is for this Rare Atom lineup, and I do feel like right now, yes, there were 1 or 2 mistakes, potentially, but there were 1 or 2 mistakes in this game, but it did feel like those things they will learn from. Those things they will kind of build from and be able to move forward and create a foundation that is playoff worthy from them. So if they can come out, like we said earlier today, get the 2-0 against AL, bring themselves onto a 3-2 scoreline, which is positive, that's when you're starting to be a bit more positive about this team. That's when you're starting to go, okay, cool, well, let's have a look at their next few games. They got OMG, big game. BLG, big game, but not impossible to win. And WE as well. That's like 3 or 4 games now that you're looking at this kind of going, okay, they can get to the end of the season and still be fairly high up in the standings.
Yeah, and like I said, I think this team is a playoffs caliber team, as long as they don't collapse in some way and they kind of stick to what's been working for them so far. We've got a number of patch changes to go through. It's a heck of a long season. Stuff can very much fall apart. So, as you can see, most teams like to ban away the Jax away from Cube. Like we were saying, Cube is one of the very best Jaxes in the LPL. Showed that up very early into the split, and now doesn't get to play that champion. On the other side, though, really thinking about what first pick priorities would be for anyone's Legend, they didn't really get to play aggressively in that last game. Even though Zhao had a pretty okay game on the Maokai, didn't show in his KDA. He was often getting killed off quite quickly into these fights. I wonder if you have to try getting a little bit more priority in your lanes, a little bit more ability to play through the early game. Maybe a Ryze first pick would work towards that, or you could look towards something like the Varus yourself, the Betty, to control that bot side in a way that the Ashe and the Heimerdinger almost did, but couldn't really leverage. A couple of first picks would tell you very much what you could go towards in that, in terms of like your priority lanes for anyone's Legend.
See what they want to prioritize. I love the fact that they're going, hey, we're going to ban the Draven. Why? Because we feel like if you don't ban the Zeri right now, we're just going to first pick it. So they're going to ban away the Yuumi. Probably a Zeri first pick coming out here for AL. Could be the Varus as well, to be perfectly honest. Actually, I say a lie.
Yes,
it is going to be the Varus. They want to try and confirm that for themselves. Get
So
that
that'll
bot
be a
lane
Vi.
priority.
You're giving up Vi. Question is what you're teaming up with that Vi. Are you going to give up, like, Vi Renekton, Vi Ryze, Vi... Well, I mean, there's a couple of bot lanes you want to pick in as well. Maybe you go towards a bot lane pairing at this point. But I think layout on Vi, that's already kind of terrifying. He's very good at that champion. We saw we could do in that last game as well. It really is what you want to just pair up with that. Most teams will go towards that bot side, but... Okay, change of tag, going towards that Maokai again. This is the second game for Leon on that champion. For me, I find it really strange that they wouldn't go towards what has been a real staple for their team. But hey, maybe they're trying something new.
Trying something new, seeing maybe that Xiao Hao had a little bit too much safety, and I will say the Maokai is still exceptionally powerful. It just is something that it is kind of, if you can have it, you should work with it. As we can see now, maybe they're just trying to say, look, you know what? Let's just swap. You can have what we had, we'll have what you had, and we'll show you that we are just straight up the better team.
Yeah, you know, when you have like an atom and you add or take away bits of neutrons, they're called an isotope, which is technically the same thing, but they're slightly different. We're getting an isotope of rare atom in this game. They're picking up that Jace. It's not what we know from them typically with that Maokai. The Jace is still something which is, it's been played by Strive the one time. I don't think Cube has picked it up just yet, but this could be the game for it because, I mean, we know that Cube has been manhandling opponents, and ZDZ has been struggling with that. It's not going to be the Jace in that top side, though. You assume that's going to be the Renekton towards that top side. Well, anyone's legend, they couldn't deal with it last time. Reason stands that they won't be able to deal with this time either. You're probably going to be eating up a couple of top lane bans as well. You've given up priority bot lanes for these duo solo laners being picked in, but if you ban away what you can potentially survive on that top side, I cannot see ZDZ having a good time.
Yeah, I mean, it just feels like now with the combination you've got available to you, you're just going to be able to kind of totally focus on this top side. Yes, it's an Ashe Varus, exceptionally powerful. You've given a hell of a lot over to AL in terms of the bot side power. But we did see that it didn't really make that much of a difference between Betty and Sword Out. Yes, they got a couple of kills. Yes, they were able to kind of, you know, mitigate a lot of the pressure coming out from Asum and Southwind, but it didn't make that much of a difference. What was the difference maker was the solo lanes from RA. RA were able to have much more of an impact in those big mid-game team fights. They were able to have much more of a priority for themselves, and I feel like that's just kind of RA saying, look, this is how we play our game. Asum, Southwind, you're just going to have to survive because we're going to go forward. We're just saying, look, our top three is how we're going to play this game.
Lots of AD carries being removed from Asum's pool, and this is going to be a little bit different from Asum and Southwind. Now, you can see that Draven ban. That Draven was played against top Esports. It was one of the real few very high volatility bot lanes that we saw kind of being played by this team. They tend to like to go towards something like this, like the Zeri, which means that you're likely to, I think you're likely to see Zeri or Sivir Lulu, something like that, which can fit into their style of kind of saying, look, bot lane's just going to chill, they're going to be there for a while, and they're just going to hit you in the mid game and the late game. Aston and Southwind, very hard to rock. They tend to be able to survive through to that lane very well, through to the mid game. But this is a very... I love that RA have done something a little bit different with the draft. We're so used to seeing Maokai, well, the jungler plus bot lane for teams in this draft right now. Saving your bot lane and your support for later into the draft is not something we see as much, but it means we get to see something a little bit more unique from these teams. Like Ornn, we don't see as much, but ZDZ trying to survive against the Renekton in that top side.
Yes, I will say though as well, Ornn fantastic if you can get him past level 13. You gotta get there though. That's the big caveat with all these different things. You gotta get them to the late game. Lee Sin for Xiao Hao as AL are just pulling out all the stops and saying, look, we just need to try and get comfort for some of our maybe slightly weaker components, and we are going to be able to try and just completely outscale this game. You have the Ryze, you have an Ornn for the extra little bit of scaling as well. You should be able to do a hell of a lot in those team fights should you be able to get rolling.
Yeah, that Lee Sin is literally there to go, oh my word, how are we going to survive past these early lanes? Right, Lee Sin, early game powerhouse, that's how we're going to live through this. Of course, the buffs to Lee Sin haven't come through yet. We saw Knight play at mid lane. I expect that we will see it as a flex pick in future patches. Right now, though, Lee Sin still kind of from the jungle being a level 3 to level 6 kind of like real powerhouse around the map. Can bully out the Maokai at some points, but you're really here to try and save your lanes, maybe make an aggressive play of your own, maybe around this bot lane, particularly if that's going to be the point of power for you in the early game, to just try and get through to a point where your Ornn and this Varus Ashe combo can be a threat in team fights.
Can be a threat. We'll see what they're able to kind of go for right now, because it is just one of those games where, hell, you gotta do something. You gotta come out swinging in this game. You've got an exceptionally powerful bot lane, a good early game jungler that can skirmish. I need to see moves from you. I need to see you make something happen with these particular champions. Leave ZDZ on an island. Let him just soak up the pressure. Even if he goes down 50, 60 CS, it doesn't matter. As long as you can get this bot lane going, as long as you can get Betty and Sword out rolling in this game, that's where I feel like that's where your win is going to lie. And for the other side, it's for Adam. Cool, calm, and collected. Just make sure you're getting the resources onto the carries you want. Play towards that top side. Keep the pressure on, because I feel like right now, considering how the first game went, RA are going to be feeling a lot more confident.
And I think they absolutely should do. If you're getting the, I guess, the player diff we had in that first game, I know Legend going to struggle in various aspects. I think that normally, I would say if you're playing around side lanes, something like a Lee Sin, very good in 2v1s, 2v2s, once you open up into that side of the map. We talked about that game 1 being a factor when you had the Vi kind of flying into side lanes. In this game, though, when you're against a Renekton, Cube's Renekton, this Renekton will be able to 1v2 at some point. The Jace as well, also very scary in a side lane setting, so AL probably not looking towards that. And of course, they have a team fighting comp, but sometimes you have to make plays on a side lane to set up for those team fights later on. And even in those team fights, though, you're dealing against Maokai saplings, dealing against Maokai ult, which has been a very strong team fighting ult for the last few patches. You're dealing with a Jace, you're dealing with a Zeri Lulu. AL, as much as I think that they have a strong mid to late game comp, that doesn't mean they instantly win when they get to a point in those later game skirmishes. For me, I feel like they have to start stacking some dragons, play through that bot lane control, and then see if they can force RA into uncomfortable decisions to stop them having clean team fights themselves. Whereas on the side of RA, I mean, like, just you've got a really good comp. This shouldn't be that bad for you. I think that AL going to be pigeonholed into some very difficult points in this game.
Thumbs up on the top side. Both teams look to try and just get an advantage here in the bot lane. Again, something we are expecting to see. The Ashe is just obnoxious with those volleys. Of course, you get the hail of arrows coming down as well, which is going to be pretty damn easy for them to confirm those setups. But looking forward now to see what it's all about, where this early Lee-Sin goes, because the Lee-Sin is only going to be as good as the ganks he pulls off.
Exactly. So, eyes on Xiao Hao. What can you do with this early power? That's going to have to be a big sticking point for AL. Strive not being allowed to walk up to the wave level 1, you can expect that Jace, if he doesn't get a level 1 trade where he gets to actually like hammer form onto you, can find himself falling behind a little bit, but later into the game, of course, Jace very, very strong in these individual matchups. Leon going to be spotted out by a Hawk shot somewhere across the rift. There he is. So he's going across that mid lane. Full information for Xiao Hao to make a play somewhere. And he's spotted on vision as well, so that's not going to be the easiest play for him.
Well, he should be able to get in onto this jungle, but now having that full vision, we might see a rotation come out here from Strive. They now know what he knows that they know that he knows. So, everyone's just kind of musing the priorities right now. I do love what we're seeing here from Ping Z.
Ooh, mid lane dive could be an angle.
Could be an angle. We will see the shock blast coming in. Strive has level 3. Whoa!
Oh, he's tanking.
What is happening right now? That was really disconnected there from AL. It looked like the mid laner decided he was going to go for a gank, but then the jungler had already left.
Oh, but Leon does not have the damage to deal with this.
He does not. He will have the flash to try and get himself away. The blue buff will reset, but that's going to be a successful invade here from Xiao Hao. And at least, look, I'm going to say it always from the start. This is what I wanted to see from Xiao Hao. You're on an aggressive early game jungler. Get in the face of the enemy jungler. Do not let them scale.
Yeah, I think the decision-making is fine. It's just the execution which is off there. We've seen a couple of mid-lane dives come out from, particularly against someone like a Cassidy. Can very much see that. Cassidy going to find out Xiao Hao, poke him out just a little bit, but doesn't have a support in lane to really make the most of this situation. Xiao Hao spotted still. He's actually going to take away most of this bot quadrant, this blue buff steal, and that Gromp. It's not going to be the wolf. Leon manages to at least get a hold of that, but this is again kind of what you need to see from the Lee Sin. If you're not doing this, there is a much larger problem. Kingsley maybe setting up once again to do something mid lane, but it's not like they forced the flash out of Strive. Strive pretty happy with at least how that's gone. Talked about how the Jace can be very strong after the first 2 levels in individual matchups in kind of mid lane. Struggles a bit more than he does in top lane in regards to the very early levels, but as it stands, Strive still doing pretty okay, down a bit CS, but at least holding on to that flash in his life.
Yeah, again, you know, losing that flash there from the Rise was definitely a little bit of a social faux pas, shall we say, as he now
Hang
kind
on,
of...
what do you... Social
I mean,
faux pas.
social faux
It's like,
pas
oh
because...
no, I have used my cutlery wrong. I should have used my soup spoon instead of my
Exactly!
dessert spoon.
You shouldn't have used your flash when the jungler wasn't coming in.
The
That's just a
etiquette of
social
League of
faux
Legends.
pas.
It's like when it's like when you're in Earth, in at least in Europe, when in Earth, when you take that cannon, everyone level 1 goes towards top lane. Apparently in Korea, it's all going towards bot lane. I'm not sure what it is in China, but having to study up on Earth etiquette is not necessarily what I expected to be doing with my time as a gamer, but here we are.
There you go. Social faux pas. You know, it exists in all facets of life.
What would... Have you made any social league faux pas recently? Anything that comes to mind? I really wanted to dig into this topic. I feel it's really interested me right now.
I would love to dig in deeper, but Leyen is going to spot out Xiaohao on this dragon. And an early dragon take is great, but it is difficult to do by yourself. You got to be very aware, very careful about what you're going to do. But with the mid lane push and the bot lane push, it does look like AL should get themselves that dragon.
The most classic of League of Legends faux pas. Trying to make a play when you don't have any of that
there
old
you go.
priority.
You're getting it.
There you go. Get into it. Yeah, Sun to relate these things. But Fingsy, Sword Art and Betty helping out Xiaohao get onto the map. So, early dragon stacking, that's something that we put on the shopping list for anyone's legend to get ahead of the game. Xiaohao at least can take away that blast cone to keep his bot lane a little safer in case Lian looked to use that as a pathing assist towards this bot lane. And this bot lane, we've kind of talked about this for Gassim and Southwind as well. It's kind of what we've come to expect for them. Holding on to the laning phase and just eventually getting to the point where they can team fight. So for now, they're sitting there and trying to survive, get to the point where they can really team fight later. This is not their fun part of the game. This is not their happiness.
This is not the Zeri gets a pentakill like she does in every other league, every other day moment of the game. That comes in about 20 minutes or so.
We only had the one pentakill. We've had the ruler one. Did we have another pentakill yet?
No, we didn't, but I believe Gumayushi had one. I believe Berserker had one last night in LCS. So it's a lot more common than not, despite the nerfs coming out to Zeri in most of the patches. I believe she needs a couple more.
The only champion I can think who got loads more was Samira on release, because Collector was super broken on that patch, and it had like super high execute, super high stats. So Samira would just fly in, reset, and everyone get pentakills. That was a pretty crazy time, but yeah. Zeri, we'll have to see if they can get themselves some multi-kills later into the game. For now, though, we're still in that stage of the game where Rare Adam are responding to plays. They have the Maokai side of the jungle matchup. That's what we've come to expect from Maokai. You're responding to plays up until you get your ultimate, which is coming up soon. Which will be, of course, very important to track for this Herald. With the camp steals, though, coming across from Xiaohao. Need to see, very importantly, whether Lian will actually get level 6 off of these last couple of camps. I have to assume that he will do. He's got a couple of camps to go through, which means that at least Rare Atom will have the ability to at least look towards that Herald if they should wish to. Maokai, Renekton very strong in that top side and around this point in time. Yeah, the level 6 has been hit by the Maokai, so just watch out to see if anyone's legend do approach that objective, because Rare Atom should actually be in a position to fight around that for a little while, but that timestamp's been hit. And Anyo's Legend would rather go towards this bot side. They have themselves that Realm Warp heading over this wall.
Yeah, they're going to go for it. Fingsy will get himself over the wall, but flash forward. Asum doesn't have to use his flash because he has the cleanse. That's 4 people being committed towards this bot side. It is going to still be pressure towards AL. Flash actually burned by Betty as well. He tried to get the flash.
Yes, flash still.
Asum, why would you walk forward onto that? They were just there. They will get the kill. That is just a really bad mistake from Rare Adam's bot lane.
That is a huge oversave. Very greedy. Just lose the wave. That's all you have to do. Just leave the wave. Strive wasn't roaming. Lian has already been seen on the Herald. You know he's not coming. You don't have a teleport from the Renekton. You have nothing to play with. All you are saying is, huh, I hope they've left. Surely they won't stick around. but they have.
4 seconds
that is-
longer.
Wow, that's such an inconvenience right there for Xiao Hao. It's taking a little longer. Gets the first kill on the board for the Lee Sin. So you do get that Herald into mid lane. You get some gold up to Strive. Strive gets some plates as well. It is still gold over to solo laner of Rerasim, and Cube still doing fine in this top as well. But for a team that really wants to survive through to the point where Asim and Southwind can start impacting these team fights, that's a social faux pas, Sheen.
Absolutely. The theme of the day is social faux pas in League of Legends. But yeah, honestly, that, like, again, this is kind of similar to game number 1, where it was just AL very good at capitalizing on just very poor mistakes coming out from the side of RA. And for RA, like, yes, you do have priority in your top side. We haven't really seen them be able to kind of really leverage that. The Ornn is a really nice pickup, I feel, for ZDZ, just because it can just soak up so much of that pressure just on his own. And
Which
Xiao
is
Hao
needed.
has been, yeah, absolutely. And Xiao Hao has been aggressive and very proactive on this Lee Sin early. So far, all the boxes have been ticked for AL in terms of what they wanted to do with this comp for the first, 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah, I do think, again, it's worth putting it into perspective. Kind of need to do this when you go to Lee Sin, particularly when you have very high value kind of mid to late game champions in pretty much every role on Rerasim. Not that you don't have your own tools to fight with, but still. The Lee Sin can help you get to a point to set some of these lanes behind and allow your Ryze and the Varus the ability to kind of get through early game to a point where they can just be really oppressive in mid lane. Leon, this is one of the reasons I was like, why don't you just pick up the Vi? Why don't you go back towards that pick? It's been so successful for you. Rerasim, they're not on the front foot with Leon kind of being an initiator for his team. Of course, that ultimate can be fairly big in those team fights on the aggressive front. It's more of a disengage ult, though, for games like this when you're playing around protecting your backline of a Jason and Zeri, but Leon, not really having the impact we know this player can absolutely do, partly because of the draft.
Partly because of the draft. Leon and Southwind, though. Southwind just get clipped there by the arrow, and he is dead. Again and again, we're just seeing very odd decision-making coming out from RA, really not respecting the boundaries of what they're playing into, and fair enough to AL, they're punishing fantastically.
Yeah, fair play to AL. They're kind of just they're taking what's given to them. They're making the aggressive plays, Xiao Hao and the Lee Sin, managing to make something work, very importantly so. And this is before someone like Cube comes into the play. Cube isn't being able, the MVP from game 1, this Renekton that is so powerful, hasn't been able to impact this game so far. And Rerasim, I mean, they use a Malachal in that situation, they don't have it for those team fights, and they're getting to the point where they're getting a little bit worried about this Dragon stacking. It is the Chemtech Soul. When you have something like an Ornn, actually that Chemtech Soul can be quite important because he does spend a fair amount of time below half HP in team fights. It means that he'll have a fair amount of value. You have a lot of champions which can sit around, particularly on that top side, around that lower than half HP and deal out damage, keep themselves in the fight, which is what, of course, the Chemtech Soul kind of lends itself towards. And Rerasim, if they're not careful, they make a couple more mistakes, and this game quietly slips away from them, actually. This has not been particularly clean for them. They need to find something of a way to kind of establish themselves a part of the map to play around. The Renekton is fine playing in a 1v1, but he's not breaking turret plates. He's not really doing much for himself. Maybe you're waiting for a second Herald spawn in 2 minutes. Maybe that could be something you play around, but Rerasim, I'm not really sure what they're going towards right now.
Well, Run of Ages has been picked up here by Ping Z, so he's going to be stacking that one up. Should have it before 23 minutes. It's going to be even more pressure, more advantage, shall we say, for AL. And for RA, and like you said, it's just not really coming together as probably as cleanly as they would have liked, or as, I suppose, just as well as they probably would have hoped for, because it just straight up feels like a little bit of disrespect coming out from them, as we do see the Umbral Glaive now being picked up, so you're going to have vision control pretty much wherever they want to go. We are going to see a full engage here onto Betty, because they have the cleanse, but a really nice arrow does stop anything else from going on here. Xiao Hao gets caught up. Swordart, you're not going to be caught by that one just yet.
Ryze.
Rage pick as Leyen is now in a bit of no man's land. He's going to try and flash away. He does have an extended blast cone to keep him relatively safe. Xiao Hao going to use that one to his advantage. They're going to try and fight this one off, but the Q has landed. So again, RA going for something, overextending after the play, and just kind of getting punished.
Like, okay, I get that you need to make a play somewhere, but again, you don't have the buy. You don't have that same ability to just like lock someone down with this early burst. The Maokai has gone for the Night Harvester, has a decent amount of damage. I guess it does have a decent amount of that burst, but you can see that it's much harder to coordinate these plays with the very slow ultimate. Asum does a pretty good job of jumping forward, understanding that if they get caught on turret, things get pretty difficult. And someone like the Varus can't run away from the Zeri who's ulting at them. Clutch arrow from Sword Art makes things difficult, but Rare Asum, they make one of those mistakes which we say are kind of in limited number now that they're allowed to. You make another couple of those in the game, it's very, very difficult for them. It's not easy already, and this second Herald, which we were talking about potentially being an object of concern, is not something that Rare Asum can now fight around anyone's legend. They managed to absorb the first real aggressive play from Rare Asum in this game. They get themselves a second Herald, and credit to Xiaohao making the Lee Sin work out. It's not a pick that we see nearly as much nowadays, but definitely getting value out of this pick in a game, which was looking fairly difficult for them, especially after the real destruction of game 1.
Yeah, Lian trying to see if he can walk forward into this mid lane. Not going to be happening though, as I said. The lane has been picked up here by Sword Art, so he has plenty of wave clear, or some ward clearing power. As they now get Shelly down to mid lane, that tower is pretty much guaranteed to fall. The ult is just to keep the tower alive, I guess. Sword Art does get caught out a little bit. They're trying to really hard force onto this. The chain of corruption stops everybody. The Ornhorn cube has to flash away, but he can't survive. I just don't know what you're trying to go for here. All right, they're panicking, and they're looking down the barrel of what could nearly be a perfect game because AL are scaling.
This is not what your comp is meant to do. First game of the split, first game of the season was versus LGD, and they were locked out. 0 kills in that game. They got completely monstered by a Skarner pick of all things, and Lian played as Diego and was found very much wanting in that game. And this game, it feels a little similar, actually. It's been a couple of games, a couple of series at this point, but I don't think they understand what they're doing with this composition. This is different from what we normally know from them. They're not playing Divide, they're not playing... Okay, I believe that's a big bad flag. I think that one just flew up into the horizon. But it doesn't even matter. The fact that you can miss the Ash ult and still get away with this play is deeply concerning for Rare Asum. That is... I don't know what else to say. You just shouldn't be making aggressive plays like that if you're not able to set up for that Maokai ult. It has to come in from a much better angle, or it needs to be much closer, or you need to have something else linking into it, which your team doesn't have. Rare Asum just shouldn't be going for that kind of play.
No, and now they're 5,000 gold in the hole. They're going to be looking down the barrel for soul points. That is just not what you need to be seeing. And again, we talked about, yes, it wasn't a perfect game 1, but it was good from RA. They kept with the vibe. They knew how to engage. They were just feeling confident this time around. I feel like they just kind of kept some elements of the game 1 confident, traded it with other elements. And again, the big thing I'm looking at right now is that you're engaged. You don't really have a huge amount of it. The Maokai ultimate is a secondary engage. It is fine to follow up on something, but it's not going to be working out for you if you're just trying to use it as a full-on initiator. So Strive in a bit of a bad situation and trying to quick arrow goes in. We are going to see him now just getting kicked back and losing Prison up, and KZ gets himself a kill. Good damage there from Night Harvester on the ultimate on Lian, but it does not matter. And this is honestly, it's just so weird to look at and to watch, because it is just one of those moments where you're like, where did this team go from game 1 and 2? What happened in game 1 and 2, or between it, that traded this such a change of pace?
Yeah, I get that it's best of 3. I get that first game was a big kind of point of power for these for this team, Rare Asum, where they could kind of legislate, look, this is completely, everything is normal, everything is completely as we kind of come to expect it. Maybe we try something different. Maybe that's what they're thinking. But if this is the Super Blast gun, so funny, man. But like, if they're trying something different, this just goes to show me once more, one of the things which I hated that they did against top esports, where they went away from what they have been successful with. You know what you're good at, Rare Asum, and I understand experimenting a little bit, but maybe don't do that for game 3, because if this is going to be the way that you play, I'm expecting you game 3 at this point.
I mean, yeah, I think it's totally fair. This Renekton is effectively useless at this point in the game, to be totally honest. Went for the Black Cleaver first for the laning phase, but Black Cleaver will only mitigate so much armor onto this Ornn that is stacking armor at this point in the game. You've got no real pressure into this Rise. Xiaohao and Shortar are linking up exceptionally well. They've got perfectly good vision all around this Baron pit. Yeah, I mean, what is Stripe supposed to do here? He can't walk up. That tower's as good as dead.
Very difficult situation for Raratum. Arrow flies out, swing and a miss. Not going to be coming through there, but the fact that Raratum is so far behind means that they actually don't have themselves in the Chaos yet onto Southwind. That means that the Varus and the Ashen have much higher value. The fact that Cube is not insanely far ahead means that the side lane play that we alluded to is going to be a little bit harder. Aston taking matters into his own hand though. Zeri's going.
Zeri is going. They're going to try and use that as their initiator. They're using that as their team fight tool. The barrier's not going to be enough to save the Ashe. 2 kills. They did lose top turret, but now they might turn and Baron. This is off spawn. This is it. This is literally the game. They can't wait any longer.
They can't wait any longer. And they might not. They might be lacking engagement, but Aston takes things into his own hands, dashes over the wall. Xiaohao's still around, but in a 3v5, what can Aeros Legend do?
Can they do indeed? Xiaohao going for the long flank, but now he's completely separated away from his team. Cube is fairly low. The Baron resetting, and these health bars, or assuming these death timers are coming back up. The Realm Orb does get used. The Baron does not get taken. Alright, get a couple on the board, but it's not going to be enough. They needed a little bit more there. And I feel like it's going to be hurting them a little bit more as we go on to this next dragon in a minute.
Yeah, okay. This is a creative engage. I like this. Asum just says, alright, got the wall ride. Let's see what we can do with this. Capture the Rise and the Varus outside of this fight. Betty not able to impact me. Misses that also on the backside. This is about as good as it gets from Raratum. You have the follow-up of the Magi after things have started. It's a bit of an unorthodox engage, but Leon's already died in his own jungle, so he's taking that one. And this is why we're saying, actually, it's not enough just to take those picks. You needed to get this Baron. You needed to stay on it. Maybe flip it a little harder, because now you're sat down at, you're staring down at AL getting the Baron themselves. No contest over this one. Your jungle's already dead. This is going to go straight into the dragon after this point, spawning in 40 seconds. This game is looking very, very dire. This game is as good as done.
Yeah, I mean, it is a little small thing that I don't like to do, of calling it before it happens. And yes, there is a world where, you know, the crazy and unexpected can happen, but it's just not very likely. These are professional players who play the percentages.
Yeah, I understand not calling it very often, because then that takes away the value of when a game is very done and something comes back. This is the kind of game where you don't expect Raratum to really come back into this point. As you were saying, Renekton lost a lot of value, going to struggle to get onto targets which they want to. Raratum, they are dealing with multiple objectives being thrown up against them. You're looking at probably an Elder Dragon steal, if anything, to get them back into this game. I don't know whether they're going to be in a position to even contest that at that point. They're already behind, what, 7,000 gold at this point. They're staring down a soul, even though it is the Chemtech, which is the weakest of them, in many people's eyes, mine included. That is why we call these games done, because if it does end up coming back, that gives you a great scale for how this game should have happened. This is not supposed to be won by Raratum.
I mean, look, Southwind hasn't got an item yet. Southwind is still sitting on component versus an Umbral Glaive and an Imperial Mandate, so even in the support matchup, you're just not going to be finding much else from it. So Chemsoul confirmed, you're trading a tier 2 for a tier 1. It just feels like RA just forgot who they were and how they played the game, and now they're just being punished for it. We will see the ultimate come out.
Do you think between this game and the next one, if it comes around, we need to have like that Mufasa in the clouds kind of Lion King vibe of remember who you are, Rare Ass.
Honestly,
try and get them to draft Vi. You see like Vi's power gauntlet in the sky, and Leon's like, wait, I know that champion. I can play that champion. Ditches the tree and goes back to that one. Anyway, some more soul searching to be had at some point, but that's what I'm really hoping to happen between maybe this game and the next one. Arrow lands. That is a disgusting amount of damage.
Yeah, but the game's pretty much done at this point. The Lulu has nothing. The flash forward there for Pingsy, gonna try and secure the kill onto Strive. Leanne goes down, but Cube staying alive. Zeri is next to follow. It is a 4-for-1. 1v1, and it's 1v4 now for Rare Adams Cube. This is just, honestly, just such a strange game too. Fantastic from AL. Do not want to take this away from them. They drafted good lane phases. I like the Lee Sin. Xiaohao was very aggressive on it. But this just feels like such a weird game for RA to bring into game number 2.
Yeah, all that the light touches is your base. Why can't I see anything? You don't have a base anymore. Nexus going down. Teleport back to the base of the Cube, but he is just... That's a delivery meal. That's your Uber Eats going straight back into the pockets of AL. It is not a perfect game. There were kills, there were towers, but it is still a pretty crushing loss.
Yeah, that was honestly just fantastic from AL because, you know, fair enough, they weren't making a huge amount of noise in game number 1. Game number 2, they picked the Lee Sin. We wanted to see early skirmishes. It's exactly what we got from Xiaohao. And not only that, but the opportunities that RA effectively laid up in front of them for no real reason. Say, look, here's a free kill, here's a double kill, here's a tower, here's a dragon. They just took and said, thank you so much, you're so generous, because it just felt like AL just basically accepted everything with gracious arms because RA were just willing to give it to them.
Yeah. It did feel like RA, they played away from the comfort style. Don't think we can... We came out of game 1 just saying, look, we know what RA are good at, what more can we say? They didn't do that in game 2. Hence lies the issue. I don't want... maybe RA are going through this kind of process themselves where they're thinking, actually, we have a style that we're very good at. We need to start discovering some other styles just in case in further series into the future, and particularly against a team like this, where they're kind of going like, you know, Anyone's Legend is 0-5. This is a good opportunity for us to try out some new stuff. The fact that they can't make this work against AL is equally concerning, though, because if you are pigeonholed into one style in best-of-3 leagues, when you're against teams which are very good at drafting around whatever intricacies that you pull at them, that is maybe something to put a pin in for future series and future games. Despite us knowing that this team can be very good on their preferred champions, if they can't do anything else, even against a bottom-of-the-table team, that's a worrying sign for them.
Yeah, it really, really is. And honestly, you know, you play a style and you think of some of the best LPL teams in the history of LPL, and that they've always been good at, you know, like back in Xiaohu RNG and stuff like that, that they've been good at one particular thing. And they always put it, even back in the Uzi days for RNG, where it's kind of like, you know they're going to funnel gold into him. You know they're going to give him all the resources.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter if you know. Yeah, try and stop him because no one else has figured it out right now. But it feels like RA are trying to go for something. And again, like I feel like if you have the Vi here, you go with maybe the Ari again. I have no problem with this. I think that the Renekton is fine into ZDZ, but we just saw no pressure whatsoever from Leyen towards that top side. We didn't see a single gank into ZDZ, and we saw how powerful it was in game 1. Why not go back to that in game 2? It feels very disconnected.
Yeah. No, the way that I refer to the top LPL teams is the Elite Four, kind of the Pokemon vibes. It's like we are all playing towards this one Pokemon type, this one type of playing League of Legends. We're really good at this one style. RA have a style that they're good at, and yeah, maybe there are some worries about, okay, what happens if you only play that style and you come up against a really good team that just knows how to counter you? That's kind of, you know, tough luck at that point. This is one game in a best-of-3, but for game 3, you have to go back to what has worked for you. Just close out this series. AL, I think this game 2, much better look from them. Xiaohao, maybe he does need to be on something a little bit earlier game as well. The Makai for him didn't really work out. I wonder if it's a bit of a bait pick for both of these teams if they need their junglers to be on the front foot and kind of making things work for them. Game 3, I have to expect a lot more from RA, though, because AL just toyed with them in that game.
Yeah, and it does feel like kind of a more overarching storyline in terms of the meta and stuff like that, with a lot of supports going Enchanter and AD carries effectively. You need to have some kind of engage. It falls to your jungler, but we'll have to wait and see what RA change, if anything, or if AL can continue the comeback. We're going to send it to a quick break, and when we return, game number 3 will be happening very shortly.
The LPL are kings again.
When they told me this week was Weibo Gaming versus JDG, I just thought to myself, damn, where do I even begin? If I start at the mid lane, I'm ignoring the top lane matchup at the Sentry, right? If I go to the jungle, bot lane will get 3 pentakills before I get a word out. Don't you just love the LPL?
It's the nullifying lane, and oh, it's more than a nullifying lane! It's more than that!
6-9! It's insane, and it feels a little bit top esports right here from the side of JDG as they are dominating the early game. Chuo gets annihilated, Ruler in a 2v1 under the tower, and he might just to win it as well. Ace in the hole comes out, but it's just not enough. Shadowbound falls. Ruler is a monster.
It's a win, but it's not going to be something like JDG that they can snowball into anything much more.
That's cleansed out. The flash comes on through as well as Ruler is actually going to die for this one. But Shadowbound there to body block. It doesn't matter. The damage is insane. This is a 2v4. Ruler is on another level as he burns through that bomb swarm going down. Jumps over the wall for the triple. And here's Ganami to finish the play.
I like how
Spins just waiting for cooldowns. He goes back in. Here we go. Ult comes out from the Shy as well. Bin just disengages, but Ghost comes out. The Shy's not done with Bin just yet. The flash into the brush, trying to find the Qs. The Shy waiting for cooldowns here. The knockback comes through! And the Shy with yet another solo kill. Destructible, even after his ult. Like, his tanky stats are going to be insane. Yagao turns gold, keeps himself alive here. Shun flashing out the backside. And the final chapter actually going the wrong way from on there. As Carson dodging from the laser. Bin in the meantime is being 1v1 by the Shy, who's pulling the whole squad of BLG over to this side of the map. He finds a solo kill. He brings the entire enemy team over while his team does Baron, and they can't even get onto him. Exit. And wow, what a pickup. Oh my god, the damage out from Light. That is disgusting. 3 on the board already, and looking for more. The Shy ruins the Penta.
369 versus the Shy. Xiaohu versus Knight. And Ruler versus Light. Oh look, that last part rhymed. Anyways, look out for a banger this Friday night.
Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as the wild birds sing. You can hear hunger crying out, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's like. Make a move, do what we do. As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all
在跟 RA 对线下路的时候，他们组合比较多嘛，因为他们有很多暴力的组合，就我们如果他们选的这些英雄，我们想办法化解的话，会对我们整体很好。就现在队伍需要解决的东西是蛮多的，然后就可能我们的方向要再更明确一点。
Deal with the aggressive bot lanes and pinpoint your own weaknesses. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are coming into our third game of our first series. It is one apiece between RA and Anyone's Legend, as RA took a very good game one. AL came back with a lot more of a decisive composition, a lot more safer, a bit more front to back, and it was Xiaohao on the Lee Sin early game that gains himself an MVP in the win for AL.
That he does. And, I mean, anything that RA threw at him, he was ready for. Took a load of kills on that Lee Sin, invaded very early, even though the invade was a little misexecuted because of the flash under turret from the Rise. Not really working out, but hey, you know, we take these still, managed to get Lian behind, took a load of camps away, and then just snowballed that into a lot of big fights around the map. And RA really disrespected Xiaohao, particularly their bot lane, were under turret at multiple points and just thought, oh, we can grab that wave. No, they couldn't. They absolutely couldn't, and this is kind of what happened, right? Xiaohao gets straight into their lane, and at that point, the Zeri was behind them. With a composition like RA's, they were trying to get to the point where in mid and late game, they could maybe fight around that Zeri Lulu. They just never had that chance.
No, they never really did, and it just felt like one mistake after another, and at 18 minutes, you're looking down the barrel of a soul point, regardless if it's Chem Soul or not. Even just the individual Drakes giving you those extra stats are worth about 800 or so gold. So it's just, you're even further behind than you probably even see you are. And now for AL, they got to try and keep that momentum. I would love to see either the Vi or the Lee Sin picked in again, something that's a hard engage. And we touched on it very briefly just before we went to the break, is that with this meta now having, you know, Heimer, Lulu, the Ashe obviously at support, Jhin sometimes as well, there's very little engage coming from the support lane. So what used to be very much the Leona, the Nauluses, the Alistairs, your hard engage, you are now defaulting that to someone else. It has to be the jungler, it has to be the top laner, it has to be somewhere that isn't that bot lane. So when we see things like the Maokai, my instinct immediately in this pick and ban is to go, well, where's your engage coming from? Because the Maokai is just not going to cut it.
Yeah, and even if it's not like huge team fight engage, it has to be something to pin someone in place for that Maokai ult to hit. When you have something like, I mean, both these players play Fiora in the top laner to a certain extent. Cube hasn't played at this split, but, you know, he can definitely pull that one out. But even when you have something like a Camille or a Jax or a Renekton, it's a little bit of something, but Cube didn't even get involved in that game. It did feel like the little bits of CC that Raritan did have to twin up with that Maokai just never really got coordinated, and it just makes it so much easier to go towards something like that Vi that we've been talking about so much. When it came round to that last draft, we're looking at like the first couple of picks coming in from Air it's like, oh, this is just Vi plus the bot laner, right? That's what they're going to go towards. They went towards that Maokai, they went towards something a little bit different, and it just really didn't work out for them. Would very much like to see them return to comfort to close out this series, whereas AL, I think they found a little bit of something working for themselves. Let's go for a little bit more early aggression from that jungle. Get that Lee Sin out. Go for some strong lanes. See if you can force RA to make some mistakes to snowball the game away from them.
We'll see now. We're going to jump into draft and see where they want to go for it. RA back on the blue, similar to game number 1. We'll see if that Varus becomes that first pick priority once again.
Potentially could be. Obviously that allowed Anyone's Legend to play around that bot lane a lot more, get that early lane control and force that Zeri Lulu under turret. Stuff like the Rise, also very important too. So you've got Rise, Maokai, Vi, we're talking about Maokai maybe being a bait pick. It still might get picked up anyway. It's just whether these teams are kind of aware of their own failings in terms of what we have seen from them on the Rift. Varus, Rise, I'd expect one of those two to come out. Maybe a chance of a Vi being first picked as well.
Still going to be that Varus. Still feel like that's the most powerful of the bot laners available to you, with the Yuumi and the Lucian banned away. The Sejuani being banned with the Elise means that junglers, as you mentioned, going to be very high priority as well. So AL immediately go for the Ashe and the Rise. And honestly, PingZ had a great time in that Rise on the mid lane. So saying, look, we don't care what you really pick into this. I will say you do have things like the Silas that can do very effectively into it. We'll see if Strive wants to go back towards the... Yep, the Azir as well.
Yeah, you got a couple of things to go towards this, right? Okay, right, that's the Vi. You can go towards a lot of different stuff with this now. I'm trying to... This was banned a couple of times, actually. This has been banned in the first couple of times in this series. Strive's played 2 games on this so far. I believe there's one win and 1 loss on that. Would have been an answer into that Ryze, who kind of pushes into the Kassadin, but the Kassadin just says, okay, I get access to my minions now. That's okay. Definitely an answer, definitely an option for this. Not choosing to lock that in right now, though. The Vi going to be locked in against alongside a very stable bot side. Southwind been playing an awful lot of the Karma. And what we won't see this game now, probably, is RA being pinned under turret with no outplay tools for themselves, like that Zeri Lulu struggling in that early game. Xiaohao, though, going back towards the early game jungler of that Lee Sin, will have the priority of that Ryze in the mid lane. Almost certainly not many matchups of Ryze gets pushed in. Lee Sin Ryze, very strong mid jungle early 2v2.
And I love the fact that we're seeing Xiaohao go back towards that Lee Sin. It is very much something that he played exceptionally well on in game number 2. It was very strong in those early skirmishes. Can do fairly well into the Vi. It does become more of a skill shot matchup. It depends on who hits what first in that regard. But we'll see now what both teams want to try and prioritize in the next phase of bans. I was going to say that AL probably going to start banning away mid laners, the Kassadin, maybe even the Azir. Things that can get rid of or deal with the Ryze and its heavy priority in that mid lane.
Yeah, I know it's kind of like the cardinal sin to talk about hovers before they're locked in. That Kassadin, though, the reason why I really want to talk about it is because actually it works very well against the Ryze, because yeah, it just allows you to kind of scale up. Ryze can't really threaten you in a lot of ways, so that's a very good ban from AL. They managed to take that away. Question is, what do you think can actually threaten this Ryze's priority in the early lane? We saw Syndra being hovered as well. That's something which Striver's played 2 games of. You already mentioned that Sylas. That's an option. The Azir also in there too. It's going to be the Akali, which would have been, of course, a very dangerous combo between the Vi and the Akali in terms of double diving assassins of the melee variety. Maybe not wanting to give such a volatile mid-jungle 2v2, particularly when you have Lee Sin. Lee Sin very good at those mid-jungle 2v2s as well. Rare Adson, though, choosing to take away some of these bot laners, sort of obviously playing that Ashe in that last game. It is a variable pick, though. Can play that between both roles. So the question is, now you have to blind pick your top laner into Cube, which is a very dangerous prospect, and you still need to finish off this bot lane. I assume that you're going to lock in towards this bot lane in 2v2, because you already see the Varus and the Karma hit. Question is, what do you want to do in regards to going towards your double AD carries, or do you want to pick in something towards your support instead?
Yeah, again, looking towards the bot lane being locked in here, picking your top laner here doesn't really lend yourself too much of a credence in terms of the advantages that red side would have. So they're going to lock in the Sivir. Highly doubt it's a Sivir support, but you know what? This meta's been a bit crazy, so we'll wait and see.
Umbral Glaive, Q-back Sivir support, hell yeah.
Absolutely.
No, I mean, you back to Q normally, but hey, you don't get the
I was going to say, I was like, I'm pretty sure you do that regardless, but you know what? We'll change it up and you max spell shield. Why? Because we don't know. But
just,
we'll see now.
Sustained lane, duh.
You start to actively put yourself in harm's way to try and get the spell shield procs. But
you know, you used to do that with Sivir versus Caitlyn. That was actually something that we
remember. Used to roll over the chaps and stuff. It was great. That's why Sivir was considered a counter into Caitlyn many moons ago. But yeah, again, so going back to see the Renekton here to Cube. Cube has played it now 3 games in a row. See if he does end up having a much better time. And honestly, I would not mind to see CDC go straight back towards that Ornn. I think it would really synergize well with what you've got in terms of the Lee Sin engage. It will do very well. Basically, everything's the same except for the Varus.
You're giving the Sylas your ultimate. That is the reason why I wouldn't pick that. Now, I think that a tank on the top side is pretty good. Maybe something like a Scion could work a little bit better in that option, actually. If you want to go towards a tanky team fighting top laner, you're still filling that role of, like, tanky frontliner, allows you something like this, but you don't give over the Ornn ult. You actually see both
I was right. You were wrong.
No,
I'm the greatest.
Okay, production, can we get this guy? Hey, can we get another play-by-play? That'd be great. But still, it is going to be the unlocked in. But this comes with a warning on it, because you are going to have your ult stolen by that Sylas. It is one of the better ults in the game for Sylas to steal. It's just the ability to be that long-range engage from a distance. But looking into this draft, you do have that Vi for Lian. You do have an awful lot of ability to skirmish around this top side. But for the love of God, Lian, you gotta go towards this top side this time. You gotta make something happen with your solo laners. Make something happen. It's gonna be a little bit difficult with the Ryze and the Lee Sin having power in their own 2v2 early. Ryze pushing in, Lee Sin lots of bursts coming out of it. But that is the name of the game. Snowball through your top side. Look for these skirmishes, particularly that first Dragon and the first Herald. Look to see which objectives these teams look to angle towards first.
And again, it's all about, you know, where this early game goes. I want to see what Xiaohao can do now against Lian, who is on a little bit more of a heavy skirmisher. Someone who can prioritize and take priority away from you in this jungle. Q back into the Renekton matchup against the Ornn. Didn't really do a lot. I don't think he did badly in any sense of the word, but again, no real priority given by Rare Adam towards that top side, which has been their win conditions in the games and series that they've won. So very curious to see how Rare Adam coming into this game number 3. And if AL, I mean, they've just kind of slightly augmented. Actually, the only thing they've changed was the Varus instead of the Sivir instead of the Varus. So they're very happy with how game number 2 went and said, look, if we just keep with this very stock standard front-to-back team fight, we can get this going. Yes, the Silas will become a nuisance, but play around those Soul ultimates, play around those hijacks, and you have yourself a much stronger team fight in a lot of senses of this game. So AL looking to try and cement themselves with their first W of the year in terms of series, but RA really want to be making this a 2-1, really want to be getting themselves up into that upper echelon of the playoff standing, especially this early on in the split.
Level 1 stack from AL towards this top side as we hear the JOs ring out across the arena. Silas was actually linked up with their bot lane. Strive, Southwind, Asim getting towards that bot side jungle. So Vision put down on one side of the map, even if that's not matched towards the top side. And very interesting level 1s, actually. You don't often see that kind of the weirdly like half stack, the 3 on one side, 2 on the other. Normally you see either a 5-man fan across the entire map, or of course everyone stacked up in one place. But what this does mean is you're going to have Raptors watered out, you're going to have bot side jungle watered out as well on the side of anyone's Legend. And when you have early game junglers like the Lee Sin, like the Vi that can get into lanes, very important to see where that jungler is headed, see if you can't counter them at all.
Shall wait to see how it all goes. Betty gonna say, all right, Asim, not really a lot for you to do here, my friend. And this is the power of the Ashe support. Even just her passive, the slows. And that's RA's bot lane already losing priority. And when you pick a Varus Karma, not a great start.
That is actually really interesting from AL. Because the Mantra Q from Karma misses level 1, there is a huge amount of damage missing. You also know that if you start W on Sivir, you can get 2 stacks of lethal tempo very, very quickly. Betty and Sword Art do a quick calculation and say, hey, let's start W on the Sivir instead of something like a Q if we want to fight range versus range. We can win this early trade. Both summons taken away from Asim with quick thinking from anyone's Legend spot lane. The old Flash Wolves, Betty and Sword Art, getting something out of this laning phase.
You say you can't teach an old dog new tricks, but...
What about a wolf?
I was going to say... Got some wolves in that bot lane. I always like to talk about the old Flash Wolves duo. And again, KingZ going to have priority in this mid lane with this Rise. You just have that with the spell flux and such. But now Xiaohao teeters his way around that corner. Doesn't get spotted until very much now. Q over the wall by Lian, followed by Xiaohao, but it only lands onto the Krug. So not going to be able to kind of follow up on that particular one. But
they tried it last game. Can they do it this time?
Oh, they're going to go for it. I think at least try and get rid of his flash, but they're going to get him away from the CS instead. So Xiaohao again being aggressive, and I love to see this because it's these little mini metas that we kind of develop when we're on a patch for so long, where it's like, okay, you're going for Maokai's, you're going for Sejuani's or anything like that. We're going to be able to take these away from you because we can go for an early skirmisher. We can go for something that can fight you early on in the jungle, and we are seeing a benefit from it, I really think, from the side of AL.
Yeah, and because of that level 1 trade from Betty and Sword Art, you can see that bot side control has gone over to anyone's Legend. Mid lane already expected that to be pushing in. Stride being denied some minions from under that tower. Xiaohao taking away at least the 1 camp from the enemy jungle. AL getting a decent amount of control in, and yes, he was left alone towards this top side, but the reason that he has to be left alone towards that top side is because Lian has to be on call for this bot side once again. Even in this draft, you would have expected it to be a bit more dominant from Grafton towards their bot side of the map, but that hasn't happened. And that means AL have much more of a foothold in this game than potentially we would have expected.
AL just prioritizing this bot lane as much as they possibly can. I like the Ashe priority they put Sword Art on. He has plenty of games on the champion. Betty, though, with flashing cleanse available, is very much by himself. Leyen would be able to flash Q into him, so it should just be spell shields, and Betty is as cool as you like. Ice in his veins, doesn't lose a single summoner, and keeps himself relatively safe.
AL doing an awful lot better in this early game than we saw in, of course, that game 1. RA returned back to comfort for game 3, but they're not finding the same advantages that they did in their own victory. Looking towards this topside matchup, of course, Cube MVP of game 1. Talked about him being very important to this team, being a good litmus test for how well the team is doing. But despite having a CS lead, hasn't taken any place. Not like he's managed to impact any of the rest of the map this early on. Top lane has very much struggled to do so. Has hit his level 6 mark though, Dominus available. Maybe Leon can make a trip towards this top side, try and get this Renekton to a point where he can actually impact this lane, but very difficult to against ZDZ, who has that teleport, comes back now, has the level 6. I wonder if the window of time to very much exploit that horn is growing shorter.
So far, so good from AL. Pretty quiet, though, in terms of the first blood percentages, but with Dragon spawning, or have spawned, and Rift Herald 2 minutes away, you would imagine we start to see some early rotations coming out from both these sides. You will still only have a Sivir on the bot side, but I don't think the Sivir is the big one. I think the big one is, in fact, this Karma heal by Sword Art to try and get onto Assum, I guess, but doesn't feel that worth. I feel like that one was just a missed opportunity. You go off, you kind of go, cool, we're not going to get anything else from it, and we back away.
That is a brief window of time where Assum still has no flash. You have the, of course, the move speed from the heal, maybe trying to get those autos tagged into the slow, but calculation's wrong. Don't really manage to get on top of it. Now you're without that summoner for a potential dragon fight. Betty put out one side, Leon looking in. I wonder what's going to come of this. Silas coming down to the play though makes things a little more awkward.
Again, very difficult to make something stick here for the side of AL. RA doing very well comparatively to game number 1 and 2 to stop this early dragon stacking. Leanne need to be a bit more careful though. He will take a fair bit of damage.
You gotta remember. Stolen Ashol, Scribe.
Here we go. Flash is gonna land to CC as he's trying to use the realm up to get himself out. He will not survive, and that's gonna be 2 kills going over to RA. AL thought they had the distance, but the good flash from Southwind secured the kill.
Pingsy just caught out a little too much on the side. Can't join the rest of his team, and really punished for trying to join that fight in the worst kind of angle. And now suddenly, you're looking at what was a decent early game through Xiaohao holding back the mid jungle of Rarata. Bot lane doing its own job. Cube though.
Keep going to this top side. Cube trying to see if he can take down ZDZ. It's a very close fight. The Renekton gets the solo bolo, and Cube will come out on top. This is what we just didn't see in game number 1. I don't know why ZDZ decided to take that 1v1 now.
Yeah.
He knew how this matchup went in game number 2.
My favorite part of that is when Cube said, it's Cubin time, and then cubed all over him. You sliced and diced him into multiple chunks, and that one, I guess, level 6 all in, just not quite there on that calculation. Wasn't quite calculated enough here from Pingsy as well. Seen him be a little bit disconnected from the rest of the team multiple times in this series. Even in that last game, there was that awkward dive under mid lane turret where he thought they were going, wasn't actually going to be the case. And back to this one, go on the top side. I get that all does a lot of damage. Not enough to finish this one off though. Doesn't quite manage to get the kill before Dominus spots. And Cube, credit to him for knowing his damages.
You know what the craziest thing is? It's a little bit of a
non-secular,
but I genuinely thought he said it's Morbin time in that movie. Because the internet convinced me that was actually said. Because I don't really care for Marvel movies or anything like that.
the entire premise of that joke was literally, I can't believe that he said this, and you can't prove me wrong because no one has watched this movie. That was the entire premise of all of those lines. And now it's come full circle in terms of like, wait, hang on, that's not a line in the movie? It's just, how ridiculous can you make this before things go crazy? I love that. The Strive taxi service bringing Southwind back to bot lane. That's great. I like that.
Yeah, it's very nice. You know, be nice to your supports. They do a lot. They ward a lot. But yeah, I like how it also forced the publishers to think they could re-release that movie into cinemas because they thought it would be a massive success. But
yes.
neither here nor there. And you know who might not here or there in the next moment might be this mid lane as both junglers. Oh, that was clean from Xiao Hao. He completely takes assessment of the situation and just perfectly executes.
MVP of Game 2 wants his first series win. Xiao Hao on the Lee Sin. Been a real revelation for his team in this series so far. And even though Strive and Lian did a really good job around that bot side fight and making things start off in the favor of Rare Atom, cannot achieve the same in that mid-jungle 2v2. Going back to the replay, where are we going to start? We'll start right back in this mid lane. So, clears through the wave, goes forward with the Absconder Duct. If you have the Lee Sin ult to steal yourself in this fight, maybe this gets a little bit closer. Xiao Hao kicks, uses the kick flash to make sure that he doesn't stay under tower. That would have been the real danger point. Xiao Hao commits the flash, but gets a good reward for it.
And this is what I love about junglers, man. We've kind of, it's mad how we've adapted as players and such. It's kind of like, you know, the longer a game is played in any sense of a traditional or video, you just have to get better because there's more available to you. There's more, you know, footage to kind of say things. Remember when people learn, but you remember the Lee Sin insect kick was like the greatest thing of all time?
Yeah,
and now it is standard. It is standard for a Lee Sin, any jungler who plays Lee Sin, to not only play Lee Sin, but to play it to that level. That's how insane that is.
Yeah. Time ticks forward, mechanics creep higher. CDC using the ult wave to clear the wave. Leon is on top side, maybe could have made an angle towards that. Maybe it is actually still an angle to go towards this top side because CDC still does not have his flash, but Leon instead going to find himself his own advantage. Let's take away those Raptors. And, we're looking for the next big play. Herald in the inventory of Leon. Have to see where that one is placed. I'm wondering if it's probably worth going towards Asim in this game. A lot of the time getting gold on towards your AD carry is a big factor, particularly when you're against a frontline tank as well. Someone like this Ornn. AD carries are typically the best placed character to take them down. Extra gold and something like a Varus could very much help towards that end. But AL, they're looking to group towards this mid lane. Dragon up in a minute, looking to push in through mid, then head back down towards that bottom river. Two different objectives to look towards. You've got the Herald ready to be dropped and that Dragon ready to be taken. Those are what we're looking for and how they're used in the next minute or two.
Well, both junglers in the spot side of the jungle. 30 seconds till the dragon spawns. RA got the first. AL would definitely love to get themselves the second. Good vision control for the moment for RA as they've got themselves slightly behind enemy lines. Betty needs to be very aware. I imagine that there is a jungler here, and yes, he had a sixth sense. He had an inkling that someone was lurking in the shadows. He's just going to be able to try and move himself up now and continue to wave clear as best he can. Shelly will get the drop into the bot lane and should just about get her head bopped off, but the dragon now live on the table.
No gold to the Varus, which is a little annoying, but it does go to Lian. Dragon started up, so that is going to be taken. AL, I think they just realized, right, don't really want to walk into something like Strive to teleport towards that bot side. You understand that not really at the point in power yet where you have like 2 to 3 items Sivir who can maybe run through these fights. Not worth walking into a stolen Ashe ult, throwing around that dragon. Of course, they already lost around that first one of the game a little earlier. Ocean Rift, 2 dragons to the side of Rare Atom. Ocean Soul would be a lovely prize in this game. So, watch out for that soul point as it comes in later. Rare Atom managed to recover a little bit from, of course, that disastrous game. I love when Silence is like, well, I gotta do something with this. We're gonna run out soon. He just fires it off to the corner of the map. I love that.
It's a nice little thing to have, but yeah, I'm not quite sure he needed to leave that early. It felt like he could maybe have stopped a little bit of a push here, but was very aware that the mid lane was pushing against them. As AL did get themselves back onto the map. Plate goes over to the bot lane of AL, and there's only about 1,000 gold lead in it. So really, only the real advantage coming out for RA is that dragon stacking they have improved for themselves. But we are starting to see first item completions. You do have the Gore Drinker for Xiao Hao and the Rod of Ages stacking up here for Ping Z. You've got the Kraken Slayer finished up for Betty. These are little things, but this is the start of the end, or the beginning of the end, shall we say, for the side of RA. If they do not start to find some more bigger, more tangible advantages in this game.
Yeah, we can see that Lian went towards the Chainsword first and Cube went towards the Gore Drinker. What that means is actually you don't have a Black Cleaver for your triple AD damage threat. So, look, Vi actually does have some damage. It's worth having a Black Cleaver for their damage too. So I wonder if actually one of Renekton or Vice should have picked that one up first to try and make the most of these first fights. I get that both of those items go into the Chainsaw very good stat sticks in their own right, but could be useful for one of those champions to pick up a Black Cleaver sooner rather than later to aid each other in doing damage to particularly this Ornn, who is emoting under tower because he knows he's doing fine. For a player which has struggled in individual top matchups through both this series and across this year so far as well, that's going to be a problem. Bot lane.
Oh, a nice flash kick does keep Asim away from any kind of relative safety. He's not going to use any of his summoners because he knows that he's dead, right? But in 3 in bot side means that there's 3 free in the mid where Adam gets himself a kill. He may be able to put pressure now onto this Rift Herald because everyone from AL went bot.
Yeah, well, they did commit Luan's flash ult for this. That's a stolen ult.
It is stolen ultimate, and he's going to find himself in a lot of trouble. Flashes away. This is the power of the Rod of Ages. You have so much HP, just stacking and stacking and stacking. I will say he does have the Merc Treads as well, so that just keep him relatively safe in most instances. But good to see the summoners being burned here for our AAL. Still need to find themselves a way back in terms of the objective game because they are slowly falling behind in that regard. And now Strive trying to deal with this Betty free pushing in the bot side.
Yeah, maybe a bit worried about someone coming around the corner though. RA don't have the best bot side vision. They got a little bit. They got one in that that lane rush, but Strive has to let that one go. Replay. So I guess we're going to see what happened around this. I mean, he just gets caught out of it. Doesn't take the trip down with the rest of his team. Fires the ult, says, right, I'm done with that. Doesn't get in the taxi. Is left alone. Whereas he sneaked that one up. So Harold put down into mid lane. Aston might actually get some gold from this one. He didn't get any from the first one. Mid lane tower goes down. That's important. It's actually very important. But Cube, 1v2. Let's see what we can do top side.
Oh, he flashed before the Ornn horn was sounded. He is going to sustain quite a bit with that Gore Drinker. He needs to be so careful to try and not make sure that does not happen again. Shutdown goes over to the Rise, and AL, they're coming into their own right now. They're kind of picking up the gears. You have a Sivir, a Rise, and Ornn. You have extensive late game scaling that is going to start to come to fruition in the next 5-6 minutes.
Yeah, and you're not in a position to 1v2 in that situation. Cube, bit of an awkward flash. Maybe gets out with his life if he doesn't get hit by the Ornn, but of course it's such close range. Difficult to do so. PingZ though, able to pick up a side lane turret, deny a lot of farm in this top lane. At least I think he will be able to on that top side. Probably close to it. And anyone's legend. Actually throwing back some punches. Able to get something out of this early game as it's just starting to end. Got past the second herald now, getting into the mid-game side of things, and that's how Will finally fall on that top side. This Rise, PingZ, the late replacement for Harder in 2023, came in after a couple of series of Harder playing. Doing very well in this game and potentially looking to seal AL their first series win in this do-or-die match in this series, Game 3.
Well, Soul Point going over to RA. No one on the side of AL willing to contest it just yet. They're saying, look, we wait 5 more minutes. PingZ will have full stacks in his Rod of Ages. He'll have his Seraphs. We'll probably have a full first item or full mythic item onto ZDZ. Maybe an item and a half more for Betty. That's kind of the game plan right now for AL. They're looking for one big fight, I would imagine, around this Dragon Soul. And the thing is, if they're able to secure that 4th dragon of the game, that delays the game even further. It just plays into their pocket. So RA, yes, fantastic for them to pick up those first 3 dragons. They need this soul if they want to try and keep in tow with what I imagine AL is looking to do.
Yeah, if they get that soul, particularly the Renekton gets really insufferable. Even someone like you can see that Strive is building towards the Zhonya's. So, in case you don't know, Ocean Soul keeps ticking up and healing you while you are in stasis of the Zhonya's, which is very important for a champion like Silas. He goes in, he heals a bit with the W, uses the breadth of the HP bar, which is, of course, extended by the Rod of Ages. If you have an Ocean Soul ticking while you're in stasis, just makes it that harder to kill you. But you got to get to that point first, and it's 4 minutes away. Getting to second items now. Sivir, Betty's Sivir becoming much more of a threat, and the Ornn reached level 13, getting to the point where you're going to get even more gold value out of the ornaments coming through sooner rather than later.
Look at top lane turret, but already Machine Gun Rise is starting to do Rise wave clear things. Zhonya's Hourglass, not far off for Strife, but hasn't quite been able to finish off that item. We will see the Rod of Ages and Seraph stack coming in here for PingZ. Now there's just a little bit of a lull as we see all teams just trying to corral themselves around this dragon, or excuse me, the Baron pit up by the red buff. But red buff was secured by the smite by Xiao Hao. And again, nothing really too untoward to be talking about. So looking at the way these team fights are going to be setting themselves up, how do you want to see RA fate themselves up? They obviously have a bit of an advantage. They've got a little bit of a gold lead. They have 3 minutes until that soul. How do you want to see them approach that particular objective?
Depends on which ult Strive chooses or can get a hold of before the fight builds up. If you have an Ash Arrow, you're looking for the first target. Look to see if you can catch out someone on the flank. I think a lot of it for RA works from pushing in a side lane, getting a flank, and allowing either Silas or Renekton to get into the backline. If they're stood with their group, the rest of the team, it needs to be very hard to get through, Lee Sin kick, the Ornn. And that's going to be the real tale of it. Can you get past those two beefy frontliners and onto the carries of the Rise, onto the Sivir as well, because those champions will absolutely run amok. Strive just turning around the corner. Ornn ult or Ashe ult with a real big flavor of this match for him. See which one he really wants to go towards. The big team fight engage or the single target. Going towards the single target, that's the Ashe ult.
Ashe ult. Oh, nicely absorbed there by Betty. Really heads up play there, recognizing he is probably the only one who can take the hit and then survive the aftermath. So nothing to be done there. Good hawk shot to spot out absolutely everybody else waiting in the bush as we return. Clean's going to be hit by Assum, who does get out the chain of corruption. Bit of harassment as well. It's all poking and prodding, pushing and pulling. No one fully committing right now, but plenty being burned by both sides.
This is because they can't find RA, haven't found a flank. They haven't found the multiple angle, but they found Betty.
They found Betty, but he had the spell shield back. Leanne waited too long, and now AL can return the favor. It's all on Cube. He gets the Gore Drinker proc, so he's very, very powerful, but a double kill over to the Rise. Ping Z on this Rise is just too much to handle, and AL come out on top 2 for 1.
Huge mechanical misplay by Liad. He tries to smite away the spell shield before the ult lands, but he doesn't get it. He loses that mind game with Betty. Betty gets the spell shield and lives. We talked about how it is all about getting onto the Sivir, getting onto the Rise for Rare Atom. They don't manage it in that fight. They don't find the flank. They misuse that Silas ultimate. And AL, they look at RA, they stare them down and they say, blink first. They do. Look at how this works. Watch when this smite comes through. He times it late. The ult animation has already gone through by Liam before he smites. The smite then ends up going through, but the ultimate doesn't. It means that there's no CC onto that Sivir, and AL, they get to run things back with that Sivir ult running.
Big gold now going over to the Rise, who, as you see, the Rise and Sivir are starting to stack up, starting to do damage. 40 seconds though until that soul point. You've no flashes on really any of your carries here on the side of RA, where the only one you lost on the side of AL was Ping Z, and so he used it aggressively to try and catch out Assum. No cleanse either on Assum, so if he gets caught out by an Ashe Arrow, he's effectively dead at this point in the game, so have to be so wary of his positioning. As we can see now, AL starting to feel confident. Ashe Arrow does miss. They're going to use the Realm Morph to try and get on top of Cube, who has the dominance to pop up, try and keep himself alive with the Gore Drink and the kickback. He's still going strong. He's still keeping himself alive. Just about falls down. Xiao Hao needs to keep himself alive before anything else happens in this game. Strive, very healthy, still able to push back multiple people as Ping Z now in a lot of trouble, trying to use that phase rush to the best of his ability. He goes golden. Xiao Hao gets caught out, and they're going to be able to take out the Ashe, the Rise, and the Lee Sin. They get everybody and everything. RA are able to make it work because AL got separated.
They get separated, and Betty flashes over a wall to kill Cube. As soon as that flash is gone, as soon as Sivir is out of range to do DPS, AL are not the same team composition. The Sivir is so core to everything that they're doing. Swing and a miss from the Ashe ult. Almost a swing and a miss from this Rise ult too, honestly. You're going into melee range of Cube on that Renekton. And despite taking so much damage, does an awful lot of AoE. That's like half the HP bars from mid and jungle from AL right at the start of that fight. Assum not under any threat. Sword Art out of the play. Betty out of the play. Strive more than happy to run them down. And AL very aggressive on the engage. They've given up the Soul. They've given up the Baron. RA, despite that difficult game 2, despite some difficulties in this early game of game 3, are looking to take absolute control of the series.
Yep, they get themselves a soul. They now have the Baron, and I really gotta call out Xiao Hao on that last play. The Lee Sin Dragon's Rage kick, wasn't it. He tried to use it as an execute onto Cube. Cube got the Gore Drinker off, which means he doesn't go low enough. He ends up getting further and further away, and they have to commit more and more to kill him off. It really did feel like you need to be keeping that ultimate not as a killer, but as an initiator, as something to try and get either people in or away from your team. So, little bit of a misplay there from Xiao Hao as the Baron is now secured.
Oh, Leon.
Lian, that's the kind of kick that we need to be seeing. And Lian, kind of living up to his name in Twitch chat, which we shall not name.
That was an awful lot for a red buff. You have used the Ash ult, you have used the Civ ult, the Ornn ult now though, so rare out maybe a stolen Ash ult or the like could make things a little spicy for them, but after such a hard-earned advantage, especially getting that Baron buff, that is a bit of a misuse of it. You now suddenly don't get to group up in the same way to use the most of that buff, and PingZ happy to side lane at this point too.
Happy to go for the side wave, nearly level 16, as is Strive. Cube probably not far off it as well. ZDG starting to put in those ornaments right now. So we get to have that really fun game, a little mini game that I like to have, which is
Do you know the Kraken Slayer one?
I do not know the Kraken Slayer one.
The
I know
Wormfallen
the
Sacrifice. I know that one. Wormfallen Sacrifice.
The Eclipse one is like
Syzygy
or something. Yeah,
Syzygy, yeah. You see,
no, Ziggy.
yeah.
I prefer that one. That's my preferred.
You know what? I'm not opposed to people having fun. You have all the fun you want with that name. That's completely okay.
Well, you know, we'll see.
Do you know what a Syzygy is? It's a special kind of eclipse. It is a special kind of eclipse. I think it's like when the moon is the it's like, I'm trying to remember, it's when like you have the moon, the earth, and then the sun in alliance, like they're in the opposite way. There's something like that. There's a weird thing with it. It's a specific orientation of an eclipse. But AL might get eclipsed in this one. That Rise ult, not going to be pulled in any sense. I don't know why he pulled the Rise ult. Varus ult pulled in return. They're stolen on ult.
Stolen on Orb. Betty actually used his spell shield there to no real avail. They are trying to just defend this tier 2. This will be the first of the tier 2s to really go down, you would imagine. And despite all the huffing and puffing from RA, it's not gone down just yet. They still do have Charles the Cannon minion to try and put in some decent work. Lian goes straight in onto the backside, immediately has to flash away because he recognizes that he's not that tanky. So if he gets caught out, he will just die. Flash was burnt though by PingZ. You can see, despite the Baron buff, it's a difficult slog through the trenches to try and get these towers, to try to get this damage down. The Ash Arrow was stolen and used, but it wasn't going to lead to anything else. So we come back into this game and only one tower taken for all that time, all that resources. It's not that great of a trade, in my opinion, for RA.
Well, a lot of that comes from Lian dying on that red buff for no particularly good reason. It's stalled out the game, which should have been the killer blow, but AL, credit to them, managing to pick off enemy jungle in that jungle on that red buff. Xiao Hao poking his head around as well. This Lee Sin, decent early game impact to win both of the games that we've seen at MVP for that game too, of course, but really going to struggle now to get maximum value. You're probably looking at just kicking Renekton out of a fight, just kicking at very best someone like a Varus into the team, but that would be a very hard goal to do, and you've got to get through the Vi and the Renekton in front of him. AL though, they're still in it, especially as you were saying, the Baron buff not getting the maximum value. Very much CAL grouping up, trying to use their ultimates once again, try and get a cleaner initiation that they managed to in the last 5 or 6 minutes or so. Try and maybe flip around this Elder.
New item. Getting an ornament. The Jack Show. You know what that one is called? Because that's what this one's actually really cool. I actually really like it.
I don't know this one. What is Jack Show Protean evolved into?
Unspoken Parasite.
Oh,
it's kind of cool,
meaty,
right?
I
it's
like
kind
that.
of metal, right?
See, I'm a big fan of like Warhammer Fantasy and 40,000, both of them, and that is just the most grimdark name I can think of, which is a word which is typically
Parasite is so
that is
cool.
just great. That sounds like a Tyrannid horror. I love that.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it really does feel like ZDZ is going to be that unspoken parasite as he just kind of keeps everyone off of his team, and you're going to be kind of stacking up now with a lot of resistances. It's going to be very difficult to take him down later on in these fights. You're now at 3.5 items for your Sivir. You have 3.5 items for your Rise. You are a significant late game. You do have a Rabadon's Death Cap for Strife as he TPs back into the hinge. Xiaohao looking for a move, but they pinged him out because they have a ward on him. Needs to be careful. Oh, they're going to try and jump in now on top of this one here. They're getting a lot of damage on the South Wind and a lot of damage on the Leyen, who doesn't have a flash, remember, because he had to use it, but he got his job done. They killed the Silver. The Silver is dead, and they're going to have to see now Ping Z trying to get out with his ultimate, but it's not going to be enough. Strive and Leyen got their jobs done. They found the AD carry, and that could just be game.
Both these junglers looking for their respective enemy AD carries. Leon finally finds the mark, punished for it earlier. Not going to be to do so at the death of this game, the death of this series. With both carries down for Anyone's Legend, this could very well be the death push of the series.
Absolutely, another solo ultimate. You can see Strife just on this Silas just has so little basic cooldown at all, to be honest with you, with his ultimate. He's able to hijack everything. They are able to kill off most of the waves, so this might not be the game just yet. Xiaohao, one more auto attack would have killed him off. Asum not going to be taken down by the turret, neither will Strive. And TPs are coming in, but they're not quite done with this one just yet. That's going to be ZDZ jumping back in with the fight. He doesn't have his ultimate just yet. They know the Elder is live. They know the Baron is as well. They can't let these go.
Exactly, because that base push fails, Elder, Baron, both alive. You have to fight around this Elder. You cannot let this go on either side. Typically does mean the death of that game. While it might have not been at that Nexus push, Ultimate's coming back up for AL in the next few seconds. Can they find an initiation?
Here we go. You've got a stolen Sivir ultimate. This is the thing that when you're rotating through all these ultimates, all the good ones are gone. All the great ones are no longer available to you. You've got to be very careful which one you're able to kind of go for. The Elder has been started. CDZ would love to use his Ornhorn as possible, but Ping Z's been caught. He goes golden. We're going to see the Ornhorn Southwind is dead. Asum is very much on his own, but he's taking people down with him. The Sivir and the Varus have been traded. The Ashe is dead. ZDZ trying to be a nuisance, trying to be that unspoken parasite, but it shall not be enough. Cube with the double, and RA looking like they're going to be able to take this series.
Oh, and Betty cannot stay alive against the Varus. Xiaohao, he doesn't have it all. He's just walking up towards this wave, seeing what he can do, and it's a whole lot of nothing. RA on the second attempt of visiting these Nexus towers will take them down and will keep themselves afloat in this series, go to a positive win rate of 3-2.
Positive win rate. Unfortunately for AL, they go to 0-6. We'll talk about that in a minute, but for the moment, RA 3-2, really nicely done for them as they keep their drive for playoffs alive.
It was a harder fought win than potentially we would have thought at the start of the day. I think you and I were both expecting potentially a 2-0 coming through from Miratim, given that AL has showed us sparingly little through their first 5 series. But in the 6th, they take a win. They actually find a decent set of early game results in that game 3 as well. It's an improvement, but it is not an improvement to their series score. 0-6, right at the bottom of the table. Very difficult start for them. But Rare Adam, again, giving us some questions today towards the negative, but still showing that they are a competent team that may push towards those playoff spots later into the split.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good moment, I suppose, for RA and making sure that they are continuing that forward momentum. They had 2 wins in, 2 losses, now into a 1 win. And honestly, it does feel like that second game was just a little bit of a blip on the radar, but it is something to be keeping in the back of our minds. And it's definitely something that kind of causes a little bit of concern for me, especially when we're looking at the likes of OMG, IG, these teams that are roughly around the same kind of pedigree as you, where you might have an opportunity to be able to take them down. They will not hesitate to try and destroy you in those kind of games. They will not hesitate to absolutely decimate you if you give them half an opportunity. So for RA, great win, still a little bit to be worked on.
Particularly when you are looking towards their future opponents, though. You mentioned OMG. That's a team which I'm particularly worried about for RA, because OMG are one of the more creative drafting teams in the LPL. We know that Shanji plays a lot of weird stuff. We know that across the board. They have known to be they play some different champions. Abel Samira, one of those. And if you have a load of champions which you are specialized on for RA, and you're saying, look, we need this fight, we need these initiators, you have some depth in champion pool, but it's the same kind of draft every game where it's like, look, solid 1v1 top lane champion in terms of the fighters, bruisers, initiator jungle, maybe a skirmish mid, and then just a very solid but non-interactive bot lane. it does make you worried for what a team with a run-up to this team could do in terms of that draft. What happens if you remove those initiators from the jungle? Didn't look great when Leon was on that Maokai. And yes, that ult is a form of initiation, but it's not really the first go button. There are some cracks in here shown in the armor, which I think other mid-table teams now across the LPL will be looking at with a bit of a glint in their eye.
Yeah, honestly, I completely agree. It does feel like we are now firmly kind of figuring out who this team is, what they're able to do, what they're capable of. 5 games in, effectively nearly a third of the way through the split, and this is the kind of setup that we're seeing now from these guys. So RA, still great that they're 3-2. We'll still need to see a little bit more from them. But for the other side of the AL, they showed a little bit there. I do think that, Ping Z was doing great, but you could see just when one of their strengths, to be perfectly honest, which is team fighting, just kind of fell apart from them. And it did feel like they were just being picked apart. Once they lost that momentum, once they lost the drive to kind of control the tempo of the game, they didn't really know how to bring that back, and it really felt like they were just kind of pressing buttons and looking to try and make something happen where something wasn't there.
And I think bringing it back to Pingzi as well, some decent individual plays, some decent realm warps, but in key moments, you could see that Pingzi was disconnected from Zhao Hao in the 2v2s, disconnected from the rest of the team when he was on the flank looking for something onto the backline, was often picked off around the side of the team fight. In fact, one of the last big fight around the Dragons was Pingzi getting caught as well. That's the kind of mistake which you can't afford to make against teams with a lot of initiation. And of course, RA love to draft towards that from the jungle and whatever, but those mistakes will come to haunt you, and that's something which they're going to have to work on, this mid laner connecting with the rest of his team.
Yeah, well, we're going to be sending it over to Christina, who's standing by with the Victorious Cube for an interview.
Hello there, welcome to Post-Game Interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by Cube, the top laner for Rare Adam. Congratulations on your victory. Let's get started game number 1. I do think that your Renekton did a really good job on top lane and especially in team fight. I'm curious about what was your team's communication be like when they saw you just 1v4 in Last Dragon team fight. 欢迎 Cube 选手来到我们赛后采访，恭喜今天 RA 获得了比赛的胜利。首先想问一下，在第一局的时候，我们可以看到 Cube 选手的鳄鱼不仅是在线上表现出色，并且在团战中也是一马当先。特别是想问一下，在最后一波龙团的时候，你的鳄鱼几乎可以说是1打4，然后赢下了比赛的胜利。那一波队内的沟通大概是什么样的？
那波的话就是感觉，就那时候我们已经死了一个人吧，好像，然后就感觉，当时感觉要输了嘛，然后就突然就感觉有点肉死不了，然后就赢了。
At that time, actually, our support was dead, but I do think we still have a chance. I'm so tanky, so I just have a try and really makes great job. And second question, I also want to touch on your general macros in Game 3, because Anyone's Legend played around Bali in Game 2, and they won Game 2. So what was your general macros in Game 3, and what was your main point? Is that because you really want to target it on Bali, or any objectives? 那么说到今天的第3局比赛，想问一下 RA 这边的大致策略是放在什么关注点上？因为之前 AL 确实在第2局是围绕下路打开的局面，所以你们在第3局会想去限制他们的下路吗？还是在专注于你们的一些中离资源团战的获得呢？
第3把的话就换了个中野英雄吧，因为就我们第3把的中野是可以找机会的，但第2把的中野就是破克型的英雄嘛，找不了机会，所以就换了个找机会的，会好打一点。
Actually, we have changed our mid and the jungle comps in Game 3 because we think we picked the jungle and the mid laner was so weak in Game 2 and they just can make some poking damage. But in Game 3, we have this strong combo. They can find a lot of opportunities. And final question for you, every team is trying to find their appropriate play style in the beginning of the season. And what do you think of Rare Atom's team synergy overall, and is there any room for improvement from your perspective, like team communication or the other things? 最后一个问题，其实现在到春季赛还是处于一个前中期的阶段嘛，大家都在积极尝试适合自己的战术风格。你觉得对于 RA 整支队伍来说，你们现在的一个团队协作觉得怎么样？以及说，如果想要达到更好成绩的话，有哪些方面还是你们想要去提升进步的呢？
就我们的话就。感觉就一直都是那些缺点吧，就感觉失误会很多吧，就我们就需要玩得很严谨，就尽量少犯失误吧。
Actually, we made so many mistakes in previous games. We need to really play more discipline and make less errors in next coming matchups. Thank you so much for joining me. 谢谢 Cube 来到我们赛后采访，跟大家说再见吧。拜拜 Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Christina, and of course to Q. Congratulations, and of course, great interview as always. I like how frank and honest he's being about it as well. I like how he's just turning around saying, look, we're making a lot of mistakes. We're not that cohesive. We're not that coordinated as of right now. We know we have it in us, but we need to start bringing that up. And again, you know, yes, they come out with the win today, but like we were saying, it's a 2-1. It wasn't a clean 2-0.
Yeah, I don't think you can like afford to not be self-aware, because you are not going to be a team that can really coast. RA are a team that will need to really kind of get their stuff together and understand where they're failing to push higher and higher. I think they actually have a decent amount of potential. Like we were saying, there are good things that we've seen from this team. I think Leon, Cube, particularly those two, I'm looking at and saying, okay, these are players which could make a run for, you know, some top spots in their role. I think they could get up towards, you know, top 5, top 4 in their role on a very good day. That has to be in tune with the rest of their team, though. That's where it has to come together. A little bit of a stumble in this series. It's still a win, though, and that win, of course, will carry forward. That's the most important thing for them.
Absolutely, and we got to talk about our MVP from game number 3. It was Strive on the Silas. Honestly, did everything he needed to do, especially in those last few team fights. He found his mark. He found the Sivir every single time, and he just did what he needed to do.
And even the very first couple of plays that were made in this game as well was him stealing something like the Ash ult, picking someone off on the side. He caught out his opposing number of things around the side of this team fights. Of course, this is one of the first big ones as well, just teaming up with Southwind and getting into the thick of things. Strive, yeah, really was the difference maker. It was one of the reasons why we were looking at that Ornn last pick and going, hang on a second, why are you giving him an Ornn ult to steal? And he made good use of pretty much every ultimate available to him. Even stealing the rare Silas Sivir ult steal at the very end of the game as well was very important to see. Really was the difference maker in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I think he ended up stealing it just purely because he was
out of everything else.
Yeah, I think he just ran out. I think everyone else was on cooldown, so ends up happening there. But again, look, really, really well played here. Really good kind of coordination between himself and Leanne. And we are starting to see that mid-jungle combination becoming a lot more solidified within this. This is coming into their second year now of competitive play between the two of them. They are starting to become a much more, you know, again, like much more kind of, you know, solidified mid-jungle setup.
Established,
so,
yeah.
Established, thank you. I was thinking of different words. I should have a thesaurus.
I could have just let you flounder there, look for different words, but that's what I'm here for, Sheen. I'm like the mid lane to your jungle. Like Leanne and Strive.
Oh, and that's why you're fishing for compliments, because floundering. Anyway, we're going to send it to a break. When we return, we're going to have our second series of the day. We'll see you soon.
And neither does TT's hopes, it feels like, in this game. The first Nexus Tower falls, the second closely after. As Huanfeng Yucal, you gotta make something happen here. Here goes Yucal, here comes Beishwan. They don't got the engage there. It goes golden, big shock blast from TT, and Yucal's come to town. They find Hung, they find a Quadra. Can he get a Penta? No! Shanks denies the Penta, denies TT!
They're going all the way in here. Qingtian trying to get the engaged Glacial Prison, matched by Nature's Grasp back. Invincible is going back forward. Qingtian onto the back line. Big counter strike. Invincible blasted over the wall. It's chaos. Baruki has found the back line. Show has Invincible. Who's gonna carry her? And it's looking like Invincible can do it. He's taking him out. Invincible. He's just that.
Schwan has to use the repel. He's going to be caught. No flash this time around. Low on HP and should be taken down by Dove. Hoya cannot protect his jungler this time around. We need some of those miracle shock blasts to come on out. SKM closes the gap. Triple stun on the Aurelia. The resets come through in the Blade Surge. As Yucal forced away. Double for You Should Know Me. And Dove isn't done just yet. He wants Yucal as well. The Emperor's Divide stops the Jace getting his damage out. Versus 3 to deal with. He hasn't realized it just yet as he goes in onto Cube. Hextech Ultimatum will keep him in the play. Is the healing there? Oh! Guillotine comes into play! Qingtian! TS3! 3v1!
It is a win that they can snowball into anything much more.
That's cleansed out. The flash comes on through as well as Rula is actually going to die for this one, but Charlotte found there to body block. It doesn't matter. The damage is insane. This is a 2v4. Rula is on another level as he burns through that bounce roll going down. Jumps over the wall for the triple. And here's Ganavi to finish the play. Rula is insane.
Right now, I got this beat in my head. Right now, I want to dive into this world. Let it out for the crowd, let it out, yeah, be proud. Right now, this is a real good atmosphere. Right now, superficialities are here. No excuse, no rules, no one to judge. Just give a fuck. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that this night is our night. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. Well, they drink really expensive champagne on their private jet plane. All we need is a cheap bottle of wine and a cigarette to have a good time. A freedom, conviction, and no restriction. There's no other place to die than here with us tonight. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that this night is our night. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world.
赤信号だとしてももう止まらない理解不能のスピード100倍速い地獄なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me get you down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる際にレクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Driving mode 始めよう 然な近道なんてのの完全にアウトだからあんたの後悔楽しみだわそげた気づいてよマジでベイビー一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listening 地横なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me if you were down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる生命フェッチャー全力で追い越してよさ Dreamingの始めよう Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. Tonight, let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
I saw you sitting in the moonlight moonlight dripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love. Oh, hey, 'cause I need to find a new life, no love. Oh, I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight dripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love. Oh, hey, 'cause I need to find a new life, no love. Oh, I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me. Yeah, you know. I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour, I saw you sitting in the moonlight dripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love. Oh, hey, 'cause I need to find a new life, no love. Oh, I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me alive. I'm sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know?
You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more.
I think I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. Broken letters, broken pen, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, taken from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, taken from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. On the lock, on the key, and I'm doing time. Someone to save me, turn on the light. I don't know what is wrong, but it just feels right. Won't you break me out? Won't you break me out? Like a bad dream, but I can't sleep. Seems like I just can't get past me. Oh, 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 oh. Won't you break me out? You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? for my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain, you're the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out?
下一场要就是打过以前队友的银河宝然，我是觉得，就我非常想赢，然后也不可能也不想输给他们，因为刚输给德赛，我就已经很不爽了，然后尽量我们拿好这些节奏去打败他们。
Little unhappy with losing to the Shy earlier on this split. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We've had I lied to you, and I need to take ownership for this. I said it was going to be a quick break. That was not a quick break. That was a 25-minute break.
I had to lie down.
Yeah, you had to lie down. I had lunch. Like, you know, it's just kind of how it is. I hope you all got yourselves nice and ready though, because we do have our second series of the day. It is going to be a big uphill climb here for Ultra Prime, and a little bit of a reunion, shall we say, for a couple of old IG faithful.
Yeah, it's like the When Shall We 3 meet again, except it's 4 out of the 5 of the IG World Championship roster. We have Ning, Rookie, Jackie Love, and Baolan all on the Rift today, 2 on each team facing off. The only person missing out on this reunion being, of course, the Shy over on Weibo Gaming. Not playing today. That's about as fun as this matchup gets, though, because this should be very one-sided. Top, for me, are the second-best team in the league. I know that they're currently sat at 3-1. They ended up losing to a team not named JDG, who I assume to be the best team in the league right now. But even with that in tow, Top look damn good.
Yeah. Top look scary. Like, Top, don't forget, well, obviously, you know, you look at Top Esports and you kind of think of this team. They were built knight. The logo of this organization is a knight's helmet. So that shows you how solidified they were around this being their franchise player. It didn't really come together. It wasn't really kind of, especially when it came to internationals, never really fixed itself. So all of a sudden we kind of said, right, okay, we need something winning. Who is an exceptional mid lane that you could even think about replacing Knight with? You know what? Rookie's a pretty damn good way to do it. So bringing in Rookie, kind of having him be in that mid lane, and it really is kind of just a setup of like having him and Jackie Love back on the same roster. It does feel very reminiscent of that 2018, excuse me, IG that we all know and love, the first to ever do it, you know, for the LPL.
Yeah, and there probably only was one player you could have replaced Knight with, and that was Rookie, who was another franchise player for another team in his own right. He's moving away from V5, now NIP. And Top's last series was against NIP, who they won against. It was the 2-1, NIP struggling, so that one game lost them. Maybe a little bit surprising for some, but Top, no less momentum for it. This team is looking absurdly good, incredibly powerful early game skirmishing through all of their lanes. Qingtian, of course, getting that absurd 1v3 triple kill on the Darius, which was one of our highlight plays of the last week of play, but all of these lanes, of course, backed up by the madman in the jungle himself, Tien, who has continued to have an absurd run of form. That's been the word of this team, actually. It's just it's very hard to call this team They're just very good at League of Legends.
I love that. They're just very, very good at League of Legends. It's just kind of how it is. I will say, obviously, they did lose out to Weibo. So far, the splits, they are on 3-1 as Rookie comes out. Not going to be letting anything go today. But it is just, it does feel like this is the kind of team that will scale into the split. It does feel like once we start to get towards, you know, the ladder. What on earth is that? Oh, it's a hoodie. I thought it was like a baby's like crown or something like that, kind of a bonnet, I guess. It was very, very upsetting for a second there. It's a hoodie. It's not a bonnet. But 3D and 2D spaces, you know, ruin my eyes. But it does feel like, you know, when we kind of see this team finally get into their momentum, finally find the things that work for them, they're gonna make it happen. They're going to push the, you know, the upper limits of the LPL, and that's why, like, right now, like, we are looking at a very kind of, you know, definitive top 4 in our league, and it does feel like everyone else is playing a little bit of catch up.
And one of those teams that's gonna have to do an awful lot of catching up to this roster specifically is, of course, Ultra Prime coming out onto the stage now, making their own welcome. They got anything special prepared? He gave them the old finger wag, not today. But this team, you know, it's out of 1 and 3. I think it's fair to say it feels like Doggo has been elo held a little bit. The rest of the team floundering about the Rift, as feels like Doggo has been the shining light for them. Finger guns over towards that.
Always got to get those finger guns.
The top esports roster sat down. But yeah, if we're going to see any form of an upset today, for me, it has to start with Doggo, and it has to be the rest of the team rallying, finding their feet, and allowing this all-star AD carry to fire off on all cylinders.
Yeah, I mean, look, coming from the PCS, obviously on the would-be BLG super team last year alongside Uzi, it didn't really work out in that team as a whole. They obviously made some sweeping changes coming into this year, and they look an awful lot better for it. But Doggo wants to be considered an AD carry that has got the respect of people like Jackie Love, and this is a great opportunity to see what we're doing, especially with the emphasis that we're seeing in the meta right now on that bot lane matchup. Having something like a Varus or an Ashe or anything like that in the bot lane does put a bit more of a spotlight on you.
Absolutely does. And Jackie Love, we know he can be the absolute greatest and most terrible AD carry at the exact same time. Seems from second to second he can go from
duality
being
of Jackie Love
in the positive to the negative. But the fact that he puts himself into those positions to win and lose games is what is so special about that player. And Doggo on the other side, if you're going to have a worthy opponent to sharpen your skills against, Iron does sharpen Iron after all, and we get to see who's sharper today on the Rift.
Yeah, again, coming down to the, like, you know, how the bot lane's gonna go, but it does feel like Ultra Prime are gonna have a pretty, I don't want to say it in every single lane, but it does feel like they're going up against like a top 2, top 3 in every single role of the game right now. So IG, of course, not unremembering, of course, the first to do it. All the different IG members still all playing.
I really like that poster.
That's a lovely poster.
Because you've even got like Duke, who's gone onto a coaching role now as well. Duke, who's, well, I mean, he won T2, won 2 worlds in 2 different teams. Of course, one with SKT back in 2016 on that lineup, and he has himself. His was the Fiora skin, right? No, his was the Aurelia skin, right?
His was the Aurelia, I believe, and then
the Shy
was Fiora.
LeBlanc
for Rookie.
Yeah, because Ning had Camille jungle in that year as well. But man, we've seen it so many times in amongst kind of the fans showing their own respect to that lineup, and then of course we had it in our own intro videos as well for the LPL, seeing shots of those great titans stood together on different teams once more. It's been very cool kind of tracking the history of these players and where they've ended up and still remaining relevant. There was for a time we were wondering whether Rookie and the Shy were going to retire, were they going to go to different teams, were they going to finally play on different teams, and they didn't end up retiring. They've ended up being on different rosters, and now you have Top and Weibo being very, very formidable lineups in themselves. And Ultra Prime, they have their own share of that old those 5 stars of that starting lineup from the IG roster, but they haven't really found that same success. They have an awful lot of way to go to refine that kind of magic.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, you know, obviously Rookie coming into another new team, has left IG, went to V5, now Ninjas in Pajamas, left Ninjas in Pajamas, now on Top Esports. And you're stepping in, like we said, into his shoes, but Rookie has just always been that that insane mid lane carry that has just, unfortunately for a lot of people, has never really been consistently making it to the World Championships or MSIs. So we only kind of have to scream from the high heavens how good he is from here in the LPL. But we're going to go straight into picks and bans. It is Top Esports on the blue with Ultra Prime on the red. And blue side is going to have a lot of priority here. We can even see them taking away some of those big scaling bot laners right now, saying, look, Doggo, we're not going to give you things that, one, you're good at, or two, that you can just play safe on.
Yeah, and that Ziggs has been seeing a bit of a return. I was wondering about that, because you have a lot of immobile backline AD carries, or if you have the double AD carry, of course, you've got 2 immobile targets to slam home with something like a... it used to be the combo of the Ziggs Leona, and then sometimes something like a Ziggs Rakan as well. I think Rakan is harder to play nowadays. We have plenty of good Rakans in the LPL, but the Leona's a little bit easier to play in its own right. We have a lot of first picks on the table here. We saw the Rise be fairly prominent in the last series. Maokai, Vi, Lucian, Nami wasn't played in the last series, but when you have bot lanes like this, and you want to show that you are the better bot lane, what a better way to do that than through the Lucian Nami. I'm not happy with Lucian Nami. When you sit there, you're passive, you lose lane, and you just go like, oh, well, we'll play around no one-item power spike. No! You're Jack 11 market this game. You want to see them really pop off early. We might see a response to something like a Draven lane to really just match volatility with volatility. Doggo, I've played a couple of games of that in the past and played 2 games of it in this season as well. Might be on the table. Sejuani picked up for no.
Sejuani being picked up here for Ning, something he's very comfortable on. I love this from Doggo. I love the fact that they're saying, you know what, you've taken away the Zeri, you've taken away the Ziggs, we're going to have to go toe-to-toe here, so it's going to be a pretty explosive bot lane. You would imagine Lucian Nami into the Draven Nautilus.
It's going to be the Draven Nautilus. This is the lane that we've been seeing. This has been... Okay, I'm not going to say just the LPL and 6s. LPL plus Mickey on G2 in Europe. That's been their answer to this. Mickey kind of picking up some notes from our region, it would seem. And this has basically just been, we're fighting you level 1, and we will keep fighting you after this point. Now, when you're against something like the Maokai as well, Maokai can't influence bot lane that early. This is one of the reasons why Elise was really strong in the current meta as well, and it's just basically on the ban list permanently at this point. If you have a jungler that can impact bot lane at level 2 and level 3, particularly level 3 after you've done your full side clear, it is dangerous for bot lanes that are fighting all the time and are sat at like 100 HP. As long as you have a jungler which can get there, it's very important for these volatile bot lanes. So, real emphasis not just on these volatile bot lanes, but also Tian and Ning to make their presence known to see if they can flip that any further.
See what they can and cannot do. The Kassadin and the Akali taken away from Rookie. The Silas, and you could imagine the Rise being taken away here by the side of Top Esports. We'll wait and see what they actually want to go for as of right now, but it is still pretty good setups for both teams. I think Ning specifically will be happy with the Sejuani going into the Maokai. Not going to be invaded anytime anyway early, so, or at least shouldn't expect to be. But the Jack's going to be the final ban here for Top Esports. So they're kind of saying, look, we're happy to kind of be able to get our counter pick, but we don't want to go into that Jack's matchup regardless of what we can pick.
I think what that allows Qingtian to do is just, much like we saw in the previous series, have just a very stable lane on the top side while you focus towards this bot lane, where it does seem, even with just the first few picks locked in, that will be the focus. Now, Qing has played a lot of Syndra, but chooses to actually go towards the Rise for the first time this split so far. So, Rookie looks down at that Rise pick. Now, there's an awful lot of things you can click into that. We have seen a bit of adjacence to the Rise. Of course, Rookie plays just about everything, so I don't really want to like pigeonhole him into any one pick here. Plenty of options. You have an AP jungler, so you can play an AD mid if you so wish. You can pick up the Syndra yourself at this point, buy a little bit more space for you in this team fight. Chase is going to be locked in. Could be for either of these lanes, but Qingtian looks like he's heading towards, again, what we were kind of theorizing about. Something a bit more stable, something that will impact these team fights a little later on. Something like a Sion would actually do very well at locking out something like a Draven from the fight, but there are plenty of disruptive top lanes to go towards, and it's actually, in fact, going to be this Cassante, which has defined the meta for this year so far.
Yeah, and with the Jax band away as well, very surprised to see Ultra Prime not maybe prioritize that for Harry a little bit more, but they wanted the Rise. They knew they couldn't give that over to Rookie, something he is very prolific on. They're going to be happy to kind of get that blind, or sorry, counter pick Gnar into the blind Cassante. They're going to be able to pick up the ball. So again, very kind of standard front-to-back team fights coming out here for both sides. But what I like is, and this is the big thing we talked about in our last series, that we didn't really see from the from either team, is that yes, you have a Maokai, but you have other forms of engage outside of the Maokai. You have the Cassante, you have got, and even a follow-up with the Nami tidal wave. So there are things that can just kind of support the Maokai and make him just become that, again, secondary beast on the backside.
Yeah. And actually, I don't even mind it being primary engage in this game, because if you have a Lucian with culling, post that one item where you have the Imperial Mandate on the Nami as well, and you have the Accelerated Shock Blast from the Jace, if someone is stuck on an objective, they don't want to be anymore, because you get that route in from the Maokai ult, both of these big kind of long-range burst combos come in, and someone dies. At that point, the Maokai is less of a teamfight engage champion, more like a pick combo, and that is actually something which we can very much see coming out in this game. On the other side, though, lots of pick from Ultra Prime. You have Baolan on the Nautilus. This is a champion and support role, which probably lends itself more towards Baolan's style of play in regards to let's engage, let's find something good alongside Ning. And I think this game will very much be about can Ning and Baolan contest what top esports want to do through their own powerful lanes. Jace, if he gets rolling, really powerful in the laning phase. Of course, Lucian, Nami, if they win the push and pull in this bot lane, it can be very, very difficult to deal with. So eyes on Ning and Baolan, the side of Ultra Prime. Eyes on the carries of top esports to get their own guns firing.
We'll see what they can make happen here. It's going to be an uphill battle, to say the least, here for Ultra Prime, but not impossible. Stranger things have happened in the LPL. It is a magically wonderful league that has... I mean, absolutely. Fun fact, never watched a single episode.
I watched a bit. First couple.
Yeah,
first
well, you're in it, so...
Now, you see here, I've been very nice to you today. I do not deserve this.
Anyway,
don't
we're
make me
jumping
bring up
on
the Penguin jokes.
The Penguin's dead and gone. I buried him years ago. But we are jumping onto the Rift. It is game one of this best of three. Top Esports, the expected victor. But like I said, Ultra Prime, definitely not without options. You can get this Draven and ahead if you can get this Rise scaling. We have seen so far today how good this Rise can be, but wait to see what they're able to kind of make happen. Because that's the big thing, is that when you get to the better teams like the JDGs, the Top Esports, the Wavos, it is more about, you know, how many opportunities are you given versus what even you're able to do with those opportunities.
Really love what Rookie just did here on the Rift. We're going out to the 3-lane view. We talked about how laning phase is very important when you have volatile lanes like this bot lane. But if you manage to get a hammer form Q on Jace onto your lane opponent level 1, it allows you to do an awful lot more in the laning phase. You can't sit back in your cannon form and just expect to win out in this laning phase. You can see Rise very happy to start like auto-cancelling with his E, auto, gives you really good point-and-click damage level 1, especially into matchups like the Jace, which can struggle a little bit. But Rookie playing out the early laning phase well. Yet to see anything in this bot lane, though, which we have set up for an awful lot of fighting early on.
I mean, we are going to see Tien with his level 3 off of these Krugs, getting himself nicely set up for a potential gank. Could see no cleanse to make sure here on Doggo, so could see a little bit of a move there. We're pushed in, but it's a big wave. You don't want to really be fighting in that this early on, so I like the move there. Just kind of puts down a sapling to say, hey, look, you know, we'll show them that I'm around, or I may be around, but junglers might be in mid lane. Rookie is going to hit level 3. Ning is off to the side. They're going to see the junglers now just walking straight in on top of each other. And an Arctic Assault away by Ning as he does get caught out.
I really like what Tien did there, actually. It's very obvious that he was headed towards bot lane, but Baolan answering back at... I love these early movements. This is really intriguing because you assume that bot lane is going to be the be-all and end-all of this early game. However, because Ultra Prime don't hook at level 1, they don't look to trade both members down to very low HP and just have both lanes stacked like 100 HP, Tien goes, okay, all right. You can collect the wave at tower, Jackie Love, that's fine. I'll go back towards this mid lane, where Rookie has been trading hard to instead of this bot lane, to get some priority there. Baolan thinks exactly the same thing. Both of them understand how the game has evolved because the bot lane hasn't hard traded. and it leads back into that series of events. No ganks actually happen, but the thought process behind it actually very fascinating to me. What we're looking for next, though, now is because you have Baolan potentially unlocked on the map a little bit more because of that lower trade in this bot lane, look to see how Top Esports are doing exactly what they're doing right now. Using this wave timing to hold the Nautilus to account to see if they can play around their own numbers on the map with the Nautilus locked on the tower in this early game.
It looked like Ning and Baolan just wanted to say hi to Rookie. Say, hey, look, we're still playing. It's been a good few years.
The last few years.
Yeah,
Remember this
5 years-ish. Yeah, well, 4, and then this will be the 5th as we get to the end of the war towards the World Championship.
1300 years.
Yeah. But they only exist in my But again, you know, good so far from Ultra Prime to kind of answer a lot of what's coming out here from Top Esports. But again, it's the first of, it's 5 minutes into the game. I don't want to get too over, you know, kind of excited for this to say
in any other draft, absolutely. But in this kind of game where you have like the Raven versus the Lucian army, it's worth bearing mentioning too. And it's a lot of what ifs, right? In terms like, what if they had that hook at level 1? What actually if you hadn't roamed towards that mid lane? As Baolan or something like that, which allowed like a 2v2 to come through. Definitely something that you look back on as a VOD review as these teams and say, actually, you know, this was XYZ, this is how we could have maximized this. But looking at kind of like that tug of war between everyone unlocked on the map, this is very, very interesting. And actually having one of these roaming supports, which I know we talked about it the other day when we were on cast in terms of having the Leona and the Nautilus back in, changes the way that supports have to move around the map. Baolan, once again, unlocked from the map, seeing what he can do. But Rookie is wise to it. Again, it's the next level, understanding that this engaged support, while you haven't seen as many of them in the recent meta, they're on the map, you have to be aware of them. This is a very different early game to what we've seen mostly on 13.1.
Nice little ward spots out Ching's move, but speaking of being spotted out, first blood goes over to Ning as Harry sets him up nicely underneath the enemy turret.
And in the battle of former IG members, Ning is the first one to make a mark on this game against Qingtian up in that top side. Gets the level 6 to level 5 under that tower, and this has been such a different early game in terms of the way that these jungle supports have been moving around the map. Is Qingtian who's kind of caught in that gap in the net, has managed to find his way into safe harbor. The top though, how are they going to fire back on this? Maokai heading back towards the spot side of the map, maybe trying to shield his bot lane from a hook coming in. And we really haven't seen any fighting in this 2v2. I think that has been a really big factor of this, because Baolan has decided, actually, it's not about the 2v2 this game. Let's see how I can get out across that map. Does mean that potential bot side focus has not really been the case for this game.
Not been the case for the moment. But with the priority bot lane now has, I was going to see if TM was going to start off maybe that dragon. Nice little early infernal dragon. There's nice little stats to scale later on in the game, but not to be. Wants to see if he can get his mid laner. A little bit of a reset first. We kind of come back into this one here, and it's a lot more tempered, I think, from the quote-unquote traditional style of the Top Esports branding. You know, for years they were the all hands on deck, going ham at all times. But since they've made a couple of different changes, since they've moved some pieces around, they've definitely become a lot more controlled, a lot more set up to, you know, control the tempo, to build up from wherever they can, and then look for a big, massive haymaker of a punch. But Mark might be in a little bit of trouble. Oh, just about dodges the Arctic Assault.
Oh, stop smash.
Oh my lord, I did not know that's how that worked. And they see that as flood in the water. They go fishing. They found themselves a support. Ching picks up a kill. Ultra Prime, they're revving up right now. It's going to be Top Esports who are going to have to try and find a counterplay.
Yeah, anyone who's played, of course, this is a big thing last season. If you ever played Mininar into Sejuani, you know that your hop can get interrupted by the Sejuani E. It's got a tiny bit of a knock-up in it in its animation as well, which means you can cancel something like a Blast Plan. And Top Esports, they are getting caught a little bit flat-footed in this game. You see, which we have come to expect so many great things about, are falling a little bit flat against the 1-3 Ultra Prime in this battle of ex-teammates across the rift. It's Ning finding some of the other members on this team out from that and just gets on top of Mark. But everyone is ready to follow up on this Baolan and Jing getting right into the fray. Sadly not able to get a shutdown, a cash-in for Doggo on that Draven, but more than enough to get that second kill down. And looking towards his Herald now. I think that Top Esports should be able to play around this. They have Marco on that objective already, but Ultra Prime really hitting hard early.
Yeah, Ultra Prime coming out swinging right now. Yes, they will lose the Rift Herald, but they are more than happy to give that one up, considering they are now up about 1,000 gold. And it's going to be Top Esports to really make a play here. You see Jackie Love getting a little impatient, see if he can get some damage down with the culling, but Baolan in position. And like you mentioned a little bit earlier, Doggo still stacking up with this Draven, still getting that adoration going for himself. And it's something we always kind of forget, is that execute damage that comes out for the Draven. Harry probably should have finished that recall, if I'm being totally honest, as there are 4 members of Top Esports now up on this top side. I do think he maybe has an inkling that's going to be happening. They are zooming in here. Yeah, he's just gonna zoom himself out there.
It's just like everyone be very quiet. It's like, you know that moment in Jurassic Park, like, don't move a muscle. Sat there and stares down Tyrannosaurus Jackie Love. Which is kind of weird, because the prehistoric skin is the Gnar one. But hey, we'll workshop it. We'll workshop it.
I love how I was gonna say, I love how your brain went to Jurassic Park. My brain went to Elmer Fudd. I was just like, Looney Tunes.
Like, which one's more dramatic at this point? Gonna be the wave play roll from Draven. So, this is something which is really interesting. So last year, I was casting over in the NLC, one of the ERLs in Europe, and chatting with the coaches over there, because one of the games that they lost, even being an under-tier team, was to a Draven. And the reason they lost to Draven is because they made a cross-map play like this, and Draven gets a shutdown. Whenever you're grouping up on one side of the map, you need to be very careful about how Draven factors into this. Top Esports looking to overload one side of the map for the top side. What can they get out of it?
What can they get out of it is the big question. They used the Maokai ultimate. It was responded by the Sejuani ultimate. Doggo is playing PvE. He is soaking up so much of this for free right now. Ning, don't know if you want to be there, my friend. He's going to try and get himself away. Oh, nice knockback after the flash. Ning in a lot of trouble. Cannot Arctic Assault away. The tower in bot lane does go down. Ning will fall. Just about, but now they might be able to trade it back for Tien. That's jungler for jungler. This is still good for Ultra Prime. Tien not here to try and help him. Tien trying to go all out here on top of the Realm Warp. Not quite able to take it out. And while that's been happening, we can now see a Meganar Harry coming in. A tidal wave is there. Jackie Love finally jumps in. Tien says, nice for you to join the party, my friend. And they do pick up 2 more kills. So it's 3 for 3 on the scoreboard. 1,900 or 90,000 apiece in the gold, and everything's starting to get a little bit testy for Top Esports.
Yeah, but you know, we were just talking about cross-mapping with the Draven. The reason that works is because Draven gets to overload one side and force his cash-in to happen. Ultra Prime commit to that fight without the Draven. They don't have their ultimate as well. He has an awful lot of gold to commit to this play, and this is a really big overstep for him. Nick has affected most of this game. He's actually had a pretty solid run of things in this early game. Aftershock gives him a bit of time to survive with this, but you don't have the Draven in this play. Even though the Lucian is also not a part of this, the Draven not being here is a huge, huge factor, and Ultra Prime completely overestimate their damage and their longevity in this play.
And as well as that, you know, looking into this one here, it is Top Esports playing to the side of the map that they have their AD carry. Yes, you know, both AD carries are taking the turrets at that time, but it was Jackie Love on the top side while the top lane play was being happened. So I will say Doggo does get a fair bit of gold, regardless of what's happened on the top side, and does have an Eclipse now built up for himself and plenty to cash out, but you got to be able to cash it out. That's the big difference. That's a lot. I can't remember the exact conversion to it, but I think that's nearly 1,000 golds coming out of that, or just underneath it. I think it's about 800.
It's quite a lot.
Yeah, it's quite a lot. If he gets a kill, it's going to be a lot.
Yeah. I think the execute itself is on the stacks which you have. I think that's 1-to-1 on the execute there, but don't quote me on that. I haven't played Draven in an awful long time. I'm very bad at the champion. Doggo much better in his own right, but he's sat there at not a great amount of HP. Dragon spawning in 10 seconds. Ultra Prime did, of course, have control over that bot side in that last kind of split match. What happened with that one?
Doggo keeping his hand over his heel, but not using it right now. First Dragon went over to Ultra Prime, and with that big burst of damage coming out, it will take a while for Doggo to clear up these minions and get himself up in a healthy manner. Well, that's been happening. Rookie! Ooh, he's thinking about it. Now Doggo cannot come into this fight.
That is how you win yourself a dragon fight. Togo can't fight anymore. Just use that ultimate as well, so even if he recalls and fires it off from base, absolutely no way to impact this game. And it does really feel like, through a combined effort of Ultra Prime playing away from Doggo, Top Esports poking him out, the Draven has just not had a chance to impact this game. Goes back and buys some plated steel caps, the Ninja Tabi, armored boots to just say, I don't really want to get posted out like that again, either by Jack Love or by Rookie. We're on to another Chem Tech Rift. No too early dragons, so we're not likely to get the early soul. Last play just does fall down to Ching just before they time out, but these upgraded blast pads, really important when you have engaged supports, by the way. We just saw it from Ning there. When you have engaged from your jungle and your support, you have to blast cone over a wall into a lane to be able to like flash ult someone. Very, very important for this. It gives it an extra level of volatility to pay attention to. Balan though, what out in the middle of nowhere, lots of combos to throw at him.
Yeah, he will not get over the wall, so Jackie Love says thank you very much, that's a kill over to me, and this is where the cracks start to show. This is where you start to see why top esports are so feared. It was a great early game from Ultra Prime. One dragon apiece, only a couple of hundred gold behind. Actually, before that kill, they were dead even on gold. You take that as an absolute win. However, it's those little oversteps that will crucify you against a team like top esports.
Yeah, this is a team which we view in very high regard. Was a good first few minutes from Ultra Prime. Really managed to capitalize on that. Haven't really managed to get Doggo into the game, and that's in which Ultra Prime desperately need. Doggo has been so far by far their best player. Ning had a decent early game so far, put his name on the table too. Yeah, one of the biggest factors in this early game. Herald is started up, and honestly, I feel like Top can just play to, again, continually deny this Draven. They're not going to fight him at this objective. They already have that dragon in pocket, that last objective, and I think as long as they can stop Doggo from getting on the board and him having a really big impact on this game, I think they're pretty happy with proceedings for now.
For now, they are happy to let this one go. Also, I looked it up. The stacks is 40 gold plus the Adoration stacks times 2.5. So he's at 400, which means he's looking at about 1,000 now.
That's going to be over 1,000. Well, if he's going to get a chance at him, he has to survive first.
He does have to survive. They do get the creepy cat caterpillars moving towards them, and a lot of damage there from Demonic Embrace, but not going to lead to a kill just yet. Top Esports just trying to see if they can maybe bait in Ultra Prime into an unfair fight, get those stacks out of that Draven's hands, and the longer this game goes on, again, remember, it's still got the execute damage, so you've got to be very aware. That's 400 extra damage on the Whirling Death. So little by little, he will eventually get to a boiling point where he'll either lose them or he'll cash them in.
Yeah, really have to look for when Lucian and Nami are just kind of rounding a corner, see if they can jump on him with that culling combo. Either way, this game does become so much about Doggo versus the world, versus Top Esports. If Doggo ain't there, Ultra Prime are not winning fights. You have to think they have a Herald in infantry. Maybe they can give a little bit of extra gold over to Doggo, putting it up here. I'm actually not sure Doggo is going to be in position to go up and walk up to this tower. I don't think Doggo is going to be able to get any of this gold in this fashion.
Probably not, but we'll see if they want to try and maybe hard force something, but they will lose the Mega right now. So most of the tower damage going down. I still think it's fairly worth for a second Herald, considering that the tower was basically full health before that. So should be one decent push away from picking that one up for themselves. But now they're trying to just use this vision advantage they've garnered to maybe catch someone out on a bit of a lazy rotation.
Yeah, so the Herald's still good to get a chunk off this mid lane. Ultra Prime are not in a position to overforce the mid. Look at these wards, blue wards either side of the mid lane. Ching has a teleport. Very much look towards a flank engagement or something and like hunt someone back into the team with that all-out ultimate with the displacement it brings. But at least in this case, you do manage to get some damage on that mid lane out of tower as we go back to this side lane. Could also be a case of one of these teams getting a advantage in a side lane, then coming back to the mid lane after forcing someone to respond to one of those side lanes. As you see Qingtian pushes out top, heads back to his mid lane. That's another way to kind of deal with this split map setup, and that's what we're really going to have to watch about now. I think this is going to come down to a bit more of our macro, a bit more of seeing where the numbers are across the map. Doggo goes back to base, buys a couple of components looking towards what could potentially be a collector as a second item. And we're going back into this split map state. Top Esports heading towards the spot side. They don't have a realm warp to impact affairs though. They're going towards that back line. Whoa, it's fast!
Jackie Love going straight in. Doggo, though, just cold as steel right there. Not using his heal, not using his flash, just taking it all in. And the Maokai ultimate coming over, he needs to be a little bit more careful. He'll get caught up with it, and he gets taken out, and all out by Chinkian. But now Chinkian's isolated. He needs to be so careful. Tidal Wave comes out to try and keep Jackie Love alive as Baolan goes down. Tien now jumping onto Harry, who wasn't in Mega. They want to try and get Doggo going, but they just can't.
That is a really thread the needle play from top. Rookie walking forward, how much can he do?
Rookie knows exactly the limitations of his champion, having those Merc Treads, and of course the Eclipse gives him plenty of defensive ability. Going to be Dragon secured here for Top Esports, and that gold starting to eke a little forward and try to get a bit bigger every single time we see a fight.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you what, that is a risky play. It starts off with the Lucian Army combo coming out of Vision. We kind of expect that. But on picking up those axes, Doggo puts himself in a position to get hit by the Maokai. Isn't body blocked for by Nick on Sejuani. We kind of saw what happened towards that top side of the fight though. On the bottom side, Lucian has a much easier time of getting involved with all of these players. Double kill and a huge chunk. Jacula really finding his way into this game in a way that Doggo has really struggled to. Top Esports walk away with a risky play, but one that works out.
Back into live. Collector picked up there for Doggo, but plenty of summoners burned, and you can see just how difficult it is for Ultra Prime to find anything. You've got the Cassante just being an absolute nuisance at the backside. Not only just a nuisance, but also a threat. You cannot leave him go unchecked if he gets onto the backside with the all-out. So you have to deal with him. You've got the Maokai from one side. You've got the rookie Jace Shock Blast from another. There's just too many opportunities for Top Esports that they're just left with, you know, basically Ultra Prime kind of saying, look, we can't plug all these holes.
Yeah, for sure. Particularly when it does feel like you need to be so wary of that one item Lucian Nami power spike. This is something which I've criticized a lot of teams for, not being able to use the Lucian Nami when they hit those items. But credit to Top Esports, really finding ways to get Jacula involved and make the most of this. And now you're looking at Ultra Prime. They have to play a little bit scared. They have to play their own jungle. It's being a little bit difficult for them. They are not being able to push out these side lanes even. A threat of a Maokai flying in across the corner, of course. Again, that AD carry comes jumping at them time after time. And even in moments like this, you see that Doggo and Baolan, they can't walk further forward than that. As soon as they're looking to safely get onto a wave, and that's about it. It's very difficult for them to arrange themselves for these big plays. Top Esports holding them over the first.
It does feel like Ultra Prime came in with a fairly decent game plan the first 20 minutes of the game, and so far so good. Again, they are still 3,500 gold down. Actually, the gold continue to be getting bigger and bigger. But they aren't a million miles away. One good Draven kill could change the dynamic of this entire game. It all comes down to how you're able to play into it. You are hitting, you know, level 14s, level 13s as such for the side of Top Esports. They're going to be going towards pretty much critical mass in terms of the damage they have. Get the tower off this. They're going to even put down Tidal Wave. There's going to be a little bit of a deterrent there with the Whirling Death, but it's just too easy for the side of Top Esports to walk in as a 5. They're not losing that much on the top side because I don't even think Ching gets this tower.
Don't think he gets it, because if he stays long enough to get there, he gets collapsed on. He's going to have to realm warp out. He does have the second rank of it.
They're covering him.
Covering him. I wonder if Rookie gets to solve this one. He sees it.
Yeah, Rookie knows. And, oh! That was kind of clean, not going to lie. That was kind of clean.
Because the only way you cancel that is with the Jace Hammer Form E. So if he gets hit by that, he knows he's not going to get out of there alive. But flashes back into his ultimate. Flash for flash. Ching getting away with a risky play. Does get away with it nonetheless. Doggo at his second item completion. Second item's coming in for most people across the board at Top Esports. The gold advantage, meaning that not everyone in Ultra Prime has reached that themselves. In Ultra Prime, they are really playing scared. They have to. They have to. Top Esports has walked around with so much threat around the rift, but it is going to lead to them bleeding out in terms of jungle camps, in terms of these objectives. We have another dragon coming up in a minute, which would be sole point for Top Esports. And because Ultra Prime can't even contest vision, can't even contest where these saplings are being put down, You can see the difference in where these AD carries can stand in this mid lane. Ultra Prime are going to really struggle to find around objectives because they can't walk up like this.
No, they really can't, and there's just so much damage from Jackie Love on his old support. Baolan is not really feeling the love right now, but you can see that Top Esports, they want to try and end this game pretty damn soon. They are putting in some serious work right now and just having pressure in all the lanes, knowing that their strong man 5 is just going to be better than the 4 of Ultra Prime, because you've got Ryze on the side. Like, yes, you have a teleport, but like, where's he going to go? He hasn't got his second item yet. He's not got that much tankiness. And Harry is being melted.
Yeah, he's got the Triforce, Black Cleaver, lots of ability to run people down in Minion Art, maybe burst someone out with a good enough Mega Gnar as well, but Ultra Prime, they have committed to this Rise to Flip push. I don't know how much value this is going to have. You see Rookie on that side lane, he's going to find an all in. No, he's not, but I really feel like this is a big extension of Ultra Prime not able to get Doggo involved in the game. If you had the earlier shutdown, things would have been so different. Once again, Doggo playing with fire, even worth walking up to the ruins of his own outer turret in that mid lane. And Top Esports, as long as they keep walking around as this 5-man unit, they have complete control of where they want to play.
Oh, that blast cone extended the range, and pretty nicely there from Baolan to get himself out and away. Like I said, I want to try and make like a quick point right now before we get any kind of real fight. I don't think we're going to see one around this dragon, but not only have Top Esports been able to get a kill, or sorry, get a lead, they haven't been getting any extra kills or any extra turrets really and stuff like that, but they've been growing their lead steadily. It was 2,500, then it was 3,000, now it's 3,500. Little by little, bit by bit, as the game has gone on, they have found themselves getting further and further ahead. That is when you start to get a little bit more worried for the side of Ultra Prime, because passively, you're still losing. Look at the farm on Rookie. Look at the farm on Jackie Love. Yeah, it's just insane, but Doggo, with these 600 stacks, needs to find something. There's going to be a massive payout of about 1,500 if he can find it.
Well, can't find it. This one, Baolan cancelled.
Oh, Baolan gets caught, and Baolan almost died. Harry almost died, I should say. Baolan will fall to the wayside, and now Top Esports, knowing there's no Mega Gnar to deal with, there's no support for Vision, this is going to be a pretty easy Baron unless Ning can find the steal.
Overwhelming pressure. Do you have the Nami ult coming back up in terms of disruption? You have a teleport back onto the map by Harry, but he is not. Mega Gnar. Doggo has ult and Black. What do you do with it?
Oh, Jackie Love goes forward. Jackie Love looking for damage. Whirling Death does not catch on the second half of that, so he does not take anybody down. Ching will fall, and Top Esports beautifully making this dance look like they've been doing it professionally for years.
Well, they have been, all 5 of them. They've been at the top levels of play. So many of these rosters, members of this roster doing so well. Ning is still around the corner, still has Flash, still in chance for a steal from Xingtian. Like Bodyguard, has his ultimate taken. This is running out of the pit, should it happen. At least Ultra Prime get themselves a dragon. Stop their soul point coming through, but it is a consolation prize, and a fairly paltry one at that. Just trying to go up and get any kind of vision, so difficult for Ultra Prime to do. Yeah, the cancel comes out on the bow line. Again, it's so difficult for Ultra Prime to get into a position where they can actually fight at this point. They don't have the gold to brute force these fights. They are playing from behind, and this slow bleed, this death by 1,000 cuts from Top Esports, very well played by them to kind of keep control of things. As you were saying in the past, Top Esports, particularly, you know, the 2020 roster was a one which would just fight all the time, be crazy, a bit of the mojo, as Munchables would put it. But this one has a bit more control. Yes, they still have some of those crazy pieces. You still got some of these players which love to play completely off the leash. Even if you change some of those players, the new ones coming in have plenty of ability to skirmish as well. No, right, they have been caught in a position where they didn't get their snowball around this Draven going off early, despite some of their early moves by Baolan and Ning to put things into question. And now see the damage which Rookie has got to hold them back even further. So difficult for Ultra Prime to fight their way back into this.
7,000 gold lead, and it's only getting bigger and badder. It's getting to a point now where I don't even think a Doggo crash out really changes the dynamic of this game. It would help, for sure, on the side of Ultra Prime, but it doesn't really change within. You're already at 3 and 2 half items, I suppose, for Jackie Love, which means that he's going to burst you down regardless. You're not able to snowball this one away. It will help, but it's not going to be game-changing. And I think, like you mentioned, it's just the fact that Ultra Prime have had no opportunity to get Doggo involved in this game.
Yeah, and the follow-on of that has been actually, you are going to get the shutdown and an opportunity to find the ultimate comes out of Battle Map. It's achieved nothing again.
It's achieved nothing. That tidal wave will achieve everything. The difference of support ultimate is huge. Ning is a very low boy, and that shock blast is doing so much. Doggo, the only real healthy one here. Harry is very mini and very vulnerable as he tries to defend that mid lane turret little by little, bit by bit. This is what we talked about earlier as well. Top Esports are not the kind of team that are just going to let you, even if you let them sit back and you're not really losing that many. Remember, it's only 5 kills in the difference, but they are just not going to give you many opportunities. They're not going to allow you back into this game, and they're going to try and suffocate you out. It's a slow, methodical setup here by the side of Top Esports as they just keep whittling Ultra Prime down.
This is an absolute masterclass from Top Esports about how you use Lucian Nami and something like this Jace to try and poke people out, but they find him before.
They find Rookie, but can they kill him? I don't think they can! They don't have the damage. Finally, he goes down, but at what cost? Doggo again not able to be a part of the fight, and it's still a 2-for-1 in favor of Top.
It is, and again, it's such a masterclass of Top saying, we can poke you from a distance, we can weave in the skill shots, the long-range poke, and if you ever engage on us, you're going to get punished for it. Once again, Doggo held to account, zoned out in the fight, Ultima's coming in once again, trying to end the game.
Yeah, they're going to try to end the game. It's still 0-0-0 for Doggo. There's Nexus turret number 1 going down. You can see him. They're trying to make something work. Battle landfall to Jingtian. Doggo will finally be brought into the game as he tries to make something work. They're going to look for the execute on the Jingtian, but they can't get him. Jing cannot get the game. Are we going to see a Draven end with a 0-0-0 scoreline? Jackie says, no, I shall kill you both as they finally take down the Nexus. More and more kills coming over. Jackie Love with a triple. Jackie Love looking for the quadra, but before he could, the Nexus is fell.
It was if a million stacks all cried out at once and were suddenly silenced. 0, 1, and 0. I cannot stress how impressed I am by Top of their ability to stop this Draven ever getting involved in this game. The power spike around the Lucian Nami, the power spikes around the Jace being able to land shock blast after shock blast before the most important fights. Top Esports, they do have the ability to out-skirmish you and play towards that older style, which we know this team too. But this is a bit more of a new identity as well, where they can just choke the life out of you in these games.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think Ultra Prime came in with a plan. I liked the plan as well. They kind of said, look, we might not be able to get an early kill on bot side, so Baolan, start moving around, start working with Ning, seeing if we can maybe get Rookie off guard, catch out TN on a bad or a lazy rotation towards trying to get some vision. And Top Esports just answered it. There were a couple of moments where it looked like Ultra Prime had an answer, but once Top Esports had downloaded what Ultra Prime were trying to do, there just wasn't an opportunity after that.
You wouldn't download an Ultra Prime. Yes, they would.
heavy dubstep music incline. But it is just one of those things why we have such high praise for Top Esports, because even in games where you come in with a plan, everyone's got a good plan until they get punched in the face.
That they do. I think the most interesting parts of this game for me were the first 5 minutes when you saw all of these intricate kind of one-upping each other in terms of, okay, this lane didn't play out this way. How does that affect how a support roams on the map? That was very interesting to me. And then as soon as you saw the power spikes hit, particularly for the Lucian and the Jace, how Top Esports just stopped any sort of contest around anywhere around the map. It was very proficient from Top Esports to see how you keep control of a game, and compared to teams, even like a team like LNG, one of our other top teams in the league, they're a team which potentially could have got themselves into a similar situation, but they've shown from a lead, maybe they wouldn't play it out the same way as a team like Top Esports. That's why so many eyes are on this team. Well, one of many reasons why there are so many eyes on this team, as to why we think that they could be, even this early into the split, contenders for the top of the table. And a team like Ultra Prime, despite the status 1 and 3 in terms of series score, they came in with some decent moves, but you can see that damage graph says it all. They were not allowed to play League of Legends.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really a lot else you can do from there. Doggo tried his best, I gotta admit it. And look, people might say, you know, KDA player, not really getting involved.
No,
he never got an opportunity.
Why
yeah,
did
he
play that game.
he didn't have a choice. He didn't really. If he walks forward, he probably dies. So, you know, it's just that setup of that Top Esports just had such control over this game, over the state of the map. Once the tempo fell into their laps, they just said, right, it's our game. Then there's nothing you can do about it. Unless you have someone like a Jackie Love or a Rookie on your team, there's nothing going to change. The status quo has been established.
here, and I know the word tempo is one we throw around a lot. Think of it like chess and check and chess, where you're like, we are threatening you in this area of the map, which means that the Draven can't move. Because you can't do that, we get to make plays here, and you do not have a response. We know exactly what you're going to do. And Ultra Prime, I think that they had some creative plays early, which allowed them to kind of tip the script of the game just a little bit, but they couldn't do that as soon as the item breakpoints were hit. And again, just more praise onto Top for really understanding where the points of pressure are and how they could force Ultra Prime into unplayable situations. They really were just holding the king hostage.
Yeah, they really, really were. We're going to send it to a quick break, though. When we return, we'll have picks and bans for game number 2. So we'll see you soon.
The LPL are kings again.
When they told me this week was Weibo Gaming versus JDG, I just thought to myself, damn, where do I even begin? If I start at the mid lane, I'm ignoring the top lane matchup at the Sentry, right? If I go to the jungle, bot lane will get 3 pentakills before I get a word out. Don't you just love the LPL?
It's the nullifying lane, and oh, it's more than a nullifying lane! It's more than that!
6-9! It's insane, and it feels a little bit top esports right here from the side of JDG as they are dominating the early game. Chuo gets annihilated, Ruler in a 2v1 under the tower, and he might just win it as well. Ace in the hole comes out, but it's just not enough. Shadowbound falls, Ruler is a monster.
They win, but it's not going to be something like JDG that they can snowball into anything much more.
That's cleanse out. The flash comes on through as well as Ruler is actually going to die for this one, but Shadowbound there to body block. It doesn't matter. The damage is insane. This is a 2v4.
The 2v4!
Ruler is on another level as he burns through that bomb. Stroll going down. Jumps over the wall for the triple, and here's Ganami to finish the play.
I like how Spins just went for cooldowns. He goes back in. Here we go. Ult comes out from the Shy as well. Bin just disengages, but Ghost comes out. The Shy's not done with Bin just yet. The flash into the brush, trying to find the Qs. The Shy waiting for cooldowns here. The knockback comes through! And the Shy with yet another solo kill. Destructible, even after his ult. Like, his tanky stats are going to be insane. Yagao turns gold, keeps himself alive here. Shun flashing out the backside. And the final chapter actually going the wrong way from on there. As Carson dodging from the laser. Bin in the meantime is being 1v1 by the Shy, who's pulling the whole squad of BLG over to this side of the map. He finds a solo kill. He brings the entire enemy team over while his team does Baron, and they can't even get onto him. Exit. And wow, what a pickup. Oh my god, the damage out from Light. That is disgusting. 3 on the board already, and looking for more. The Shy ruins the Penta.
369 versus the Shy. Xiaohu versus Knight. And Ruler versus Light. Oh look, that last part rhymed. Anyways, look out for a banger this Friday night.
Wanna wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are.
Now I know how it feels to hold pure solid gold. Sleep in the arms of my only minute tiny world. And right here in our arms you'll stay until you can find your own way. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out
把我自己的失误就是尽量减少，因为我们队我觉得都是很强的选手，只要我们都能减少失误的话，我觉得能走得很远。对他们说就很久也没跟他们打过了嘛，然后希望这次大家都能打好一点，就拿出最好的状态。
Show their best form. They did. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are into day 5 of week number 4. And we just saw Top Esports suffocate out Ultra Prime, who came in with a game plan, but like we always say, everyone's got a plan to get punched in the face, and that punch in the face was Jackie Love on that Lucian. MVP for game number 1. And really, again, like, just, this is why we have such high praise for these guys. They're just that good. There's nothing else to say.
Yeah, and if the AD carries are the kings on the chessboard, one of them was held completely hostage, and Doggo just could not influence the game, whereas Jackie Love acting more like a queen in his own right on that one, being the absolute power piece. He's both. His royalty, 7-0-4, did an awesome job of playing around his power spikes on the champion and kind of showing it, reminding us of, despite all the mediocre Lucian Namis across the world and how people are first picking it and doing nothing with it, if you give these champions to the best players in the world, this is what they do with them. You do not get to play mid-game against a good Lucian Nami power spike.
I mean, it's just such a well thought out setup, such a well played, kind of, I suppose, just a crafted draft to say, look, we're happy with getting the Lucian Nami. We know what we can do with it. Yes, we know we're giving you the Lucian and the Draven, the Draven and the Nautilus, but what are you going to do with it? Even there, where he gets caught by the dredge line, he gets hooked in, but just keeping his calm, keeping his cool, knowing that he can weave in and out of fights. And that's why we love Jackie Love so much. It's why we see him as such an incredible AD carry, because he does, ride that line between I'm okay or I'm dead. And it does lead to some of the most, amazing and also slightly embarrassing moments for him. But that's why he's here.
I will say it's perfect for games like best of threes, right? Where you can afford one or two of those mistakes where but with the kind of the payoff of, you know, that most of the time Jackie Love is actually going to make that play happen. That's the thing which we talk about less, I suppose, because we kind of focus on the, oh, somebody else will lose you the game. He wins you way more games than he loses you them.
Oh, yeah.
And when you're in a best-of setting, that difference allows you to take down the best teams in the world. It allows you to take down the best teams in the LPL. And a player like this on the champions, which is allowed in the current meta as well, has been a real player to watch. It really is kind of, you've got Jackie Love, you've got Ruler on the other side as well, somewhere out there waiting for him and the rest of the LPL. The AD carries we've got at the top of the table, we've also seen Light as well do awesome. We have some really good AD carries going to play, and we are waiting for some titanic clashes later into spring.
Yeah, we really, really are, and it does feel like right now, Top Esports are building up that momentum. They're building up the synergy again. Of course, it's been a little bit of a time since we've seen Jackie Love and Rookie in the same team. Of course, Rookie coming into a new setup, a new system, shall we say, before
For the first time in a while, actually, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And it does feel like this is going to take a little bit of time for them to build and grow and move forward with what they want to try and build up from. But right now, it's looking good. And for Ultra Prime, I honestly like the idea of the Draven and the Nautilus, but it's kind of like a curveball that's expected, so it's not really that much of a curveball. Well, it's like, okay, we know it's going to come into this, but we know how to play around it. I need to see something a bit more explosive, a bit more surprise, you know?
Well, for me, you still have to have champions which can actually fight at that point, right? Maybe like
for sure,
or like a Pipe, maybe. It's possible.
Go for it.
Kaiser, the problem with Kaiser is that you have to survive like the first couple of levels, and particularly after you get your Q upgrade, it's possible. We've seen Kaiser a little bit. We saw one game of the other day. I can't remember for the life of me who played it, but we saw one game in the LPL of that Kaiser. But for me, I didn't mind everything up until that lane swap happened with the cross map. I think at that point, when you had a huge fight around the enemy red buff where giving up 2 kills and Draven's not getting involved, Dog was just kind of left taking it out on the bot side. That was when I felt, okay, you've kind of screwed things at this point. You're not really going to be able to control that side of the map now. You can gold over to the Lucian when the Draven, even though he gets tower gold, doesn't get his cash and doesn't get his shutdown. And that felt where the wheels came off the Ultra Prime train. The fact that they could hold it together for such a long time against a team like Top, who have been, again, this real top-tier team, that is praise in itself, but to be able to capitalize against that, they need to find a way to really leverage that early game and turn it into a mid-game explosive play.
Yeah. Aw, cute dog. Oh, no, those dogs are fighting.
That was a really good Syndra cosplay, by the way. I think that was a
It was very, very cool. But I am loving the new kind of like LPL, like Shanghai and China Stadium metas of like, all these, like, obviously we started off with LCK having the signs they could draw on, they could, like, you know, put the text across it, and now we're getting like full-on GIFs with like acting put in, to, you know, like speech bubbles and stuff. It's the new development in how you show your fandom.
We're into draft, and we'll talk about that, of course. But like, it is great to celebrate the community that we have around our leagues and our game as well. It's one of the most special things about League of Legends, wherever you are in the world. You get these big events. It feels like a big convention coming to play with it as well. And as convention dictates, Elise is banned, Zeri is banned, Lucian Nami is also banned this time, though. So first pick priority might shift away a little bit from that. As we see, the virus being covered is going to be locked in. Very little has changed from the Worlds meta we saw last year in regards to that. Varus is just such an insanely annoying champion to deal with from the bot side. With build diversity, you can go towards on-hit/crit, and you can, of course, go for that very, very non-interactive poke style. On the other side, though, Ultra Prime, you're not going to have the same kind of bot lane meta. What have you got left in the tank? Hovering over that Sivir is going to be locked in. Does that mean you're going to get a Lulu later into that draft as well to pair it up with? That has been one of those choice lane pairings. And Ning will pick up the Maokai as opposed to the other side of the match, which they're playing, the Sejuani in game 1.
They get the Maokai for themselves, of course. We did say earlier we want to see something kind of an engage with the side of the Maokai as a secondary as such, but we'll wait to see what they end up going for. Top Esports now with the Varus locked in. Excuse me, no Ashe to be paired with it for the moment, but I was just about to say the Heimerdinger works exceptionally well into something like a Sivir. So many little things to kind of keep an eye out for. The turrets, of course, the piercing arrow to combo with the Varus means that total bot lane priority is going to be in the hands of Top Esports.
Yeah, and those Heimerdinger turrets are really annoying short-range AD carries because when you're looking to work your way into a fight, the way that I refer to Heimerdinger is an anti-carry. He doesn't necessarily kill your carry, but he makes them feel very, very annoyed by just being really inconvenient. You build up something like a Ryalize, and you throw a grenade into the backline, or you have your turrets splashing that magic damage slow onto a lot of different folks. The Civic Hum is actually going to be the pairing, so it's not going to be that Lulu, but the double speed up. This is the Season 5 bot lane combo. In fact, this is a complete Season 5 draft. For those that remember this was the SKT 2015 special. You have a Maokai running at you with a bajillion move speed for his engage, like flash W into it, or you know, using his bigger engage potential at that point, because that move speed makes it so much easier. On the other side, though, you're still going to get crushed early in this lane by the Varus Heimerdinger. That is very hard to outpush. And then with Tien on the aggressive side of this jungle matchup, Vi tends to bully around the Maokai early on. Maokai's left having to respond to plays. You're in a position again where Ultra Prime are maybe looking down the barrel of top esports, getting control of a game, and then starting to really give them problems after they're ahead.
A couple of problems, but see how they're able to deal with those problems. Of course, you're having the Karma, like you said, not able to... I just said this earlier, is that the Karma is not exactly able to burst out the Heimerdinger turrets with that Q for the first few levels, but should be able to garner up a little bit more strength as the game does go on. Top Esports now trying to see if they can maybe get away some of these mid lane champions that are kind of plaguing Rookie, or might play Rookie. Rookie's got plenty in his own champion pool, probably why they don't mind seeing a couple of bans thrown his way. The Silas, the Azir, the Jace.
Still up.
And
yes,
the
Syndra as well, which
Tristana.
Ching has really liked.
So,
But anyway, the
I think
Tristana, does that
this
mean
is...
I think this
Yeah.
is Kassadin threats, and
Exactly.
say, if you lock in something like a Syndra, which Ching really likes, you're going to really suffer for that. Ching Tian hovering over that Darius, which of course he got that massive triple kill with, which I'm sure you've seen a million times if you've been watching the highlight reels between the games. But this pick, the Rise, it has been first pickable. It has been left through to 4-5 in this game. Renekton on the other side, technically still a flex, can go between mid and top lane, but most of the time when it's mid lane, you want it paired up with a jungler that can really make the most of it. So you're expecting that Renekton will go towards that top lane, which means that Qingtian has his pick of the litter really to go in towards that matchup. Seen an awful lot of things which can be hovered and be favourites of Qingtian. Of course, the Xente was played in that last game to great effect. Decides for more frontline this time though, and says, all right, we have that initiation from that Vi. We have a long-range backline of the Varus and the Heimerdinger at least. The Rise kind of filling in that mid-range as well. Very good front-to-back though from Top Esports into what Ultra Prime have shown.
Now we see what they want to try and take into that mid lane. You would imagine it's still going to be the Scion into Renekton. I could be wrong. Could technically be a Karma mid as well. Plenty to be thinking about. Ooh.
Oh, we got some weird stuff coming out. Okay, all right, where are we going?
Awesome.
So, this could be full AP Cho'Gath mid. We have seen some builds of some tankier stuff where you just kind of like go towards... We have seen Heartsteel Cho'Gath in some rare situations, but since that item's kind of been tuned down a bit, less so the case now. This could also be, though, the Renekton mid into the Rise. We did talk, it can contest the push from Rise early, particularly when you go for something like Iron Spike Whip. You can also go for kill combos on the Rise. When you go for a Prowler's Claw, like the Renekton Blade of the Rune King into that Prowler's Claw build. This is something which you were asking for a little bit, Oshin, in terms of something a bit more explosive in terms of different picks. Cho'Gath, great anti-tank, great at reaching the backline through the front line. If you ever walk into a queue, which I mean as a Rise and a Varus, if you get hit by that Rupture, you are going to get in a lot of trouble after that point. The CC from that, very, very difficult to deal with. So, Cho'Gath, haven't seen that many of them this split, in this across globally even, but good to see it coming out here. Something a bit different.
Something a bit different, and it's exactly what I wanted to see them do. Try use that counter pick to get something a little bit off kilter. You have to do this. You play standard against some of the best teams in the LPL. You're going to lose. I'm sorry. You're just not going to be as good at them in terms of player dip. You just ain't got it. But to throw in a curveball, get something like the Cho'Gath, that's basically an extra smite. It's actually technically a better smite in the first few levels of the game. So this is going to be a much more, I would say, you know, interesting way of, you know, setting up around objectives here for Ultra Prime. You need to make sure you're getting down those things. But I will say for Top Esports, if they're not at objectives, if they're not ready to contest as they are being started up, you will melt objectives here as the Ultra Prime setup, because you've got Maokai, you've got the Renekton, you've got so much to be able to burst it down.
So, I've been doing a little bit of searching, a little bit of researching in the background. This is only the second Cho'Gath game globally we have seen this year. The first one was by Rascal. He won it, won 1-3-7. And I I've seen a fair amount of this in solo queue. I've seen it around the place, as I was kind of saying. It's been moonlighting a little bit as an AP mid laner, particularly when you have some of those majors like a Victor or an Azir. You can occasionally catch them out with your Q and have some kill threats. It's always been a high elo solo queue special, but in this game, Harry looks like he's going towards that grass, going towards something a little bit tankier towards that top side. Maybe something like a Jack Show to be a really strong front line. But either way, decent answer into the Scion, if a bit of a historic one.
Very historic matchup there, and we'll see if it ends up being the key to unlocking this particular game, or if it doesn't really do a lot after that. Rookie gonna walk straight into Ching, but with that Ruin Prison available, it's not really gonna work out the same way. Balan and Rookie now trying to walk. Sorry, Balan and Doggo, excuse me. Thinking back to 2018. But with that W, Ricochet's coming out. This is, again, why you have such an issue with the Heimerdinger coming into the Karma. Dakulov does get hit by the Mantra Q. And it ends up being a pretty bad trade for Baolan, but now Tien roaming up here, trying to see if he can make a bit of a difference with both bot lanes level 1.
So I believe that top saw the ward go down from Ultra Prime, so they understand that Tien can't just walk through that river into that lane. See that? Again, those Vorpal spikes, the E from the Cho'Gath, very good at anti-tank kind of pressure to send HP damage on them. Very, very impactful.
Balan!
So damaged, man!
Oh, he gets flash away, but that's more and more pressure, and this is the bot lane that we kind of said, look, you went with a kill lane last time, Ultra Prime. This is when you try to go toe-to-toe. It's why you don't see many teams going toe-to-toe with the bot lane of Ultra or of top esports. They're just so damn oppressive.
And they are. It's been... caught this out as something that Cold talks about an awful lot as well over on the LEC. Oh, this is the last time that Flandre played it last year, very early on into spring. But talking about this bot lane, it really is about the first couple of waves. That priority gives you so much to play towards. It really isn't about ganking top lane in so much of this matter. It can be occasionally, but when you have control over that bot lane, you take a good trade, it allows your junglers to do so much more. It allows you to go towards early dragons, stack them up. Ching going towards this mid lane though, big
Look for him, Bramble Smash does not do enough damage. Ching flashes, but Tien is around him. Now Ning in a lot of trouble, not going to go down just yet, but this is top esports to a T. They know where the danger lane is and they cover it.
Yeah, and one of the reasons I was a little caught out by that is because I thought that was kind of dangerous. Tien in the wings, but Tien always where he needs to be. One of the very best junglers in the LPL turns up to save his equally all-star mid laner. Demolish on that tower, it's Harry can get all the tower damage down. This is Harry's first ever Cho'Gath deck as well. Never played the champion before. See if he can make an impact on it as his mid laner falls behind. Tien gets out of the enemy jungle with style and grace. And once again, top esports find themselves punishing some of these early plays.
And just very smart play, recognizing, look, we're pretty confident. They don't have enough damage straight off to kill you off, so keep the Vi in the vicinity. Make sure we know where we're going to be playing and where we're going to be trying to set up. And
is that what Vi stands for, vicinity?
Perhaps, I don't know. It stands for violence according to her, so we'll see if they're able to make anything else work from that. But this is just such a bad setup now for this Renekton, because not only are you losing out on the wave, but the early kills not going your way is really going to hinder you going into that mid game.
Yeah, and this is one of the reasons why when we came through to that red 5 pick, wondering whether the Renekton was going mid and top, we kind of called it going top lane, because if you want to play Renekton mid, you kind of want to combo that up with something you can do a lot more early damage and utilize the fact that you can put that stun into so much damage. Not that damage, Mark putting down an Ignite to try and send that trade. And once again, we're back to mid lane.
We are back to mid lane. Ching needs to be very... Oh, he doesn't have to be careful anymore because he's now with his ancestors. Definitely not the moment you need it. Ning does not have a flash, by the way, so one more Vault Breaker should be good. Bramble Smash not going to come out in time. That is a 3-0-0 Tien, and already this game is no longer a game of, I would say, death by 1,000 cuts. This is one clean guillotine to the neck.
Yeah, this is just the head of the snake's fallen off. Ultra Prime sat there trying to find direction again in this game. And again, if you're going to play around mid jungle with this kind of combo, it gets very, very difficult. Renekton mid doesn't quite have the damage to finish off all by himself. He needs a little bit more help than a montage can give you in the very early levels. Not the montage is 0 damage, but it's not the same as someone like a Squani or a Nidalee or one of the historic ones we've seen with that bot lane. Though decent enough damage themselves. At least taking a good trade for them in that 2v2, but this map is falling apart. Prime is not getting easier here.
It is not. Rupture will land, but it won't do you any good here, Harry. The boy who did not live. It's not the greatest of spin-offs, to be perfectly honest. But yeah, this is just TN all around the map. Just being... probably just being him, just being TN. This is why every single year we come at the end of the split and saying, you know what, regular season MVP is probably going to be TN, because he just does this all the time.
Yeah, he's locking eyes with Karsa across the table and saying, huh, jungle competition A, 4-0, building towards his first title as well. So much gold in this, going towards what looks to be that Campunk Chainsword with the healing on the other side. Actually, I understand that being a first item in this game, especially with having an AP's mid laner. Rookie though, also another beneficiary of this. This Renekton is meant to be able to contest Prio. It's meant to be able to contest the roaming pressure of a Rise early on. You can just shove and roam. That's not going to be the case this game. Now Rookie in complete control of this lane, and that will start filtering out across the map sooner or later. Even in this top side, yes, CS advantage towards Harry on this top side, but it's not really enough to even out the woes that Ultra Prime are suffering in this game so far. So Ultra Prime, what do they do at this point? You have bot lane locked under tower. We kind of thought that would happen with the Varus behind it again. Your jungle is behind it. Your mid lane, which is supposed to roam, is now locked in lane and behind. You are really, once again, held in check, held in stalemate by Ultra Prime. What do you do at this point? You've got to get creative.
Felt the creativity was the Cho'Gath, but it's not to be for the moment. We'll wait to see where they're able to try and make something, if they can even make something happen.
That's the gold star with the you tried on it.
Yeah.
Because I didn't mind that.
A for effort.
At this point, I'm almost like, wouldn't have this just have been better than AP Cho'Gath mid and just try to play around the Renekton on the top side and pulling up the Sion instead? But Harry doing his very best, has that ultimate on cooldown though, so no kill pressure. And yeah, just sat at top Esports, just locking Ultra Prime into lane. They completely lane locked them. It is congested. It's like rush hour across these lanes. No way for this traffic to move across the map. And again, top Esports. As much as they've had more skirmishes in this early game, it is a fairly calm and collected early game. It's been calculated, it's been considered, and it is absolutely brutal.
Yeah, that's the scarier thing about this, is that not only is this an explosive early game lead for the Vi in particular, and of course for the Rise as well, getting all those assists, but this has been just the most bog standard of plays, it almost feels like, coming out from top Esports. It feels like it was very, very much thought out, very methodical in how we wanted to kind of make this work. Move into mid, cover that gank coming back into mid, no flash, go and get this kill, go top side, make that one work. Here we go though, Choo Choo, the train comes into the mid lane. We're gonna see Ching dropping down his ultimate alongside Ning. Flash gonna be there. Ching Tian gonna drop down the smash and see if he can keep himself alive. Flash forward in to the CC, and Harry gets the chomp down. Gonna have a nice little stack for himself. And this is why I like the Cho'Gath. It's a little bit different to what we're normally seeing, and it does end up paying dividends, at least in that case.
Yeah, that's a pretty good kill to have. It means that also Harry gets to put another wave into that top lane. Probably gets another Demolish proc on tower. You get a Herald. You are leaving this Varus alone with the bot side. You've lost 3 plates there. You're losing a whole wave of it. Despite the kill, most teams across the world prefer to leave their AD carry, especially if you're already ahead in that lane. Leaving your AD carry alone in that lane to just keep winning harder. That team tends to be the answer to these Herald plays. A little bit surprised by Jintia going towards that Herald. It felt like a little bit mistimed. If you had the Vias place, if you had the Rise being able to respond, maybe you could look for a play around that point. But it felt a little bit oddly discoordinated for top from what we've come to expect from them from their first few series, and of course the first game of this series.
Yeah, curious enough actually, this is we're talking about Ching Tian. It looks like he's going towards an Abyssal Mask as a very early item, a special cowl. So, I mean, I could be wrong, it could be a Rod of Ages, but
well, double AP topside. Yeah, it's double AP topside, so it is fairly efficient on that front. Not going towards that mythic first, though.
I haven't seen that item in a while.
Yeah, I was just... I haven't seen that item in such a long time. When he said, oh, it's building into Abyssal Mask, I'm like, is it?
Yeah.
What's it build out of? I haven't seen that one in a little while.
It's
Yeah,
Abyssal
like,
Mask
honestly,
and Spectre
you could
Spell,
tell me
yeah.
that builds into like an even shroud or something like that, and I'd probably believe you. I have no idea what these items build out of for tanks. I don't play tanks anyway. But TTS gonna have to try and find himself a way to tank this situation. 1v2. Got some MR. He'll have to survive this, I don't think.
Yeah, he's got a hell of a lot of damage being put in on top of him now. He should just be om-nom-nommed in about 2 seconds. Flat doesn't even need to try and get him killed off by that. Still gets killed, though, at the end of it all by the Rupture Spike. So TTN not having a great time on this top side. Harry showing why they were comfortable picking this into the Scion and showing why it's powerful.
Yeah, at least like, you know in Terminator, when you've got like the thumb going down into the molten lava, it feels like Jingtian pushing the W key to shield out the Cho'Gath ult, so at least Harry doesn't get another stack on that ultimate. It's a consolation prize with that one. Shane taking a decent trade down the spot side, but is behind in gold, and hasn't built himself into something like the Prowler Squall just yet. Looks like he will build towards that later, but we're getting to the point now. You have Ryze in the side lane, vibing up to roam between these lanes as well. Very interested to see how Tien chooses to spend his time around the Rift with so much gold in pocket, and his next ultimate being probably a big game changer. Would love to see where he chooses to pull that ultimate. Eyes on that via the jungle.
Eyes on the buy. He does have actually only about a 800, or probably a bit more, to be perfectly honest on that, but in terms of the actual items and what they're manifesting into, it's only about a single gem of a difference between himself and Ning, so Tien is ahead, but not monstrously so that it would be a significant difference between these next two fights. A minute before the next dragon spawns is going to be the Chem Dragon. We'll wait to see what soul is available.
So, teleport's coming up for both of these top laners. Potentially an angle for Qingtian to impact the next fight. Of course, he can just walk down the river and ult his way down. Sadly, not using the Steam Train skin, or rather the art. I just not even use Steam Train, but like the big choo-choo thing. It's Proto, right? It's a Proto or is it Mecha? Mecha Scion. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's Mecha Scion.
Anyway, he's not using that. He's not using that, which makes me sad. Because that is by far the best skin Scion has. But Harry's just out there holding into account both these champions having TP, Dragon spawning in 20 seconds. It is just wet noodle, wave for GD in the top side.
Yeah, both have significant sustain, both have significant CC to not die. I will say if either Tien or Ning goes up towards the top side, it could lead to a kill to either side. It would take a fair bit of time before either of them burn through the health bars of the Cho'Gath or the Scion, but now Feldig's dropped up to his top side. Tien gonna go straight into mid. Doggo flashes away, but he was followed up by Jackie Love, and now Jackie Love gets his Immortal Shield bow pop. Oh, those Maokai saplings just expired as they were walking towards that brush. As we can see Ning looking to try and catch out Mark here. There's no real follow-up after that, so I feel like that's just a bit of a weird decision to make when you're not really even gonna go for the fight.
Yeah, well, that's the Vial that we were looking for. Goes straight towards that mid lane. Of course, the Herald goes towards top, gets plates off of that top turret. Doesn't lead to it being killed. Rookie very happy to sit in his own side lane. So top, they see kind of like the imbalance of members across the map and say, well, if you're top side, Maokai's not got an ult to cover this mid lane. Use the Vial there. Managed to get the kill on the Doggo. Took him the whole game up until the Nexus fell to die in game 1. Not really in this one. Oh, Ching just completely lost track the enemy jungle. He's gonna go down for that. Tien. Oh, he dies!
Gets a kill back. 3-level difference between Rookie and Doggo, but still respecting the flash because he does not believe his realm warp will be enough to be able to save him. Could he be getting caught out? So little moments here, little glimmers of silver linings.
Though.
Yeah, I was gonna say, big shutdown.
That is that would have been like 400, 450 gold on top of the 300 that you get for that kill. That's like double to triple the amount of gold you get for a kill goal. So now you have to consider this Renekton is actually more like 3 and 3 or 2 and 3 rather than the one that he sat on. Gets him through to a Prowler's Squall. Gets him through to a little bit of extra itemization, which, especially when this Renekton is going to be in side lanes, maybe looking to burst out Rookie with someone like Ning trying to kind of combo up with them. Non-trivial. That's actually something to pay attention to. Big shutdown to give over. We talked about how Vi was important with that ultimate in that mid lane. Also makes a second important play right after that, which is dying.
Well, Tien still with a fairly decent start to this game, regardless of the shutdown or not. Top lane being crashed in, as Harry does not have any mana to speak of. You kind of come back into this lane. You're 1 minion away from the Sivir having her coal being fully stacked. So annoying. But another little bit of gold to go over there. I will say Jackie Love has done exceptional on this Varus right now. Has a 30 CS lead. Probably just going to be a little bit underneath it as these minion waves just finally get crashed in. But again, little things like that can be the difference maker between an item spike. He'll have his Guinzoos very, very shortly, whereas the Kraken Slayer was only just finished up for Doggo. Rift Herald gets picked up now for top esports, and they are still 3,000 gold ahead. So with 2 dragons, they could be on a course for a pretty early soul, all things considered. Harry does land the CC there onto Mark. Just needs to be a little bit careful with how far ahead he goes. He's going to dissuade any more pushing forward.
Sidle.
You know what the funny thing is? I was like, oh, maybe I'll hype this up. Nothing's gonna happen. Everyone's backing away, so I'm just gonna say we, and we're gonna move on from that.
I was like, I wonder what happens, because you've got a lot of gold in pocket for someone like Doggo as well. But Rookie being in a side lane, I think that's probably the deciding factor for top esports to not commit harder to that, out of the way. That's, yeah. One spell out of that top jungle. Not going to capitalize on that either, though. And we're getting through to a point where it really is about that kind of 1-3-1.
Rookie, no
balancing
flash.
all of these factors. Rookie, he's probably going to get jumped in.
Yeah, he's almost certainly going to fall down, you would imagine. Yep, there is Harry with the nom 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 nom. Now TN needs to try and make a counterplay here. Good piercing arrow keeps TN healthy while he finishes off the kill, but Doggo gets himself a bark back, and that's going to be a 2-for-1 tradable to Prime and top esports. They're letting it slip a little bit. You can't just let these little moments happen.
This is not nearly as clean because top esports, they went through into a 1-3-1. They have the rise this time. Rookie's obviously one of the great global rises. Has a long history on that champion. But after that mid lane play, you think, okay, you know, things are going to fizzle out. No, you're still in their side of the jungle. You don't have that same ability to really zone out. Everyone rolls right from that. Sivir is popped to help them get closer to the play as well. And top are only really bailed out by the fact that they have a Varus arrow coming in to kind of even up something or other. But yeah, this is not as clean as that first game. Still obviously an advantage over top esports. They have themselves 2 dragons, leads on various members. But TN fought out a couple of times going a little too deep this time. And not lacking for damage this second game, particularly with that Shogat ult being able to chomp down a couple of people in a row. Harry on this Shogat is going to become a little bit scary.
A little bit scary. He's going to become very scary. TN now up on this top side. He's going to look for Harry, but without a flash to close the distance with that Bolt Breaker, it's going to be very difficult to really take him out. It'll take a long time to burst through his particular health bar as he's stacked up very, very nicely for himself. I'll keep an eye on the bottom left to make sure I can see how many stacks he's gotten so far with that Shogun ult. But yeah, again, looking very solid for the moment. Very happy to see that, you know, Ultra Prime are keeping in tow with this game. But Shelly in the mid lane now, and Varus as big as he is, it's hard to cover these waves when you're so short range with the Sivir.
Yeah, so that's going to be the wave brute forced into that mid lane turret. Mid lane priority achieved by top esports. Dragon is alive. Essentially head towards their soul point at this point. Ultra Prime not looking to fight. They teleported back up towards the top side. Maybe they can finally crack open one of these turrets. Been locked out of all of their structures so far, but this does mean that with that teleport to top side, top don't need to be worried about something like a Shogun teleport or a Clanport teleporting in to just join the fray. Is that Jackie Love can remain a lot more safe in this mid lane as they take their time securing this dragon, securing that soul point towards that ocean soul. In this game, very, very valuable. Lots of tanks tend to use the ocean soul better than most because they stay alive and get more regen through these big fights. So top esports get themselves into a good position regarding that. And Rookie also taking out something in the side lane.
I love what he's doing here as well. He's making sure as many minions as possible die, so you're not getting the gold off of that. Gets himself set up to kind of just take that turret as easy as he likes. That mid lane turret is a sneeze away from falling down. So that's going to be another turret going down. Again, this is good plays from Ultra Prime, but we're still seeing a 4,000 gold lead from Top Esports. Nothing has happened, but they've gained so much just off of the state of the map. And I think that's the big thing we always got to keep an eye out for, is how teams deal with the state of the map. Is Harry, he's pretty tanky, but they're going to bait out the Maokai ultimate. Will be absorbed there by the Heimerdinger, who, with the Chain of Corruption, should get himself out. Ching Tian goes in with a TP, but should be fine. Ching, on the other side of this, was in the dominance, but separated away from his fight. It's kind of a 1v4, but now they flash in on the Ching Tian, and he's got nowhere to go. He's going to fall down and die. And that's just how it is. I just realized it's Tian on Ching, and then Ching Tian in top lane.
Yes, I
just realized that as I completely messed up the call.
Do I set this up, or do I just let you make the mistake at some point? I am a cruel person. I let it happen. But
it's for the joke I made at your expense earlier, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm sure there will be many more of them in the future, friend. I'm sure there are many of them. But in that fight, it looked like Top Esports were playing themselves some Dance Dance Revolution. It really was just, let's see how many skill shots we can dodge. I really want to applaud Mark for that last fight as well, landing a really key stun onto Harry, so he could walk up and chomp and kind of finish off that kill. Mark tanks the Maokai ult, puts the turret down and says, okay, cool, fight's over. Try and walk through this Rylai's turret. And they absolutely can't do that, but Mark goes to this river again, picks up a Soul Flare. And Top Esports, recovering a little bit from a couple of their missteps earlier in this game, sparing their blushes somewhat by the map state, as you were saying. That's to deny jungle camps, deny some side lane farm to add up to that gold total. It's less about the crazy big plays, but that slow burn, but leading to something bigger here.
Yeah, Cleanse is going to be used by Doggo and Slash to keep himself alive, but they actually find Jackie Love here, and Harry gets himself a nice nom-nom-nom, so a little bit of an extra move here as you can see a 4v5 ensuing. Tiendo is still very, very big. Baolan putting himself in front of the Top Esports jungler to make sure he cannot get away as Ching picks up that kill. Harry is coming, and Harry is getting bigger. Ching is moving forward. This is Ultra Prime, but look at Rookie. These health bars are so low. Rookie gets one. Rookie's looking for another one. You can see it in his eyes. They're going to get another one as well. Rookie has just made this fight his own by just sitting on the backside and lasering the side of Ultra Prime.
It's still a lost fight, but who the hell needs an AD carry when you've got yourself a Rookie on rise, machine guns his way through as many people as he can on Ultra Prime at the death of that play. It's still a one play for Ultra Prime, however. They managed to take down Jacula very early into that fight, get another stack onto Cho'Gath, of course. You cap out at 6 and you chomp on minions, but the more this happens, the tankier and more problematic that Cho'Gath is going to be. See that? A lot of gold goes on that 500 gold shutdown to Harry on that Cho'Gath. And Ching Tian can't transform in the same way. Wow, that is serious credit to playing blocker, playing a shutdown onto Ning, onto TF, who can't quite finish off the AD carry. And then after this point, it really is just, well, we've been down so many members. A little bit of an overcalculation, because Rice still exists. Rice is a lot of damage.
So much. He does get ruptured here, which I feel like is the little scary moment for Rookie, but doesn't really mean too much in the grand scheme of things. So we come back into live, and everyone's setting themselves up around this Baron. The next dragon in a minute's time. Again, Soul Point will be huge. And I was going to say, we haven't had a check on the Maokai just for the moment, but that is 475 true damage plus 10% of your bonus health. That is a significant chunk of anyone's health bar should and when he tries to use it. The rest of Top Esports need to be keeping a very keen eye now on what is happening with this Cho'Gath. So, with him having his own Abyssal Mask, we haven't seen it in years, and then we see two in the same game. It's such a curious thing, the LPL. Things that just don't exist for any other league. We just happen to find them.
Yeah, but when you have tanks which are this impactful and have this kind of itemization, you see that, heading up towards 4,000 HP for both of these tanks, it changes the way that you can engage, right? Engaging past the Cho'Gath is just really annoying. Because that Top Esports actually are, once again, sending the rise to the side lane. Shingo, maybe force the issue, dominant pop.
Yeah. The dominant pop, as is the Maokai ultimate, is not going to mean anything else apart from Jackie Love's flash. But it needs a bit of damage down onto the tank, so it needs a bit more back onto Ning. Ning's in a lot of trouble if he's not careful. He will fall unless you're jungler without anyone to help you. Rookie's not even a part of this. This is a 4v5. I looked at the bottom left like, why are we showing a picture-in-picture? This is Top Esports 4v5ing and winning.
Exactly. As soon as Jing does not find the angle on that connector, things were going to get difficult because you can play this slow in top Esports. You can play it slow because both teams have a actually tanky tank. Rookie is staying in the base. He has teleport. He's and they steal.
They get it away from Ultra Prime, or sorry, Ultra Prime get away from them. It's Top Esports now looking for this fight. Look at Jackie Love just putting in work. Rookie is ending the game. Guys, your base triple kill, quadra kill coming in for Jackie Love. And you know he's got blood in his eyes. He wants this penta, but they are miles away and there's no realm warp to break the distance.
Yeah, that was the objective bounty for Ultra Prime. At least managed to chomp away that objective, another stack onto the Cho'Gath, but that means you don't have the chomp for the fights. You didn't even have the one fight, but even with a rookie not there, Top Esports, they once again hold Ultra Prime over the flame and say, look, you gotta find a fight at some point. It's very, very difficult. Tien doing what we struggled to do in that last series, spell shield, smite through the spell shield onto the Sivir, actually managed to land the ult that carry, but Doggo still managing to survive a little bit longer, but just not on the same level as Jacula, who has to rattle through these arrows onto the back.
I mean, it just feels like it was a little bit of a split call coming out for Ultra Prime. They kind of got everything they wanted in a sense, and I'll explain what I mean by that is that they stopped the Dragon Soul and Ching got back to stop the game from ending. So technically speaking, they did do everything, but that's 8,000 damage to Jackie in one team fight. That he is so good on this virus. It just feels like you cannot give this champion. We say this every single split in every single meta about Jackie Love. There is just one champion that he is so damn proficient on that you just can't give it away. And it looks like virus is going to be that for 2023.
And a player like Jackie Love, it feels like if the team fight doesn't start with him dying, he ends that fight. He is just so good at being the crazy clutch cleanup AD carry. Tien going towards the side lane, not pulling out the ultimate, not wanting to dive too deep and get flashed back into that turret, but Top Esports taking everything outside of the base. Baron buff achieved, Rookie able to push in on that mid lane, hold that realm warp threat. Should Top look for a fight on the bottom side of the map, and Ultra Prime, much like that first game, now in a untenable position where they can't fight, but they also can't stall either. The wave play is going to get that much harder.
Yeah, every single wave that hits is going to put more and more damage. I will say, still very short range on the side of Top Esports, so not the easiest to get onto when you don't have a full wave. You can see Rookie there, just got to keep his cannon minion popped up and alive, while the bot lane one does a little bit of extra work on top of it. So more and more pressure being pushed down here onto Ultra Prime. They haven't folded just yet. They're close. There's a little bit of sway, a little bit of movement from the side of Ultra Prime's tower, but they haven't dropped just yet. As I say that, they're going to go straight in onto Doggo, who does cleanse and flash away. Chain of Corruption doesn't really land onto anybody of significance. Rookie flashes forward, gets a double, and this game is done. This series is over. Blink and you'll miss it. Rookie has just decided they wanted to win the series.
It has been a baton pass from Rookie to Jacula, back to Rookie again to see who can carry these fights harder. You're definitely tanky, Harry, but you're not there to carry your team across this finish line. The first Cho'Gath we've seen in a year, the first in Harry's career, cannot lead to a win. It is a pretty dominant 2-0 from Top Esports on the day.
Yeah, very well played from them, and honestly what we expected as well. Look, we can talk about a lot of different things about Ultra Prime and be as positive as we like, but at the end of the day, Top Esports were still coming into this as absolute favorites. And look, they dropped away Weibo 2-1. They beat Ninja Pajamas last week in a 2-1 as well. This was a clean 2-0. They go into next week, week 5. They have IG and EDG, and this is where I want to start to see the momentum being pushed forward here from the side of Top Esports. This is where I want to see them really grab hold of their destiny and solidify themselves the top 2 in the front of the playoffs.
Yeah, and I think it's really worth noting that week 5 was a big boiling point for a lot of our top teams. EDG playing off against a lot of the big teams too, and they're another team which are up there in our kind of presumed top of the standings. It's very hard to tell with the LPL when you have different strengths of schedules. We're getting to the point where we really get to see who our contenders are going to be. Top Esports, we think they're going to be one of them. When you see games like this, it is very hard to say otherwise. JDG obviously staring off across the map, across the table as well. And with so many individual performances across so many different teams, despite this being a year of great change for the LPL, I don't think the LPL is any lesser for it. These teams are starting to find their feet. These players are definitely starting to find form, and we're into. You can see like you've got the barrel of gunpowder, and there's like this trail leading to it, and it's getting very, very close to exploding.
I mean, I love that you bring that up as well, because I do think, especially within the LPL community itself, was that you saw a lot of names leave. A lot of different rosters were breaking apart. The RNG, you know, Xiaohu leaving that dynasty, Scout moving off, Viper leaving EDG, you know, the world champions from 2021, basically kind of breaking apart that entire team. It felt like we were losing an awful lot of different players. It felt like we were losing a lot of different kind of, you know, setups. But like you just said, it does feel like everyone's just found themselves on their feet, especially our top teams, especially the teams like the JDGs, the top esports, the PLGs, and the Weibos. They've just gotten stronger, and it really does feel like moving forward that we can still be excited for these teams. And look, I want to be real with you. There are 17 teams in this league. Gonna be a couple of bad teams. I'm sorry, like that's just how it's gonna be.
But now we get to see how good the good teams are, because looking at week 5, we have like Top versus IG, JDG, EDG. We have like LNG kind of in the mix as well. We've got EDG Top Esports to end out that week. This is where we really get like the real gargantuan hammer blows start to land. And when you have matches like this, matches like JDG we've seen over the last couple of weeks as well, you cannot help but be excited for it. So, you know, call your mom, call your brothers and sisters, get them to watch the LPL next week. Tune in to see how things build up into that. Because Top Esports coming in on this run of form with this kind of game, very hard to see any kind of dull games coming out of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree, and I really do think that Top Esports just need to kind of get these games going, make sure they don't show too much of a weakness, and deal what's thrown at them. I like that Ultra Prime tried something new. The Cho'Gath looked like it actually had a couple of different avenues, but look, when you're against Rookie, Tien, Jackie Love, like these names that are just known throughout the, you know, the world effectively at this point.
Cho'Gath, cute.
Yeah, it's literally like, it's like, look, if it works, awesome. If it doesn't, look, hey, at least you tried. The best thing I can always say to people is that if you're gonna lose, do not lose to the same thing twice. Always pick something different, prove that you've got something else, or at least show that, like, okay, look, we tried something. You didn't just lose 2 times the exact same thing. That's the kind of the big thing for me anyway. But great that for the side of Top Esports to continue kind of pushing themselves forward. Like we said, they did drop to Weibo in week 2, I believe it was. And they have kind of been on a 3-series win streak now. So it's really kind of coming back to form. But we are going to throw it over to Christina, who's standing by with the victorious mark for Winfield.
Hello there, welcome to Post-Game Interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by Mark, the support for Top Esports. Congratulations on your victory. What do you think of today's matchup against Ultra Prime? 欢迎 Mark 选手来到我们的赛后采访。恭喜滔博今天2-0拿下了比赛。你是怎么样看待今天这样一个干净利落的对局的呢？
今天的比赛的话，打的还是有很多粗糙吧，然后我们也有优势的时候，然后中期送了吧。然后今天的比赛就是应该就是还是感觉挺有趣的。
I think today's matchup is really interesting. Although we take this win, but I also think that we still made a little bit mistakes, especially in mid-game when we get leads, but we threw it a bit. Second question, I really want to touch on the game. Number 1, there is a lane swap to the top lane when the Druid was pushing the bot tower. And how did you guys manage to make that shot call, which is really smart for you guys? 那么从我们今天第一局开始说起，当下路的德莱文一个人在去推塔的时候，滔博这边非常灵性的决策转到了上路，想问一下这一波转线你们的一个指挥决策是怎么做的？想通过这一波转线来怎么样改变游戏的局势呢？
就这波我那波不是死了吗？然后那波装逼死了之后，然后我就说下路对线应该打不了了，然后就我一下队友说，然后就转线，然后转到上路去。
Actually, I was died on the bottom lane, and maybe that was because I was a little bit quirky because of that. And I told to my teammates that let's go to the top lane to get some turret plays. Maybe that is very useful for us. And I'm curious about your team's macros now because we're so impressive by Top Esports macro. Like when you guys were taking the dragon fight, Rookie was trying to pushing the waves on top lane and has destroyed a lot of turrets and inhibitors. Who made those shot call for your team? 那么我们觉得今天滔博的一个 整体的表现确实也展现出了你们的运营决策非常棒，特别是在第2局你们在进行4个人去和对面4v5打龙团的时候 ，Rookie 选手是1个人在上路去带掉了一座高地塔和水晶，丝毫不影响滔博整体的表现，并且你们是在这些远古资源的团战也好，或者说是在线权上也好，都运营得非常出色。你觉得现在滔博可能会是一支以运营为主的队伍吗？谁来做这些比较重要的决策指挥呢？
因为这波看到他们5个人都有抱团在中了嘛，然后睿智这个英雄是可以单带的，然后宋一金就说他上路单带，然后牵制他们，然后我们看龙的话就看情况打就行了，然后那波应该4v5也能打，然后他可以在上路单带可以白了，那波指挥的话就宋一金就说他要一直带线，然后我们4个看龙。
Actually, at that time, what we saw, there were 5 players in mid lane, and a Rookie said, "I'll go to bot lane and to go top lane to destroy some turrets." And we can really make that great shortcut because of Rookie. And final question for you: How far do you think Top Esports can go with this lineup? 那么最后一个问题问到 Mark 选手，现在滔博成绩也是不错嘛，感觉是越来越打越好了。你觉得这样一支阵容的滔博，在这个赛季能走多远呢？
感觉我们前面的对手的话。可能就不是特别强吧，我感觉还需要更多的磨合，更多的努力，然后就是提升的空间还有很多，然后感觉走到什么程度还是得靠我们自己的磨合，然后还有我们自己的游戏进步吧，然后打好了才会走得更远。
Actually, I think that we still need a lot of practice and we still have room for improvement. Maybe the last matchup, our opponent were too weak and the result is just contingent on our performance in next matchup and maybe it is depends on our team strategy in future. Thank you so much for joining me. 谢谢 Mark 选手来到赛后采访，跟大家说再见吧。拜拜 ，back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Christine, and of course, congratulations to Mark. I like that as well. I love that he's just saying, yeah, look, we beat down Ultra Prime, but we're not kidding ourselves. Like, let's be real. Like, these aren't the teams that we are going to be looking to face each other against, so they're not indicative to our performance. So, still lots to be improved on.
Yeah, and I think we called that out during that second game. I think first game was a really good show of fundamentals in terms of saying, this is how our draft plays out, this is how we deny you from having your strong points of power. Really awesome stuff. I think particularly the first 5 minutes, very impressive from Top Esports. It's not like they don't have positives to take away from today. Game 2, if you're going to be a top team in the LPL, if you're going to be a top team in the world, you cannot afford to throw around random red buffs like that or something around that, right? It does feel like they were given the slip a little bit. They managed to come back through some individual hero plays by Rookie, by Jackie Love, and then back to Rookie as well. And it's good to have that in the back pocket too. There are some situations where if you're playing things by the book, it isn't going to work out. I mean, when you think of a team like, RNG and T1 of MSI last year, that was the style of play which they brought out in terms of like, look, we're behind. How the hell do we play our way out of this? You need to have players like that stand up on the day and be able to play a way out of that hole. They did a little bit of that today. But that is not enough for a team like this. They want to be more.
No, they absolutely. And I think, one of the big things to come from it was, Tien, his start was exceptional. MVP for game number 2, and it really did feel like it couldn't have been anyone else. Yeah, he died a couple of times after that, but the fact that he got so much done in such a short period of time just shows how good this guy can be on the kind of champion that Vi gives you the opportunities to be.
And Tien is really starting to put his name up there yet again as maybe the best jungler in this league. And you consider that you have Tarzan, you have Karsa, you have so many Kanavi, you have so many incredible junglers in this league. The fact that he's making a name for himself yet again at the top of that kind of list is incredible to see. This mid jungler TV2 was what really destroyed this game. You could argue Ultra Prime shouldn't have been playing through a Maokai Renekton. It's not necessarily the best combo for the Renekton. It still took Top being in the right place at the right time, as Tien has so often been, to really exacerbate that difference, and with plays like this, just destabilize the entire map.
Yeah, I mean, look, we talked about it a little bit during the game, but it was 4 kills in such quick succession that it was just, it felt like he was still farming, it felt like he was still in relevant places to kind of maybe, in cover for a gank and stuff, and even here right now, it felt like he almost got himself in line to be able to steal that away to guarantee the Ocean Soul, but even just keeping himself alive, keeping himself a nuisance right up until the very end. Look at him using his health bar like a resource and just making sure that Jackie Love can put out the damage. That was the 8,000 plus damage game, team fight from Jackie Love, and I am excited for this top esports squad. I am excited to see what they're able to do. And of course, looking towards their schedule, we talked about it very briefly. Next week, they play IG. That's a big game. IG are kind of up and coming right now. YSKM is a huge win condition. I think today Qingtian showed a little bit of a falter, so we'll have to wait and see. But if you're just joining us, unfortunately, it's the end of the day. So we're going to show you what happened today by showing you the results. We didn't go the full 6, but we did go to 5 as we did have a
good mileage out of us.
Yeah, got good mileage out of us regardless. RA taking a 2-1 victory to now set AL 0 and 6 in top esports. Despite that loss in the column, that is to Weibo, which will give them away from it. They are 4 wins now on the W's, and they have got themselves a 3-series win streak.
Yeah, and top, that one loss way before Chinese New Year feels a little bit distant now. Trying to see them losing another series, it's difficult to imagine. We'll have to see what happens in that next week, though. It really does feel like crunch time is brewing on the horizon, that storm over the sea. So many of these top teams facing off against each other, and you now have teams like, you know, your Ultra Prime down there with the RNGs, who we've already talked so much about them struggling, which you're getting to the point where it's something you say in a lot of like long-running sports leagues as well. It feels like you can't win the season by this point. You can definitely lose it, though. You can get to the point where you're like getting to the point where you're getting 4 losses in that column, and it's such a hard job to try and catch up to that lost learning which you need to catch up with. Of course, we're coming into the next couple of days. We're going to have 3 series a day, so many games per day.
Big
and
match.
What a series of games. That last game of the day
Big
is rocket
match.
fuel.
Weibo versus JDG. Xiaohu versus Knight. 369 versus the Shy. Oh my lord, that is a massive game. And you know, the games before it as well, like you got to talk about, you said you can't win a season, but you could definitely lose it. LGD are kind of in the same boat as AL right now. You need to start picking up wins. If TT can get a win there, that puts them on the same pedestal as RA. That's where we start to have that conversation again about who's playoff material and who's going to be just missing out. So lots to be played for here. Like you said, you can't win the season, but you most certainly can lose it. And I'm just excited. I'm not going to lie to y'all and say, like, oh, all games are equal. No, they're not. JDG versus Weibo, 12 p.m. CEST. I believe that will only be delayed if our second series goes to 3 games. So hopefully it'll be at that time, but I'm excited for it. I can't wait.
Yeah, there's a little bit of variability in when the games are happening, of course, based on the location that they're played on as well. But still, we really, again, cannot stress this enough. This is where we start to really discover where our teams really lie against each other. We've had some brief benchmarks, particularly of players. We've had all the highlight reels. Particularly, we're going to have like Light versus Rulo, who've had their own highlight reels in that last game of the day as well. This is where you really want to start perking your ears up for if you're interested in seeing who potentially could make it to MSI. It's a long way off from that, don't get me wrong, but it's just keeping things in perspective. You want to see how your region does against the LPL? These are the teams you need to be mighty scared of.
Yeah, they really, really are. But that is all the time for we have today. Thank you so much, Nightmare, for bringing me through the world and wonderful world that is, of course, the LPL. Thank you to all of our people behind the camera who make this absolutely possible. It's not easy going through 4 continents for a broadcast, but of course, thank you for watching, and we'll see you guys tomorrow at a slightly early time. Be good to others, but most importantly, be good to yourselves.